Chapter 2357. Senior, I obtained it by accident. It has nothing to do with my brother. Lu Xianyun suddenly interjected. Her intentions were obvious. She did not want to implicate Yang Kai because of her. You obtained it. Yao Changjun heard this and directly ignored Yang Kai. Instead, he looked at Lu Xianyun with a burning gaze. Lu Xianyun was a little frightened by his intimidating gaze and nodded uneasily, yes. Where is it? Yao Changjun asked anxiously. Lu Xianyun was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression, because Yang Kai had asked the same question just now, but before she could answer, she was interrupted by Pang Guang. Now, Yao Changjun was asking the same question again. Could it be that there were other treasures in the place where this thing appeared? Otherwise, why would they all ask this question? Although she was puzzled, she did not dare to neglect and quickly answered, It's in a place deep in the solitary Void mountain range. It really is the solitary Void mountain range. Yao Changjun gritted his teeth, as if he had expected this. His expression changed for a while before he shouted in a deep voice, If I let you go again, can you find the location? Lu Xianyun said, I don't remember the way. Trash. Yao Changjun was furious when he heard this. A surging emperor pressure pressed down on Lu Xianyun, causing her face to turn red, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly made his move. This old monster, Yao Changjun, was definitely not easy to deal with. Moreover, this person was so temperamental that it seemed that he was also a cruel person. Relying on his high cultivation, he did not put the lives of others in his eyes. It did not matter if he wanted to find Lu Xianyun to inquire about the origin of the pristine soul, heavenly restoration lotus. At most, he would just take him there. What he was afraid of was that this old man would kill him to silence him after using him. Yang Kai estimated that he would most likely do that. So, at the moment when he was enraged, Yang Kai knew that his chance had come. The laws of space suddenly fluctuated, and the surrounding space suddenly froze. Yang Kai snapped his fingers, and several huge moon blades shot towards Yao Changjun. Yao Changjun was originally furious. How could he have thought that Yang Kai would dare to take the initiative to attack him? In his opinion, it was already very good that a kid from the third order Dao source realm could remain calm in front of him. He even dared to attack him. Therefore, he was completely caught off guard this time. The pitch-black moon blade quickly arrived in front of Yao Changjun, looking like it was going to cut him into several pieces. Yao Changjun's expression did not change as he sneered, Brat, you're courting death! As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab Moonblade. Yang Kai grabbed the Moonblade and squeezed it hard, shattering it. Even Yang Kai's space principles were completely smoothed out by a powerful emperor's pressure. The power of space? Yao Changjun showed a look of surprise as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Boy, you're quite interesting. Who is Li Wu-yi to you? He's your grandfather. Yang Kai shouted angrily. The demon eye of annihilation had already opened, and the blossoming lotus secret technique was leisurely displayed. His spiritual energy poured out and blasted into Yao Changjun's mind. Yao Changjun never thought that Yang Kai would dare to use a soul secret technique to deal with him. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the weaker party to use a soul secret technique to attack the stronger party, because doing so would easily result in a backlash leading to self-destruction. But Yang Kai had done just that. What made Yao Changjun even more uneasy was that this was his biggest weakness right now. Yang Kai seemed to have known this for a long time, so he was not afraid in the slightest and directly used an extremely powerful soul secret technique. Yao Changjun was instantly hit, and his knowledge, C's defenses were torn apart. Intense pain came from his head as he clutched his head and cried out, unable to control his source chi. His source chi exploded everywhere. Let's go. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice as he reached out and grabbed the jade box in Yao Changjun's hand, directly taking back the pristine soul, heavenly restoration lotus. Then, without any delay, he grabbed the stunned Lu Xianyun and teleported away with space principles. Asterisk. Just as the two left, the Delightful Pleasures tea house collapsed. Yao Changjun's rampaging source qi took the shape of a dragon and tiger and unconsciously bombarded everything around him. The cultivator drinking tea in the tea house was instantly killed or injured, and countless shops on the streets collapsed. A dozen streets away, Pang Guang, who had crawled up in a sorry state, looked over with a pale face and cried out involuntarily, "Third Order Emperor Realm!" He had not checked Yao Changjun's specific cultivation before, but now that the other party's source qi had gone berserk, it was clear at a glance how deep his cultivation was. The owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house was actually a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. Pang Guang suddenly felt uneasy. He was the city lord of Marsh City. Yet he did not know that such a top master was hiding in the city he was in charge of. This was enough to make him panic and secretly rejoice that he had not provoked him before. What made Pang Guang even more incredulous was, who in the world could actually hurt Yao Changjun? From his current roar and his current state, it was obvious that his injuries were not light. Could it be that young man? That was impossible. That young man was only in the Third Order Dao source realm. Even if Yao Changjun stood there and let him hit him, it was impossible for him to be injured. Could it be that Yao Changjun was not the only Third Order Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City? Thinking of this, Pang Guang's face suddenly turned pale, and his entire being became suspicious. "Little brat, you dare to sneak attack this old master? You're dead. This old master will never let you go." A roar came from the ruins of the tea house. Yao Changjun's murderous intent surged like a tide. After calming down the pain in his head with great difficulty, he sensed the direction Yang Kai had fled in and immediately chased after him, his figure as fast as lightning. He was a dignified Third Order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was actually injured by Yang Kai's sneak attack. If this news spread out, where would he put his face? He secretly swore that he would catch Yang Kai and let him taste all the tortures in the world to vent the hatred in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Yao Changjun disappeared. Pang Guang stood in place and pondered for a while with a gloomy face before his figure flickered and he flew out of the city. From the looks of it, he was going to chase after Yao Changjun and Yang Kai, but no one knew what he was thinking. Outside the city, Yang Kai was constantly using his space force to travel more than a dozen kilometers in an instant. Lu Xianyun, who was still in his arms, was still in a daze. Yang Kai had actually injured Yao Changjun, and from the looks of it, he had used his spiritual energy to do so. How was this possible? Everything she saw today had completely overturned her understanding of the world, making her wonder if she was dreaming. Where is the solitary void mountain range? Yang Kai felt the murderous intent behind him closing in and hurriedly asked. Although he was proficient in the Tao of space, if he were to escape with Lu Xianyun, it would take a lot of effort to teleport every time. If this continued, Yao Changjun would catch up to them sooner or later, and with Yao Changjun's strength, he would not be able to resist. Right now, he could only go to the solitary void mountain range first, and hope to use the terrain there to get rid of Yao Changjun. Just now, he heard Lu Xianyun say that the depths of the solitary void mountain range were extremely dangerous, and even those from the Emperor realm might not be able to come out alive. Over there! Lu Xianyun heard this and subconsciously pointed in a direction. She had stayed in Marsh City for a few years, so she knew the surrounding environment like the back of her hand. Yang Kai immediately changed direction and flew towards the solitary void mountain range. Brother! Although Lu Xianyun was in Yang Kai's arms, she still felt cold all over because she could clearly feel the murderous intent behind her getting closer and closer. You should run on your own. I've dragged you down this time. I hurt him once. Do you think he'll let me go? Yang Kai replied indifferently, Since you call me brother, I can't just ignore you. Don't worry, running away is my forte. Lu Xianyin saw his insistence and could only purse her red lips, feeling touched in her heart. Speaking of which, when she first met Yang Kai, it could be said that friendship grew after a fight. After that, they did not spend much time together in the Blue Feather sect, but after escaping from the Blue Feather sect, Yang Kai gave her half of the things in his space ring. This time, when they met again, Yang Kai stood up for her at every turn, making her feel warm in this unfamiliar star boundary. Even when they were in the territory of Great Desolate Star, no one had ever treated her so well. After living for so many years, this was the first time she had met someone who could take care of her like this. With their bodies pressed together, Lu Xianyin gradually felt that the murderous intent was no longer as cold as before. Instead, as time passed, her body began to heat up. Panicking, she quickly diverted her attention and asked casually, "Brother, is that Yao Changjun really a third-order Emperor Realm Master?" "It's the real deal." "Then how did you hurt him?" Lu Xianyin was puzzled. Logically speaking, with such a huge difference in cultivation, no matter what method Yang Kai used, it should have been impossible for him to hurt Yao Changjun. But in fact, Yang Kai had done it. Yao Changjun's painful roar was clearly not fake. "Because there is a crack in his knowledge, see," Yang Kai said. "He must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, if I rashly used a soul secret technique to attack him, I would have suffered a backlash. If that happened, even if I didn't die, I would have been crippled." "How did you know?" Lu Xianyin was shocked by Yang Kai's words. After all, this was too unbelievable. Yang Kai and Yao Changjun did not know each other before. So how did he know Yao Changjun's secret? A crack in his knowledge, see, was definitely Yao Changjun's biggest secret. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity in High City. He was obviously hiding here because he was afraid that his enemies would come looking for him. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He cares so much about the pristine soul, Heavenly Restoration Lotus, because he wants to repair his knowledge, see. Lu Xianyin suddenly understood. So that spirit flower is called the Pristine Soul Heavenly Restoration Lotus? Brother, you mean that this spirit flower has the effect of repairing one's knowledge, see? A simple pristine soul, Heavenly Restoration, Lotus, naturally does not have this effect. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before explaining to her. If you use this stock to refine pills, it can be refined into the Pristine Soul Heavenly Restoration Pill, which can repair broken meridians and dantian. It is extremely useful for those seriously injured cultivators. However, the Pristine Soul Heavenly Restoration Lotus has another name, the Twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus. When it appears, it always appears as two stalks, one white and one black. If you can obtain both of them, you can refine the Twin Heavenly Restoration Pill, which is an existence of a higher grade than the Pristine Soul Heavenly Restoration Pill. Not only can it repair a cultivator's broken meridians and dantian, it can also repair one's soul and expand one's knowledge, see. Chapter 2358. The Twin Lotus Flower. Lu Xianyin exclaimed, "No wonder you all asked me where I got it. It turns out that you were looking for another Heavenly Restoration Lotus. That means that Yao Changjun also knows a lot about this twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus. He was able to identify it through its aura, so he must have done some research on it." Yang Kai raised his brow and continued, "And from what he said just now, this solitary void mountain range seems to have produced Heavenly Restoration Lotuses before, which is why he waited here for 200 years. But brother, when I got it, there was only one." Lu Xianyin was puzzled. Although she had obtained the pure, white Heavenly Restoration Lotus by accident, she had carefully searched the surroundings after obtaining it and did not find any other valuable spirit medicines. If the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus was really one black and one white, there was no reason for her to miss it. Maybe someone else took it first, or maybe you were careless. Let's not worry about that for now. We should think of a way to get rid of that old monster. Yang Kai said no more after he finished and carefully checked the surrounding terrain. The solitary Void Mountain Range was an extremely dangerous place near Marsh City. It was also a place that many cultivators liked to train. Because the environment here was quite special, it bred many valuable monster beasts and spirit grasses and spirit medicines. The cultivator who lived in Marsh City often came here in groups to search for cultivation resources. Lu Xianyun had been here many times, so she naturally knew the surrounding terrain like the back of her hand. Under her guidance, the two rushed into the solitary Void Mountain Range in less than an hour. As soon as he stepped into this place, Yang Kai felt a terrifying aura lingering around him, as if it was deep in the solitary Void Mountain Range. What could possibly threaten his existence? And according to Lu Xianyun, she had always been training in the periphery of the solitary Void Mountain Range and never dared to go deep, because the deeper she went, the more dangerous it was. There was once a bold master from the Emperor realm who entered the solitary Void Mountain Range, but never came out. If she had not been chased by a monster beast last time, Lu Xianyun would not have run so deep. Being able to return safely in the end was definitely due to luck. However, correspondingly, the deeper one went, the greater the return the cultivator could obtain. High returns often made some cultivators take risks. Every year, countless cultivators went missing in the solitary Void Mountain Range. However, nothing was absolute. Good things would often appear in the periphery of the solitary Void Mountain Range. There was once a cultivator who found an emperor-grade spirit herb garden within 1,000 kilometers of the periphery of the solitary Void Mountain Range and began to soar. Yang Kai was puzzled. Since there are so many cultivator hunting in the periphery, how could there be anything good left behind? Lu Xianyun said, "I'm not too sure. Anyway, every time I come here it feels different. It seems that every once in a while, the landscape here changes greatly. The path we walked on and the things we saw would often disappear and be replaced by other scenes." Is there such a thing? Yang Kai was surprised. As soon as he asked this question, Yang Kai's expression changed and he began to circulate his source qi. He continued to teleport. In an instant, he crossed over 100 kilometers and finally put some distance between him and Yao Changjun. The delightful pleasures tea house's owner was indeed a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even though his soul had been severely damaged, his remaining strength was not something Yang Kai could contend with. He was proficient in the Tao of Space, but even with Lu Xianyun, he was still unable to escape from the other party's pursuit. Teleporting consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength. The suppression of the star boundaries' world principles was very strong. So every time he teleported, he had to use a lot of source qi and spiritual energy. Moreover, he had to protect Lu Xianyun from the suppression of the space principles while teleporting, so it was naturally very difficult. However, he had refined a lot of pills in 1,000-leaf sect last time. They came in handy now, so he didn't have to worry about running out of strength in the short term. But it was definitely not a solution in the long run. There were dangers everywhere in the solitary Void Mountain Range. Not only were there all kinds of ferocious monster beasts, there were also many natural spirit arrays and restrictions. Yang Kai could release his divine sense while maintaining his demon eye of annihilation, so he could avoid these dangers in advance. On the other hand, Yao Changjun, who was chasing after them, seemed to be afraid of using his divine sense recklessly, so he often fell into some traps or was besieged by a monster beast. However, with his powerful strength, even if he was besieged by a monster beast or fell into a spirit array, it would only take him a very short time to escape. Yao Changjun's understanding of the solitary Void Mountain Range was much deeper than Yang Kai's. He had stayed here for 200 years, so he naturally wasn't just waiting idly. He would often enter and exit the solitary Void Mountain Range himself, hoping to find the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus. He originally thought that with his powerful strength, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape for long, but after chasing for a while, he found that he was wrong. He couldn't close the distance between him and Yang Kai, and every time he used a secret technique to close the distance, Yang Kai would always be able to successfully shake him off. This made him furious, but there was nothing he could do. A cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space was really difficult to catch. Yao Changjun had fought with such a cultivator before, so he naturally understood this. Moreover, from the way Yang Kai used his space secret technique before, this brat's attainments in the Tao of space were extremely high. Even if it couldn't compare to the person he knew, it was definitely not at a level that someone of his age and cultivation could comprehend. Where did this brat come from? Yao Changjun couldn't figure it out. Could he really be Li Wuyi's disciple? In the entire star boundary, Li Wuyi was the one with the deepest understanding of the Tao of space. This chase lasted for a full 5 days, but Yao Changjun was still unable to successfully capture Yang Kai. He couldn't help but wonder if he was going to miss out on this opportunity. If it weren't for his soul being injured and his strength not being able to reach its peak, a mere third-order Tao source realm cultivator, even if he was proficient in the Tao of space, wouldn't be able to jump around in front of him like this. He could directly lock down the area Yang Kai was in and suppress him with his powerful cultivation, not giving him a chance to even use his Tao of space. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Just as Yao Changjun's face was ashen, and he was secretly swearing to himself that once he caught Yang Kai, he would make him die a horrible death, his mind suddenly stirred and he became overjoyed, because he found that Yang Kai had suddenly stopped moving. He didn't know if he had encountered some danger or fallen into some kind of spirit array, but no matter what the reason was, it was good news for Yao Changjun. Pushing his flight-type artifact with all his might, he quickly moved closer to Yang Kai. "Brother, what's wrong?" A few thousand kilometers away, Lu Xianyan looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. Just a moment ago, Kai Yang had suddenly stopped, his expression fluctuating. "I'm so stupid." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed, a look of annoyance on his face. "What is it?" Lu Xianyan didn't know why he would say that. "Wait for me for a while, I'll be right back." As Yang Kai spoke, he put Lu Xianyan down and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. After finding a suitable location, he quickly rushed over. A moment later, Yang Kai entered the small sealed world bead. In fact, Yang Kai was very surprised that Yao Changjun could chase after him so persistently, because this person's soul had been severely injured, so it was impossible for him to use his divine sense to lock onto the direction and location of his escape. In fact, during these 5 days of fleeing, Yang Kai hadn't noticed Yao Changjun's divine sense, but he could still accurately pinpoint his location and even chase after him. One had to know that Yang Kai had used the space divine technique, so with Yao Changjun's current state, Yang Kai was confident that he could shake him off. But how could he do that? The only explanation was that Yao Changjun had planted a secret technique or some kind of mark on him or Lu Xianyan, and through this secret technique or mark, Yao Changjun was able to pinpoint his location. Thinking of this, Yang Kai knew that he had been too careless these past 5 days. If he had noticed it earlier, he might have already left Yao Changjun behind. Inside the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai's senses were magnified infinitely. He had refined the sealed world bead, so he was the master of this world. Wherever his heart moved, the world force would follow. Even if the small sealed world bead's principles were not perfect, it was still easy for him to detect any abnormalities. Yang Kai mobilized the world force inside the small sealed world bead and searched his body inch by inch. He secretly prayed that things wouldn't be too complicated. It would be best if the secret technique or mark was planted on him. If it was planted on Lu Xianyan, he would have to bring her to the small sealed world bead to check. After 5 breaths, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He reached out and took out the jade box containing the twin heavenly restoration lotus from his space ring, then threw it to Lu Yen, who had rushed over. "There is a master's aura mark on this jade box. Erase it." Lu Yen caught it, But before he could say anything to Yang Kai had already disappeared. Deep in the solitary void mountain range, Lu Xianyun stood alone. Looking around at the unfamiliar environment, her heart filled with fear. Yang Kai had just flashed behind a small hill nearby, and for some reason he had suddenly disappeared without leaving behind even the slightest trace of his aura. This made her worry a little. Even though she knew that Yang Kai wasn't the kind of person who would disregard the life or death of his companions, she still couldn't help but think about it. She wondered if she had dragged Yang Kai down, so he just left her here and didn't care. No, that can't be. Lu Xianyun shook her head. Lu Xianyun shook her head again and again. If Yang Kai was really such a person, he wouldn't have taken her with him back in Blue Feather Sect, nor would he have given her half of the treasures in his space ring. A few days ago, in the delightful Pleasures Tea House, he wouldn't have taken the risk of offending a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Brother must have something important to do. Lu Xianyun comforted herself in her heart. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Yang Kai's aura suddenly appeared again, and he rushed out from behind the small hill. Brother! Lu Xianyun felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart, and her whole body relaxed. Yang Kai rushed in front of her, and without saying a word, he reached out and hugged her again, using his space force and teleporting away. A moment later, the two were already 1,000 kilometers away. It was only then that Yang Kai suddenly summoned his wooden boat and pulled Lu Xianyun onto it, saying anxiously, "Take off your clothes." Ah! Lu Xianyun heard this and blushed. Chapter 2359. In the middle of nowhere, Yang Kai had suddenly asked her to take off her clothes in a tone that would not allow her to refute. Lu Xianyun was naturally angry and embarrassed, so she couldn't help but think the wrong way. Yang Kai explained, "Yao Changjun left a mark on the jade box, so he can lock onto our position. I don't know if you have it on your clothes, but we still have to be on guard. Change into a new set of clothes." Hearing his explanation, Lu Xianyun finally understood what Yang Kai meant. She understood that she had misunderstood Yang Kai's intentions, and her face immediately turned pale. She wasn't a shy little girl and immediately began to undress after knowing the whole story. Not long after, she changed into another set of clothes and burned her original set of clothes to the ground. 3,000 miles away, Yao Changjun's figure suddenly stopped, his face ashen. Just now, he suddenly noticed that the tracing mark he had planted had disappeared. At that time in the tea house, after he took the jade box from Yang Kai, he directly left a mark on it. It wasn't that he could predict the future, he was just being careful. He had waited for 200 years in Marsh City and finally saw the heavenly restoration lotus, so how could he not be cautious? As it turned out, his caution allowed him to chase after Yang Kai for 5 days without letting go. But just now, the mark suddenly disappeared. How could Yao Changjun not know that Yang Kai must have found the mark he had planted and erased it? But what he couldn't figure out was how Yang Kai, a trivial third-order Tao source realm, could erase his mark. The gap in strength was not fake. In an instant, Yao Changjun was anxious and angry. He roared to the sky, "Brat! Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, this king will catch you." Although the mark was gone to show him the way, Yao Changjun was still unwilling to give up. The heavenly restoration lotus was not something that could be seen casually. Being able to see it this time was completely due to luck. If he missed this chance, he might never see it again. He secretly swore, no matter what, he had to find Yang Kai, tear him to pieces, and take back the heavenly restoration lotus. In the depths of the solitary void mountain range, Yang Kai's face was ugly. Although he had completely gotten rid of Yao Changjun, Yang Kai found that his situation had not improved because he was actually lost in this damned place. After asking Lu Xianyun, she also said that she did not know how to get out of this place. She had only been in such a deep place once. Last time was completely by luck. The surrounding environment seemed to be carved from the same mold. Suddenly, Kai Yang stopped. He scanned his surroundings with a grave expression. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Lu Xianyin asked nervously. Maybe it's just an illusion. Yang Kai muttered to himself. Lu Xianyin gulped and whispered, Brother, there is a saying in the solitary void mountain range. What saying? Some people say that the solitary void mountain range is alive. Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned pale. Alive? Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Xianyun nodded. The landscape of the solitary void mountain range changes all the time, so there has never been a map of this place. Sometimes the landscape of a certain place changes very quickly. Sometimes the changes are so slow that no one can detect them. But most people think that the solitary void mountain range is alive. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. This saying may not be correct, but there is definitely some basis. What do you mean? Lu Xianyin looked at Yang Kai in confusion. Yang Kai said, Junior sister, you have always been active in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. Do you often find good things? Yes, Lu Xianyin replied. It's not just me. Many people in Marsh City are like this. Yang Kai nodded. Since there are so many people active in the periphery all year round, it stands to reason that the periphery should be barren. Even if there were any good things, they would have been taken away long ago, but you can often find some good things. This is also what I find strange. Lu Xianyun nodded. Lu Xianyun nodded. She had never understood why this was the case. She had come to the solitary void mountain range many times, and except for the few times when she was unlucky and didn't find anything, she would always find something useful in the periphery. But this was obviously not normal. Brother, you mean? Yang Kai said, the solitary void mountain range is always moving. Every once in a while, the earth in the depths will move to the periphery, and the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the depths will naturally appear in the periphery. That's why there are often good things in the periphery. How do you know? Lu Xianyin was extremely surprised. She had lived in the solitary void mountain range for several years, but she had never thought of this. Yang Kai had only been here for a few days, but he had already thought of this. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's just a guess. I don't know if it's right or not. But this guess was very likely to be true, because it perfectly explained why good things often appeared in the periphery of the solitary void mountain range. This land was alive, wriggling and rolling at a speed that ordinary people couldn't detect. And when the earth in the depths moved to the periphery, it would naturally bring out the good things. But the cultivator in the solitary void mountain range had a feeling that he didn't know the true face of this place, so he couldn't detect the changes in the solitary void mountain range at all. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk at that moment. The sound of flapping wings suddenly came from all around, and then countless birds in the dense forest took to the air, as if they had been frightened by something. Not only that, the beasts on the ground also began to panic, scurrying around like headless flies. In less than 3 breaths, the entire solitary void mountain range was boiling. What's going on? Lu Xianyun's pretty face changed as she asked in surprise. Yang Kai was also puzzled, but in the next moment his expression suddenly changed because he saw that the birds that had taken to the sky were all frozen in midair, unable to move forward no matter how they flapped their wings. It was as if there was an invisible force that was restraining them. Among those birds, there was no lack of 11th order monster beast, and Yang Kai even saw a 12th order monster beast comparable to the Emperor realm. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the ground under his feet suddenly moved rapidly, causing Yang Kai to lose his footing and almost fall to the ground. At the same time, an extremely strong suction force came from deeper in the solitary void mountain range, pulling Yang Kai's body and trying to drag him there. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, and without any explanation, he directly wrapped Lu Xianyin with a source chi and tried to use the Tao of space to escape. But under the fluctuations of the Tao of space, he was still in place. Sensing with his heart, Yang Kai cried out involuntarily, "The world principles have been shattered!" The world principles in this area had been shattered by this change, and he had no way to use the Tao of space to leave this place. And in just a short while, the flow of the ground under his feet became even faster, causing Yang Kai to feel a little dizzy. Lu Xianyan was even worse off, unable to stand steadily and could only hug Yang Kai's waist. The suction force from deeper in the mountain range was even more terrifying, and even with Yang Kai's cultivation, he was unable to resist it. No matter how he urged his source qi to stabilize his body, the birds and beasts were all dragged away by the suction force and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight in the blink of an eye. Many of the weaker birds and beasts even exploded into a bloody mist. For a time, the roars of beasts and the cries of birds filled the air, and the solitary void mountain range became extremely lively. Somewhere 3,000 kilometers away, Yao Changjun's face was also filled with shock. He desperately urged his Emperor Qi to break free from the shackles of this world. But even with his cultivation, he was unable to do so and could only barely stand in place without being dragged away. The solitary, void, great maelstrom. Yao Changjun's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Even his rock-hard emperor heart was trembling slightly in fear. Unlike Yang Kai, who had just arrived, and Lu Xianyan, who had lived here for only a short time, Yao Changjun's research on the solitary void mountain range was extremely thorough. He knew that this damned place usually did not look dangerous, but at certain moments, it could erupt with heavenly Tao power that even the Emperor realm could not resist. At that moment, the solitary void great maelstrom would appear. The solitary void great maelstrom was definitely a natural disaster that would destroy and reshape the solitary void mountain range. Yang Kai's previous guess was correct. The solitary void mountain range was indeed constantly changing, and the terrain was constantly shifting, which was why the cultivator on the periphery could often find some good things. However, this kind of change was actually very slow and would not bring too much danger to the cultivator who came here for experience. Moreover, because the cultivator was inside the solitary void mountain range, they would generally not notice this change, and by the time they noticed it, the terrain would have already changed. However, when the speed of this change reached a certain limit, the entire solitary void mountain range would spin like a crazy top, and in the midst of this rotation, the solitary void mountain range would be reshaped. This was the solitary void great maelstrom. No one knew why the solitary void mountain range was like this. It was the work of heaven and earth, and Yao Changjun had entered and exited the solitary void mountain range many times without being able to figure out anything. It was just that the solitary void great maelstrom appeared for a very long time, generally appearing once every few hundred to 1,000 years. As far as Yao Changjun knew, the last time the solitary void great maelstrom appeared was 600 years ago. At that time, the great maelstrom swallowed countless cultivator who entered the solitary void mountain range, and this time would obviously be no exception. And it just so happened that he actually ran into it. Yao Changjun hated Yang Kai in his heart. He felt that if it weren't for this brat's interference, he would not have taken the risk to enter this place and encounter such a natural disaster that he could not resist. If he was still on the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, he would definitely be able to escape with his powerful cultivation. But in order to chase after Yang Kai, he had gone deep inside. When the great maelstrom appeared, the deeper one went, the more terrifying the suction would be, and the more difficult it would be to resist. At this moment, he was only 2,000 kilometers away from the center of the solitary void mountain range, and at this distance, he would not be able to escape. Chapter 2360. If someone could look down at the solitary void mountain range from a high altitude, they would see that the solitary void mountain range was spinning madly like a spinning top. With a certain point as a center, the entire solitary void mountain range was in the shape of a huge funnel. A powerful suction force was coming from the center, affecting all living beings in the solitary void mountain range. Countless birds and beasts were sucked into the funnel-shaped vortex, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, even more birds and beasts, as well as the cultivators who came here to train and search for resources, exploded into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind corpse. Those cultivators who were lucky enough to be active in the periphery were lucky enough to escape this unforeseen event. But when they looked back, everyone's face was pale and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Many people did not know what was going on, but some people knew that this was the famous solitary void Great Vortex. The news spread like wildfire, and soon everyone heard about the solitary void Great Vortex. While they were amazed by the heavenly way of nature, they were full of expectations. Because every time the solitary void Great Vortex appeared, the entire solitary void mountain range would be reshaped, and some of the precious treasures that were originally in the depths of the solitary void mountain range would flow to the periphery along with the changes in the landscape. In other words, when the solitary void mountain range calmed down, a large number of precious treasures would appear in the periphery. So how could they not be looking forward to this? I seem to have seen City, Lord Master, enter the depths of the solitary void mountain range before. But I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me. Yes, I saw it too. City, Lord Master seems to be in a hurry, like he's chasing someone. City, Lord Master is in trouble now. I don't know if he can return safely. There's not much hope. The depths of the solitary void mountain range are extremely dangerous. City, Lord Master might not be safe even if he entered the Emperor realm. Now that he has encountered the solitary void Great Vortex, I'm afraid he's done for. Many cultivators gathered in the distance around the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, discussing animatedly. If Pangwang really fell in the solitary void mountain range this time, then the forces in Marsh City would be reshuffled, which was good news for many people. For a moment, some were happy while others were sad. Everyone's mood was extremely complicated. At the same time, deep inside the solitary void mountain range, Yang Kai was protecting Lu Xianyin, struggling to resist the terrifying suction force from the center. His clothes were torn to shreds, his skin was cracked, and he was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. He didn't know what was going on with the suction force that came from the depths. The more Yang Kai resisted, the more frightening it became. The force added to his body made him feel more and more exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that his physique was quite good, he would have most likely exploded and died just like those living beings. Senior brother, don't worry about me. Escape by yourself. Although Lu Xianyin was also trying to defend herself, but because of Yang Kai's protection, his situation was actually better than Yang Kai's. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai like this, his heart was filled with guilt. He knew that he had dragged Yang Kai down. As she spoke, she tapped her foot and was about to leave Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed her hand and slowly shook his head, saying in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I'll tell you when I can't hold on any longer." At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't abandon her. Lu Xianyun's heart was filled with warmth as she was extremely moved. It was easy to share riches and honor, but difficult to share trials and tribulations. It was the easiest time to see a person's heart. Lu Xianyun felt that being able to meet Yang Kai in the star boundary was the greatest fortune of her life. Without a trace, she gave up resisting and revealed a sad smile. "Senior brother, take care of yourself in the future." "What are you doing?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he realized what she was doing and hurriedly shouted, "Don't give up, I have other ways." Lu Xianyun slowly shook her head, allowing herself to be dragged along by that terrifying force. Yang Kai became anxious, understanding that Lu Xianyun was determined not to drag him down. Just as he was about to throw her into the sealed world bead regardless of the cost, Lu Xianyun's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely strange. In the next moment, she cried out, "Brother, don't resist, there won't be any danger if you don't." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's expression brightened. Looking carefully, he found that Lu Xianyun really wasn't injured in the slightest. Knowing that she wasn't lying, he quickly dispersed his own strength and allowed the terrifying suction force to linger around him. The force that was originally suppressing him and causing great damage to his body disappeared at this moment. Indeed, as Lu Xianyan said, it was fine not to resist this force, but the more one resisted, the more uncomfortable it would be. But who wouldn't resist when faced with such a situation? Of course, they would try their best to escape, and once they did, they wouldn't be far from death. After giving up resistance, the powerful suction force came, and Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan were quickly pulled towards the center of the solitary void mountain range. The surging force made Yang Kai feel like a lonely boat in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. "Brother, look." Lu Xianyan hugged Yang Kai's arm tightly, not minding that her breasts were being squeezed out of shape by Yang Kai's arm as she suddenly cried out in alarm. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and his face sank. He found that in the direction of the suction force, a huge black funnel had appeared in front of him. Near this funnel, the earth was churning and squirming, and countless birds and beasts were being sucked in, their fates unknown. He wanted to release his divine sense to investigate the situation inside, but as soon as his divine sense left his body, it was torn apart, causing a sharp pain in his head, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Xianyan also became more and more nervous, her tender body trembling like a quail without a nest in winter. She didn't know whether she would live or die after being sucked into this vortex. She had only been in the star boundary for a few years, so she was naturally unwilling to die like this. Looking up at Yang Kai, she found that although his face was dignified, there wasn't the slightest trace of panic. Her heart calmed down a lot. She felt that even if she had to die, if she could die together with Kaiyang, it would still be a good thing. Thinking of this, her body relaxed a lot for no reason. "Protect yourself." Yang Kai gently patted Lu Xianyan's back. As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Lu Xianyan were sucked into the vortex. In an instant, a feeling of dizziness spread throughout his body, making him unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. The whole world suddenly darkened, and there was no longer any light. Their bodies continued to spin and fall, as if the bottom of the vortex was a bottomless pit, causing them to panic and wonder when they would reach the end. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that this kind of fall was not very dangerous. Lu Xianyan hugged him even tighter, her whole body stiff like a block of wood. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a glimmer of light, but under the force of the vortex he was unable to return to his senses and could not see his surroundings. *** with a loud bang. Yang Kai felt intense pain all over his body, as if his whole body was about to shatter, but he was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed because at this moment he felt that he had landed on solid ground. The force of the vortex that had been wrapping around him also disappeared at the same time, leaving only a harsh whistling in his ears. **pung pung pung. Something constantly smashed around him, some even covering his body. Smelling it, Yang Kai could tell that it was a mixture of mud and flesh, an extremely unpleasant smell. Yang Kai did not dare to move, lest something unexpected happen, carefully urging his source chi to protect himself and Lu Xianyan, only to find that his source chi was circulating freely and would not cause any backlash from the inexplicable force, causing him to relax a little. Lu Xianyan seemed to have fainted and did not move at all, but from her breathing, it was obvious that she had not suffered any serious injuries. After a full half an hour, the commotion around them gradually subsided. Yang Kai waited for a while, and after confirming that there was no more danger, he pushed his source chi and blasted away the mud and debris that covered him, shooting up into the sky from under a mound. He landed lightly and first checked Lu Xianyan's situation, confirming that she had indeed fainted, then began to take a good look at his surroundings. Yang Kai was dumbfounded by what he saw. He found that he was actually on an island. This island did not occupy a large area, only a few kilometers in radius, and from the color of the soil and some debris on it, it was clear that this island had just been formed. Because the soil here was exactly the same as the soil in the depths of the solitary void mountain range. There were also many pieces of flesh and blood of birds and beasts on the island, giving the whole island a strange dark red color. This island must have been formed because of the changes in the solitary void mountain range. When the vortex-like force rotated, it brought the soil of the solitary void mountain range here and filled up this island. Around the island, there was an endless sea with fierce waves. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that on the surface of the sea, there was a strange scene of waterspouts sucking in water. These waterspouts rose from the surface of the sea and rushed into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth in an imposing manner. There were countless waterspouts like this on the surface of the sea, some big and some small, but each one exuded an extremely strong suction force, giving off a very dangerous feeling. They were not stationary, but constantly moving. Some were fast, some were slow, and some were fast. The fast waterspouts were as fast as lightning, flashing past Yang Kai's field of vision, bringing with them monstrous waves with astonishing destructive power. Sensing the world energy around him, it was extremely rich. However, Kai Yang felt that the world energy here was different from the world energy of other places. As for what was different, he couldn't tell. What the hell is this place? How did he end up here after coming in from the big vortex in the depths of the solitary void mountain range? It was impossible to say that this was the depths of the solitary void mountain range. After all, this place looked extremely vast, and there was even a vast sea. How could this be the underground of the solitary void mountain range? Could this be a sealed world? Yang Kai was shocked, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. When he was swallowed by the vortex, Yang Kai clearly felt traces of space transmission. That huge vortex was most likely the entrance to this sealed world. If this place was a sealed world, then things were troublesome. Where should he go to find the exit in this vast sea? Chapter 2361. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, a sound suddenly came from not far away, and a figure soared into the sky and landed not far from him. Seeing this person, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly pulled Lu Xianyan back, putting some distance between them. This person was actually Yao Changjun. When he was swallowed by the vortex earlier, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of Yao Changjun, so he didn't know if he was swallowed first or later. In any case, from the looks of it, he definitely couldn't escape the catastrophe just now and fell into this place as well. Yao Changjun's current state was extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered, his white hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and his aura was somewhat unstable. It was obvious that he had suffered a strong backlash from resisting the suction force earlier. Yang Kai had given up resisting because of Lu Xianyan's reminder. Even though he did not look too good at the moment, he was undoubtedly in a much better state than Yao Changjun. This guy is actually not dead. Yang Kai also admired his powerful cultivation, as expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if his soul had suffered heavy damage, he would not die so easily. It's you, you evil beast. Yao Changjun soon discovered Yang Kai's figure, and his face turned cold as murderous intent surged. If it were not for Yang Kai, how could he have taken the risk to chase him into the solitary void mountain range? If he had not chased him into the solitary void mountain range, how could he have encountered the solitary void great maelstrom? Now that he was in this predicament, the culprit behind everything was Yang Kai. Now that he had met his enemy, it was natural that his eyes would turn red. Just as he was about to attack Yang Kai in anger, another soft sound came from not far away, and another figure rushed out from the ground. This change surprised both Yang Kai and Yao Changjun. They both looked over, but after seeing the appearance of this person, the two quickly relaxed. Because the third person to appear here was Marsh City's city lord, Pang Guang. Yao Changjun knew that Pang Guang was tailing them, but he was focused on finding Yang Kai, so he did not pay much attention to Pangguang. The catastrophe of the solitary Void Mountain range had begun. Naturally, Pangguang had no power to resist and was also sucked into this place. However, what surprised him was that Pangguang's condition was much better than his. His whole body was only slightly disheveled, and there was not the slightest injury on him. He was full of energy. "You're all fine." Pangguang came out and was surprised to see Yang Kai and Yao Chongjun confronting each other. Yao Chongjun coldly snorted, "What do you want to happen to this old master?" When he saw Pangguang's expression, he knew that Pangguang knew how to avoid the devouring power. That was why he was unscathed. On the contrary, it was he who had concealed his identity in Marsh City for 200 years and ended up in such a sorry state. For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed. Having suffered a great loss at Yao Chongjun's hands, how could Pangguang dare to be presumptuous in front of him? He said, "It's great that Senior is fine." This Pang was just asking casually. Yang Kai grinned and said, "City Lord Pang is not kind. You clearly know how to avoid danger, but you didn't tell Senior Yao. You clearly want Senior Yao to die early and reincarnate. Senior Yao, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to bear it and would beat him up to vent my anger." Pangguang's face sank. Carefully sizing up Yao Chongjun, he saw his indifferent expression. Unable to show his emotions, so he immediately shouted, "Little brat, don't talk nonsense. I haven't settled accounts with you for killing this king's subordinates and robbing this king's belongings. Senior Yao is a reclusive master, his vision as clear as a torch. How could he allow you to sow discord?" While speaking, he turned to look at Yao Chongjun and cupped his fists. "Senior, although I have a grudge with this little brat, it's just a small matter. You are the most important person here. If you want to kill him or cut him up, this junior will only watch the show and will not interfere." Yao Chongjun glanced at him indifferently and said slowly, "You've been following this old master all this time. Are you also here to watch the show?" A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Pangguang's forehead as the corner of his mouth twitched. "Senior misunderstands. This Pang only entered the solitary Void Mountain range to do one thing. I had no intention of following Senior." Yao Chongjun coldly snorted and declined to comment, his expression proud. Although he was also injured when he was swallowed by the great vortex, he didn't put either Pangguang or Yang Kai in his eyes. Earlier, he was injured by Yang Kai in the tea house only because he wasn't on guard enough. However, in his current state, it would be best if he didn't fall out with Pangguang. After all, he wasn't at his peak and Pangguang was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If they really fought, even if he could kill Pangguang, he would have to pay a certain price. "Senior, is this the legendary solitary void sealed world?" Pangguang saw him not saying anything and felt a little apprehensive, so he quickly changed the subject. "Solitary, void, sealed world." When Yang Kai heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brow. Right now, he wanted to figure out what kind of damned place this was. Unlike Pangguang and Yao Chongjun, he was a newcomer. These two obviously knew some information, so he couldn't help but perk up his ears and listen with great interest. "Since you know, why ask this old master?" Yao Chongjun coldly snorted, obviously not liking him. Pangguang said embarrassedly, "I really didn't expect the solitary void-sealed world to really exist. This Pang has been city lord for hundreds of years. But today, I finally learned something new. What kind of place is the solitary void-sealed world? How do we get out?" Yang Kai quickly asked. Pangguang's face turned serious as he shouted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Just stay here and wait for death." Yang Kai's face turned black as he said, "City Lord Pang, no matter what kind of grudges we had before, we're all on the same boat now. If you have any information, please share it with me. It's not like I killed your father or stole your wife, so why be so stingy?" Pangguang sneered, "People who walk different paths cannot work together. This king has nothing to say to you. Let's talk about it again after you've survived Senior Yao's attack. Yang Kai had offended Yao Changjun, so Pangwang had long regarded Yang Kai as a dead man in his heart. How could he have the leisure to chat with him? After he finished speaking, he looked at Yao Changjun with a flattering smile. Senior, this solitary void, sealed world only exists in legends. It's easy to enter, but difficult to get out. Does Senior have any good ideas? The speed at which he changed his expression was faster than flipping a book. Yang Kai laughed. So you don't know how to get out either. Pangwang snorted. What's so funny about that? Be careful not to laugh until your teeth fall out. As he spoke, Pangwang suddenly frowned and gently sniffed the air, asking suspiciously, What's that smell? A strange fragrance suddenly wafted through the air, causing one's spirit to shake upon smelling it. Yang Kai and Yao Changjun obviously smelled it as well. The two of them felt that this fragrance was extremely familiar. After exchanging a glance, they both thought of something and exclaimed at the same time, Heavenly Restoration Lotus! As they spoke, the two of them had already rushed towards the source of the fragrance. Pangwang was stunned for a moment, but after hearing the 3 words Heavenly Restoration Lotus, his expression changed and he also rushed over. Although Pangwang and Yao Changjun were both masters from the Emperor realm, Yang Kai had the divine technique of space, so his explosive speed was naturally not something the two of them could compare to. In just a flash, Yang Kai had already arrived at the source of the fragrance. It was a pile of mud. This mud pile was clearly transported over from the solitary void mountain range, as the soil was clear. Yang Kai directly reached into the mud pile and grabbed something. Feeling the size of this thing and the energy fluctuations it was emitting, he was overjoyed and was about to throw it into his space ring. Little brat, you court death. Yao Changjun was furious and sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai. Fortunately, he did not dare to use his full strength for fear of damaging the spirit herb. But this palm strike was still not something Yang Kai could resist. Yang Kai snorted and forcefully urged his strength to teleport again, dodging the attack. Kong. The mud pile was directly smashed into dust, leaving behind a huge crater. The entire newly formed island also shook a few times, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Yao Changjun stood in place with an ashen face and looked coldly in a certain direction. Pangwang also paused, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. Yang Kai was actually able to dodge Yao Changjun's attack. This scene completely exceeded his expectations. Even he himself might not have been able to dodge that attack. Senior, why are you so angry? You really scared me to death. As Kaiyang spoke, he shook off the dirt in his hand. The spirit medicine that he had caught in his palm immediately revealed its true appearance. This spirit herb was the Heavenly Restoration Lotus. Its shape and size were exactly the same as the one Lu Xianyan had obtained before, but that one was as white as snow without the slightest speck of dust, while this one was as black as ink. It was extremely strange. The Heavenly Restoration Lotus had always been 2 stalks. Lu Xianyan had obtained one of them by chance, but for some reason, she had not been able to find the second one. Now that the solitary void great vortex had appeared, a large number of spirit herbs and soil had been swallowed and transported to this island, so the second Heavenly Restoration Lotus had also appeared. Looking at the Heavenly Restoration Lotus in Yang Kai's hand, Yao Changjun's breathing suddenly became rapid. He had wasted 200 years in Marsh City. What was it for? Wasn't it for the Heavenly Restoration Lotus? As long as he could obtain the Heavenly Restoration Lotus and get someone to refine the twin Heavenly Restoration Pill, his injuries would be healed. At that time, he would be able to regain his peak strength and seek revenge on his enemies. However, after waiting for 200 years, although the Heavenly Restoration Lotus had appeared, his good fortune had been ruined by Yang Kai one after another. The previous one had been snatched away by Yang Kai when he was not paying attention, and the one in front of him was still the same. Yao Changjun's lungs were about to explode. Ever since he had ascended to the Emperor realm, he had never suffered such a big loss before. Moreover, it was at the hands of a Tao Source realm brat. Looking at the heavenly restoration lotus in Yang Kai's hand and watching him slowly stuff it into his space ring, Yao Changjun resisted the urge to snatch it away and quickly said, "Boy, give the heavenly restoration lotus to this old master, and I will let bygones be bygones. This old master can even take you away from here." Hearing this, Pang Guang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Senior Yao, you must take me with you." Yao Changjun was so angry that he glared at him and roared, "If you dare to say another word, this old master will kill you right now." Pang Guang was shocked and did not dare to make a sound. Chapter 2362. "Take me out first, and we can talk about anything else." Yang Kai smiled at Yao Changjun. "Or you can tell me how to get out." "Brat, you dare to bargain with this old master." Yao Changjun was furious. Yang Kai said, "I'm just afraid that Senior will cheat me. With this old master status, how could I do such a shameless thing?" Yao Changjun coldly snorted. Yang Kai shook his head. "That's hard to say. If Senior doesn't know how to get out, wouldn't I be a fool to hand over the spirit herbs for nothing?" Pang Guang immediately shouted, "Little bastard, Senior Yao is giving you face by asking you to hand over the spirit herbs. Yet you dare not cooperate? You're courting death." Yang Kai and Yao Changjun both turned their heads and snorted, "It's none of your business." Pang Guang's face was burning hot. His attempt at flattery had backfired, causing him to look embarrassed. Yang Kai stared at Yao Changjun for a while before sneering. "It seems that Senior is a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. You can't even protect yourself, yet you still shamelessly boast about taking me out. Ridiculous, ridiculous." When he saw Yao Changjun's current expression, he knew that he also didn't know how to get out of this damned place. If Yao Changjun really had a way to leave, it was not impossible to use the twin heavenly restoration lotus to exchange for it. But the problem was that this old man couldn't even get out himself. So how could he take him with him? Being exposed by Yang Kai, Yao Changjun was not angry at all and only said lightly, "With this old master's cultivation, how can a mere sealed world trap me? This old master will eventually find a way out. Then we'll talk about it when you find a way out. Are you going to hand it over or not?" Yao Changjun had obviously lost his patience. When he asked this question, his old face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. "What do you think?" Yang Kai had an indifferent expression. "Very good." Yao Changjun took a deep breath. His killing intent had been activated. However, he did not immediately make a move on Yang Kai and instead turned his gaze to Pang Guang. Pang Guang, who was watching a good show, suddenly noticed Yao Changjun's cold gaze and couldn't help trembling as he said, "Senior, scram!" Yao Changjun roared, "Otherwise, this old master will kill you too." Their voices converged into a wave that rushed towards Pang Guang like a spear. Pang Guang's entire body shook, and he stumbled back a few steps, his face pale. "Senior, I can lend you a hand and help you capture this brat." Pang Guang hurriedly expressed his sincerity, suddenly falling into this solitary void-sealed world. He really couldn't find any sense of security with his first-order Emperor realm cultivation. He only wanted to hug Yao Changjun's thigh, but he didn't expect that the other party wouldn't give him any face or opportunity, telling him to scram. Yao Changjun coldly snorted, "This old man needs your help. If you don't leave now, then don't ever leave." Pang Guang was shocked. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Yang Kai and then at Yao Changjun. Only then did he stomp his foot and leap up, heading towards the depths of the sea. He didn't know why Yao Changjun was in such a hurry to drive him away. However, he knew that the other party was really impatient. If she continued to pester him, she would definitely arouse his killing intent. With his cultivation, he had no chance of winning against Yao Changjun. He could only escape first. Although the sea didn't look peaceful and was instead full of dangers. And he didn't even know which direction to run in. It was still better than staying here and waiting for death, right? In just 10 breaths of time, Pang Guang disappeared. You're in such a hurry to drive Pang Guang away. Are you afraid that he will see that your soul is damaged? Yang Kai looked at Yao Changjun with a smile and asked lightly. Yao Changjun's expression changed drastically, and a dangerous light flashed in his narrowed eyes. You really weren't lucky when you sneak attacked this old man. Yang Kai laughed. The effect of the twin heavenly restoration lotus is nothing more than to repair the broken meridians of the Dantian and Knowledge Sea. Senior seems to be full of Qi and Emperor Qi, so it's obviously not a problem with your meridians or Dantian. Since you're in such a hurry to use the twin heavenly restoration lotus, it's obvious that you want to repair your Knowledge Sea. You're so proficient in the Tao of alchemy. Yao Changjun was a little surprised. To be able to deduce that his soul had been damaged from such a small clue, this little brat was obviously not simple. I'm just an emperor-grade alchemist. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yao Changjun's expression changed slightly, but he soon snorted coldly. Look at this old man. Do I look like someone with a problem with my IQ? He obviously thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. Yang Kai was not very old, and being able to reach the third-order Tao source realm was already shocking enough. If he were to say that he was an emperor-grade alchemist, Yao Changjun would be the first to not believe it. Yang Kai might be an alchemist, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be proficient in alchemy, but he was definitely not an emperor-grade alchemist. He felt that Yang Kai was saying this because he wanted him to let him live. After all, even if he obtained the twin heavenly restoration lotus, he still needed an alchemist to refine a spirit pill, and an emperor-grade alchemist was the best choice. This brat had a belly full of guts and was hiding a lot of evil tricks. Yao Changjun was on high alert. Yang Kai was stunned, but he soon smiled bitterly and shook his head. Senior, your soul has been damaged, and your IQ has indeed been affected. This is an illness, and if it's an illness, it needs to be treated. He was telling the truth, but the other party was not willing to believe him. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how eloquent you are today, you still have to hand over the twin heavenly restoration lotus. Yao Changjun coldly snorted. Yang Kai's face turned cold. I said, First tell me how to get out of here. If you can't even do this, then don't even think about it. I'd rather feed it to a dog than give it to you. Little brat, you're courting death. This old man's patience is limited. Yao Changjun was furious when he heard Yang Kai comparing him to a dog. Yang Kai said slowly, I'm not afraid of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but don't force me. If you push me too far, you won't have a good ending either. Yao Changjun was stunned, and an absurd feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. A third-order Tao, source, realm, cultivator, daring to speak so confidently in front of him was already an extremely inconceivable thing. But now this little brat was actually boasting so shamelessly, as if he had the strength to fight him. It was clear that the other party's expression was extremely sincere, without the slightest bit of guilt. What's going on? This little brat can't really fight me, right? What is he relying on? That elusive space divine technique? If that's the case, he can only run away. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yao Changjun's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, but he couldn't think of a reason, so he became angry out of shame. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, this old man will fulfill your wish. With a tap of his foot, he closed in on Yang Kai like a ghost, forming a seal with one hand and leisurely pointing his finger at Yang Kai. This finger contained the grandeur of the heavens and earth, giving off an oppressive aura of the heavens and earth. After all, Yao Changjun was a third-order master from the Emperor Realm. Although his soul was injured, his martial Tao foundation was still extremely solid. Although there was nothing special about this finger, it was extremely ferocious, containing the other party's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Before the finger even arrived, It already gave off an aura that could split the heavens and earth. The power of the world principles lingered on this finger, as if Yao Changjun was the master of this world. Seeing that Lu Xianyan was really going to attack him, Yang Kai's face changed, and he no longer cared about anything else. Pushing his source qi, he directly stuffed the unconscious Lu Xianyun into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he used his dragon transformation, secret technique, and space principles to escape. Asterisk qi, asterisk with a soft sound. When Yang Kai reappeared, he was already several dozen meters away. However, there was a bloody hole in his shoulder blade. Golden blood gushed out from the hole as a piercing pain spread through his body. Yao Changjun's expression froze as he revealed a look of surprise. He was not only surprised that Yang Kai was able to avoid hitting his vitals under his attack, but also where Lu Xianyan had gone. He had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements and didn't pay much attention to the unconscious woman in his hand, but even he didn't notice how she had disappeared. This was really strange. Although his soul was injured and he didn't dare to use his divine sense easily, his eyesight was still so poor that he couldn't even see a person disappear. "Old dog, do you really want to fight with this young master?" Yang Kai's aura was violent, and half of his body was soon soaked in blood. But that blow not only did not make him feel any fear, it instead seemed to have stimulated his ferocious nature, causing his aura to become as ferocious as a trapped beast. Yao Changjun's heart jumped for no reason, as he faintly felt that if he continued to pressure him, he would be in big trouble. This feeling came out of nowhere, but it made his hair stand on end. However, there was no turning back. He had already injured Yang Kai, so it was useless to say anything now. If he suddenly stopped, wouldn't that be admitting that he was afraid of him? Not bad, little brat. To be able to avoid this old master's attack, you are indeed a dragon among men. The heavens are virtuous, and this old master also cherishes talents. I will give you one more chance. Obediently hand over the heavenly restoration lotus, and I can spare your life. Scram! Good, good, good. Yao Changjun was furious. Since you are so stubborn, this old master will teach you how to behave. His hand posture changed as his emperor qi surged, restraining Yang Kai's movements, while his palm surged with the power of wind and clouds, fiercely slamming towards Yang Kai. He didn't hold back in this attack, obviously intending to kill Yang Kai. Asterisk Kong, asterisk, an explosive sound rang out. No matter how Kai Yang tried to defend himself, he was still sent flying by this palm strike. Countless bones in his body were broken, and his face was pale. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ha ha ha, little brat, you talk big, but that's all you have. You really disappoint this old master." Seeing him so miserable, Yao Changjun's heart calmed down. He felt that he had probably been overthinking things. This brat was just a third-order Tao source realm cultivator. Even if he had some trump cards and methods, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. He didn't know why he was hesitating just now. If he had acted earlier, he would have killed him long ago. How shameful! Yao Changjun thought to himself. His mind had actually been disturbed by a little brat's words. Sure enough, his soul had been seriously injured, leaving behind a residual effect. Fortunately, the other party was just a third-order Tao source realm cultivator. If their strength was on par, then he really wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 2363. On the island, Yao Changjun's figure moved, disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the flying Yang Kai, unable to get rid of him. He coldly snorted, casually reaching out to grab Yang Kai. If you had cooperated earlier, this old man might not have taken your life. In other words, it was too late for Yang Kai to beg for mercy. He had been ambushed by Yang Kai once, and had long harbored a grudge in his heart. He viewed this as a great humiliation. So how could he let it go so easily? Bullying others too far is destined to not end well. You forced me to do this. Yang Kai roared through gritted teeth. He did not dodge Yao Changjun's grab, but instead formed a strange seal with his hands. As soon as the seal was formed, the feeling that made Yao Changjun tremble in fear appeared again. He was so shocked that his expression changed. He did not dare to hesitate in the slightest as his hands suddenly moved faster, grabbing Yang Kai's shoulder blade. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly calmed down. His eyes were cold as he said, word by word, "Sangshuan seal, release!" "Sangshuan seal? What the hell is that?" Yao Changjun's face was blank. He did not understand what Yang Kai was saying, but in the next moment his expression changed drastically. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At the same time, he let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated. Boom! With a loud explosion, an indescribable aura suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's dantian. The aura was filled with an extremely dark and evil feeling, as if the world's most brutal and vicious negative emotions had gathered together. Even someone as strong as Yao Changjun could not help but become dazed. His whole body trembled. The pitch-black aura spread out like a substance. In an instant, it wrapped around Yang Kai. The aura seemed to have a life of its own, constantly flowing around Yang Kai's body, gathering mysterious and profound runes on his skin one after another. Yang Kai's aura rose steadily. The world trembled, the universe collapsed, and the universe was turned upside down. A might that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens, and the earth sputtered in the void, bursting out in all directions. In a short period of time, Yang Kai had already disappeared without a trace. As far as the eye could see, there was only a pitch-black figure left. The pitch-black figure seemed to be able to swallow everything, and even light couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. Only a pair of scarlet-red eyes, filled with bloody killing intent. Demonic chi. Yao Changjun's teeth were chattering. He almost bit his tongue as he stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. With his experience, he could naturally tell that the demonic chi lingering around Yang Kai was demonic chi, and it was not an ordinary demonic chi, but the purest ancient demonic chi. How is this possible? Yao Changjun couldn't believe his eyes. In his lifetime, he had never seen such a thing. He actually saw the ancient demonic chi. Moreover, it appeared in the body of a cultivator from the third-order Tao source realm. The ancient demonic chi had extremely corrosive and assimilating properties. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master like him would definitely lose his mind in the shortest amount of time and become a demonic creature if he was enveloped by the ancient demonic chi. How was Yang Kai able to keep his mind clear? How was he able to store such a terrifying demonic chi in his body? Thinking back to what Yang Kai had said before, Yao Changjun suddenly came to a realization. This brat had used some unknown method to seal the demonic chi in his body, and when he needed to fight an enemy, he could unlock the seal. However, if that was the case, it would be even more difficult to seal the demonic chi again. He wasn't afraid that the demonic chi would really devour his mind. Becoming a demonic creature? No wonder this brat had repeatedly told him not to force him. It turned out that he really did have the strength to fight him. Even if he was a bit opportunistic, he still had the capital to say such big words. Yao Changjun was so annoyed that he wanted to die. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have forced Yang Kai so much. Now that the brat in front of him was enveloped by the demonic chi, he didn't know if he still had any rationality left. That surging demonic chi and terrifying pressure made Yao Changjun have no intention of fighting him. Looking carefully at Yang Kai's eyes, he found that although they were red and bloodthirsty, there seemed to be a trace of rationality struggling in them. Yao Changjun hurriedly said, "Little brother, please wait. This old master has something to say." Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, "I'll treat whatever you say as farts." Yao Changjun was furious. If Yang Kai dared to talk to him like this before, he would have definitely slapped him. But now, Yang Kai had the capital to say such things. He felt bitter in the depths of his heart as he realized the source of the uneasiness in his heart. His expression kept changing. My strength seems to have increased. Yang Kai clenched his fists and felt his current state. He was not happy but worried. Because this time, after unlocking the firmament tree's gold and silver seals and releasing the demonic chi of the ancient great demon in his body, he felt that his strength was much stronger than the last time he demonized. This was not because his strength had increased, but because the demonic chi was more compatible with his body. Last time, he was only in the first-order Tao source realm. After demonizing, he fought against the 3 great emperors and escaped safely. This time, the demonization was even stronger than before. This made Yang Kai a little worried, because the greater the increase in strength after demonization, the more difficult it would be to seal him. If he could not seal him completely, he would really become a demon, lose his mind, and be consigned to eternal damnation. Yao Changjun did not know that Yang Kai was worried about this. When he heard him say that his strength had increased, he thought that this brat was showing off and immediately became angry. Brat, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You and I have fallen into such a predicament, so why fight and kill? Isn't it better to find a way out together? What's more, although you are strong now, you may not be able to kill this old master. This old master is not a pushover. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and snorted. If you were a real third-order Emperor Realm Master, this young master would not be able to kill you, but you are just a cripple with a damaged soul. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Am cripple? Yao Changjun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Yang Kai said, "This young master does not have much time. I will take your dog life in 3 moves. Arrogant. This old master wants to see how you can take my life in 3 moves. Yao Changjun trembled with anger, feeling that he was being looked down upon. Pride welled up in his heart as he swore to himself that he would teach this brat a lesson and let him know that even an old dog had a few teeth. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze as he muttered, "Black pupil, purgatory, eternal darkness." As soon as he said this, the entire world suddenly turned pitch black, without the slightest trace of light. No matter how hard Yao Changjun tried to use his eyesight, he could not see anything, as if he had suddenly gone blind. Not only was he blinded, even his keen perception as a third-order Emperor Realm Master was suppressed to the limit at this moment. It was impossible for him to go blind for no reason, and it was impossible for the world to turn dark without any warning. The only explanation was that Yang Kai had used some kind of heaven-defying method. Recalling the strange black light in Yang Kai's right eye, Yao Changjun cried out in alarm, "Eye technique!" As soon as the words left his mouth, he broke out in cold sweat because he found that his voice could not be heard. The world he was in seemed to have deprived him of all his senses, making him unable to speak or see. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss of purgatory with no end in sight. There seemed to be something above his head, causing Yao Changjun to look up in shock. When he saw what it was, his whole body suddenly stiffened. In the boundless dark sky, a huge eye stretched across the void, emotionless as it stared coldly at him. That eye seemed to be the eye of heaven, and that pupil seemed to be the eye of earth. Under that huge eye, Yao Changjun suddenly felt a sense of inferiority and insignificance. In an instant he was disheartened, feeling that his countless years of bitter cultivation were meaningless. In the end he was still a pile of bones. As soon as this thought appeared, Yao Changjun's entire aura withered as an indescribable death chi lingered around him. At that moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from the huge eye. This stream of light was shaped like a long saber. Emperor artifact, soul-splitting saber. After being refined by Yang Kai, the soul-splitting saber could be used at will. Although Yang Kai could not display the full power of the soul-splitting saber with his usual cultivation, Yang Kai's current demon transformation was not inferior to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so the power of the soul-splitting saber's attack was terrifying. What's more, in order to kill Yao Changjun quickly, Yang Kai had even used the Heaven Severing Slash. The Heaven Severing Slash was a soul secret technique that he had learned from Tianyan in the Divine Ascension Mirror World. When he had nothing to do, he could use his soul to nourish and refine the soul-splitting saber. Once he faced an enemy, the soul-splitting saber's first strike would be extremely powerful. However, this was only limited to the first strike. With an Emperor artifact and a secret technique, even if Yao Changjun was in perfect condition, he might not be able to withstand it, let alone when his soul was already damaged. This saber slashed fiercely into Yao Changjun's knowledge sea, tearing a huge hole in it with unstoppable force. Yao Changjun's knowledge sea was already severely damaged, and now that it was struck by Yang Kai, it was even worse. His third-order Emperor Realm knowledge sea showed faint signs of collapsing. Only then did Yao Changjun recover from his despair. He let out a heart-wrenching cry as a 5-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This spear shone brightly and exuded the energy fluctuations of an Emperor artifact. Its power was terrifying. Yao Changjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was not surprising that he had an Emperor artifact. It would be strange if he did not have one. As he cried out in pain, he frantically poured his Emperor Qi into the 5-colored spear. The spear buzzed incessantly before suddenly trembling slightly in his hand and disappearing. In the next moment, the giant eye that stretched between the heavens and the earth was pierced by the spear, and the darkness that sealed the world suddenly shattered. As Yao Changjun fought like a cornered beast, he managed to erupt with terrifying power and break through the eternal darkness secret technique. This secret technique was a secret technique unique to the ancient giant demon clan. It was not something that Yang Kai had cultivated and could only be used when he was in his demon transformation state. A crack was torn in the sky by the 5-colored spear, and it did not close for a long time. "Brat, you dare hurt me? This old master will kill you." Yao Changjun roared loudly, but his knowledge, see, was about to collapse. His entire body trembled as his face twitched and his Emperor Qi became extremely unstable. Chapter 2364. Yang Kai's right eye was covered in blood, and everything he saw had turned into a golden hue. This was the injury caused by his eye technique being broken. He casually wiped it and coldly snorted, "I'll send you on your way." As his hands opened and closed, a gigantic moon blade took shape. With a slight tremble, it shot towards Yao Changjun. The moon blade was like the scythe of the god of death, destroying everything in its path. Yao Changjun, who was in a frenzy, instinctively sensed the approaching danger. Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, he waved his hand and the 5-colored spear appeared in his hand again. He took a step forward and flicked it, sending out a 5-colored profound light. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the profound light and the moon blade collided, and the violent energy shock caused the world to change color. The newly formed island, which was a few kilometers in radius, suddenly crumbled and quickly disintegrated. The moon blade disappeared, and behind the 5-colored profound light, Yao Changjun took advantage of the situation to attack, his face filled with unforgettable hatred and a resolve to fight to the death. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted angrily, instead of stubbornly resisting, "Obediently accept your death." He did not expect Yao Changjun to be so tenacious even after his knowledge, had collapsed. It seemed that he had underestimated the ability of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If Yao Changjun was really unharmed, even if he released the seal on the demonic Qi, he would not be his opponent. A master who had cultivated to this level was indeed not simple. "Hammer, come." Kai reached out and grabbed at the void, and a pitch-black warhammer suddenly appeared in his hand. The demonic warhammer. This demonic warhammer was originally the weapon of the ancient Great Demon, and it had been sealed under the 18 springs outside Maplewood City. It was filled with extremely terrifying demonic chi. After Kai collected it, he threw it into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to refine. Even someone as strong as Kai did not dare to covet it, for fear that its demonic chi would trigger the seal in his body. But now was the perfect time to use it. With the warhammer in hand, Kai had a strange feeling. This demonic warhammer seemed to have come alive. After he held it in his hand, it gave off clear fluctuations of excitement and joy, forming a perfect resonance with the demon chi in his body. Kai didn't need to refine it to be able to wield it like an extension of his arm. The hammer was in his hand. Kai seemed to be able to see the scene of the ancient giant devil fighting the ancient supreme experts, all by himself. That scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere, the heavens and earth collapsing. One after another, the ancient supreme experts died under the hammer, their bodies and Tao vanishing. The ancient giant devil towered over the heavens, his killing intent surging as he looked down at the world. I'm the only one. Kai, who had been agitated by the influence of demonic chi, calmed down inexplicably. For a moment, he felt as if he was the only one in the world. On the other side, Yao Changjun, who was aggressively rushing over, was as laughable as an ant. He stared at his opponent with contempt and slowly raised the warhammer in his hand. An inexplicable trace of the laws of heaven and earth began to stir. Yao Changjun's expression suddenly changed. His face was bloodless. He had no idea what had happened to Kai. He only saw him suddenly take out a warhammer-like artifact, and then his entire demeanor and temperament changed. He seemed to see an unattainable mountain in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see the scenery behind this mountain. He suddenly panicked. He wanted to retreat, but the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. The chi in his body was already rioting. If he retreated now, there was no need for Kai to act. His Tao heart would collapse in an instant. A faint murderous intent lingered on his body, and as he approached, the murderous intent became stronger and clearer. It was almost tangible, cutting his skin painfully. I'll die. I'll definitely die. This thought inexplicably popped up in Yao Changjun's mind. His mind was in chaos, and his knowledge, which was already on the verge of collapse, could no longer be maintained. Ah! Yao Changjun roared madly. Even if I die, this old master will drag you down with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured all his strength into the 5-colored spear. His body was wrapped in a 5-colored light, and his aura was like a rainbow. There was no longer any hesitation from before. Instead, he became resolute. This blow actually erupted with his peak strength. Yao Changjun's originally flustered and turbid eyes also bloomed with a dazzling light at this moment. Kai's face was expressionless as he smashed down with his hammer. The crazy murderous intent condensed into a hammer intent that rushed towards Yao Changjun. A loud noise rang out, and above this nameless sea a pitch-black light burst out, as if it was devouring the heaven-devouring great emperor. At the same time, another 5-colored light bloomed at the same time, competing with the pitch-black light. The two different colored lights confronted each other and collided. For a moment, the sea surged and the already collapsed island was shaken into powder, dissipating without a trace. The nearby waterspouts were also hit by the huge aftermath and collapsed. Within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, tsunamis surged, and countless fish and monster beasts living in the sea turned into white light and disappeared. At the center of the collision, a crater several hundred meters deep appeared on the sea surface. The water in the crater seemed to have evaporated in an instant. The stalemate lasted for less than 10 breaths of time before the pitch-black light suddenly burst out and swallowed up the 5-colored light. Why? Damn heavens, this old master refuses to accept this. A roar resounded through the sky, and an unwilling voice echoed. The pitch-black and 5-colored light that filled the world disappeared, and the huge crater on the sea surface was gradually filled with seawater. Heavy rain poured down, and only the remaining energy fluctuations between the heavens and earth showed that a great battle had just taken place here. Yao Changjun was nowhere to be seen, and so was Yang Kai. Only a longan-sized bead was left, slowly sinking into the depths of the sea. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai rushed to the medicine garden at the first moment. His whole body was as black as ink, with indescribable demon crests crawling all over his body. Lu Yen rushed over at the same time, but after seeing Yang Kai's situation, she was so scared that she immediately fled. It wasn't that she didn't dare to stay here, but that she couldn't. Although Yang Kai was barely able to preserve a trace of his consciousness, who knew how long this consciousness would last? She would only cause trouble for Yang Kai if she stayed here, next to the medicine garden. Yang Kai sat cross-legged with difficulty. With a slight thought, he began to strip the golden and silver sealing power from the firmament tree. The last time he was demonized, he used the sealing power of the firmament tree to seal the demonic chi. It had been more than 2 years since then, and logically speaking, it was impossible for the firmament tree's sealing power to grow so quickly. However, there was a large amount of heavy earth below the medicine garden, and there were also 5 earth vein pearls. 1 year of growth here was equivalent to 100 years of growth outside. In other words, the firmament tree now had 200 years of sealing power, which should be enough to seal the demonic chi. Under Yang Kai's control, the golden and silver powers were slowly stripped from the firmament tree, and then flowed to Yang Kai's body, immersing into the dantian, suppressing and sealing the violent demonic chi. In any case, Kai Yang had experienced this once before, so this time he was quite familiar with it. As time passed, more and more of the demonic chi was sealed, and Yang Kai slowly got rid of the effects of demonization and gradually recovered his consciousness. 3 days later, as the last trace of the sealing power was drawn into his body, the demonic chi was finally sealed without a trace left. Yang Kai let out a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that something would go wrong during the sealing stage. The power obtained from unsealing the demonic chi this time was undoubtedly much stronger than before. Fortunately, the sealing power of the firmament tree had also become stronger. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After solving the hidden danger of the demonic chi, Yang Kai began to check his injuries. In the battle with Yao Changjun, it seemed that he had the absolute advantage, and even finished him off in a few moves after demonization. But Yao Changjun's final counterattack still caused him a lot of damage. The other party was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and if his knowledge, had not been broken, how could he have killed him so easily? Who knew how many bones in his body were broken? And the blood on the surface of his body had dried up at this moment, as if he was wearing a layer of blood. What made Yang Kai sad the most was that his meridians were somewhat damaged. Fortunately, there was the immortal tree in the medicine garden. In terms of healing power, even the twin lotuses were not as effective as the immortal tree. Not to mention, his own recovery ability was extremely strong, so he did not need other medicines. Half a day later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. He shook off the blood on his body and changed into a new set of clothes. Recalling the battle with Yao Changjun, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little anxious. This time he was able to use the demonic chi to kill Yao Changjun. But what about the next time? The next time he unsealed the demonic chi, it would not be something that could be sealed with just 200 years of sealing power. It might take 300 years, 400 years, or even more. In other words, the demonic chi would have to grow in the medicine garden for 3 or 4 years before it would have enough sealing power for Yang Kai to undo the seal. After such a long time, Who knew if he would encounter a powerful enemy? It would be great if he could get his hands on Supreme Divine Water. Supreme Divine Water was a creation of heaven and earth. It could quickly ripen all kinds of spirit plants without any side effects. A drop of Supreme Divine Water could definitely allow the demonic chi to obtain hundreds or thousands of years of sealing power. Unfortunately, Supreme Divine Water was too precious. Yang Kai had only seen it once, in the Flowing Time Temple, and it was obtained by Morong Xiao Xiao in the end. That was something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He did not know if there was still any Supreme Divine Water in the star boundary. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that in the next 34 years, he would never be able to undo the demonic chi seal again, unless he could find Supreme Divine Water to ripen the demonic chi in advance. Thinking of this, his thoughts suddenly became clear, and he felt refreshed. He transplanted the 2 heavenly restoration lotuses he had obtained one after the other into the medicine garden, then clapped his hands and stood up. Although the pure white heavenly restoration lotus had been plucked by Lu Xianyun for a long time, because it was well preserved, its medicinal efficacy had not faded, and its foundation had not been damaged. Planted in the medicine garden and covered by the vitality of the immortal tree, it would definitely come back to life. The value of the twin lotus flower was extremely high. Yang Kai had no use for it now, so he naturally did not bother to refine the twin heavenly restoration pill. Chapter 2365. After dealing with this, Yang Kai released his divine sense. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared in front of the embodiment, Lu Yan and the others. "Master, are you okay?" As soon as Lu Yan saw Yang Kai appear, she asked with joy. A few days ago, when she noticed that Yang Kai had entered the small sealed world, she went to check on Yang Kai's situation, but she didn't want to see the scene of Yang Kai being affected by the demonic chi, so she had been worried for the past few days. Even the embodiment and Hua Qing Si were worried. At this moment, seeing how lively Yang Kai was, how could they not know that he had solved the problem of the demonic chi? "And I've been resurrected." Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qing Si said seriously, "Are you sure there are no sequelae? You can't be careless." "Don't worry, Sister Hua." As Yang Kai spoke, he suddenly took out something from his space ring and handed it to Hua Qing Si. "This is for you." Hua Qing Si took it suspiciously, but then her pretty face changed as she cried out involuntarily, "An Emperor artifact?" What Yang Kai gave her was the 5-colored spear that Yao Changjun used before. After the decisive battle, Yang Kai snatched this Emperor artifact and Yao Changjun's space ring before entering the small sealed world. Lu Yan already had the Annihilation Thunder Bead, and Hua Qing Si had always been loyal to Yang Kai, so this 5-colored spear could naturally be given to her to use. Although an Emperor artifact is powerful, the most important thing for a cultivator is their own foundation. "Sister Hua, you shouldn't neglect the essentials," Yang Kai said faintly. Hua Qing Si played with the 5-colored spear. With an expression of fondness, she nodded and said, "I know, do I need you to teach me?" Smiling mischievously, Kai Yang rubbed his nose. Yang Kai hadn't had time to check Yao Changjun's space ring yet, so when he took it out, he found that there were quite a few good things inside. There were hundreds of millions of source crystals, and more than half of them were mid-grade and high-grade. Yao Changjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. To have so much wealth was within Kai Yang's expectations. With his cultivation, how could he be a pauper? In addition to source crystals, there were also a large number of spirit pills, herbs, and artifacts, but none of them were Emperor artifacts. After checking a little, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, "Where is Lu Xianyun?" Previously, when Lu Xianyun was unconscious, Yang Kai threw her into the sealed world bead to avoid accidentally injuring her during his fight with Yao Changjun. At this moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yan said, "I put her in the attic. She has already woken up, but she seems to be confused about her situation." You didn't explain anything to her? No. Lu Yen shook his head. Forget explaining. He didn't even let Lu Xianyan see her face. I'll go take a look. As Yang Kai spoke, he disappeared from where he stood. In the attic, Lu Xianyan's expression was dignified. Her beautiful eyes were full of confusion. When she woke up earlier, she found herself in this loft. She didn't know where this place was. She looked around and found that there was no danger nearby. There was also no trace of anyone. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was a bit too rich. Lu Xianyan had never seen a place with world energy density comparable to this place. With such rich world energy, it was definitely a holy land for cultivation. She didn't even need to circulate her secret art. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into her body. If she could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't take long for her to break through her shackles and advance to the second-order Tao source realm. However, she wanted to figure out where she was, so she wasn't in the mood to cultivate. What made her feel most uneasy was that Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. After a few days of searching, she even suspected that she had been abandoned. At this time, she was sadly staying in the attic, thinking about what she should do in the future. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of her, and Yang Kai strangely appeared. Brother! When Lu Xianyan saw Yang Kai, it was as if she had found her backbone and rushed to him, the anxious expression on her face relaxing a lot. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Something happened, so I was delayed for a few days." "Brother, it's good that you're fine." Lu Xianyan looked Yang Kai up and down for a while and found that he was full of energy. Only then did she relax and ask, "Brother, do you know where this is? Weren't we swallowed by that huge vortex before?" Her memory was still stuck on the changes in the solitary void mountain range, and when she recalled the irresistible power of the vortex, her pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. "We were swallowed, and then we fell into a sea." A sea? Lu Xianyan was even more confused. She had also explored the surrounding area for the past few days, but she didn't find any sea at all. On the contrary, the environment here was very pleasant, and there were many buildings. Clearly, many people had lived here before. If she could live here with her brother, it would be a good place to go. Yang Kai scratched his head, not knowing how to explain the current situation to Lu Xianyan, so he could only say, "I'll take you there, and you'll know." Saying so, Yang Kai brought Lu Xianyan out of the sealed world bead. As soon as the two appeared, they felt a fishy smell coming from all directions. Then, a strange sound came from all directions, and there was even the sound of a heart beating. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai understood his current situation. Previously, in order to enter the sealed world bead to seal the demonic qi, he didn't pay attention to where the sealed world bead fell, letting it fall into the depths of the sea. But after a few days, he didn't know how, but he ended up in the belly of a big fish. It seemed that this big fish had swallowed the sealed world bead and then carried them all the way to who knows where. After knowing this, Yang Kai circulated his strength and shot out his golden blood threads. After a flurry, they directly opened a hole in the back of the big fish and jumped up with Lu Xianyan. Although this big fish was quite large, it wasn't a powerful monster beast. After being tossed around by Yang Kai, it couldn't bear the pain. It kept rolling around in the sea, blood spreading everywhere. From the looks of it, it probably wouldn't survive. In the next moment, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan rushed out of the sea. Yang Kai immediately summoned the wooden boat. He pulled Lu Xianyan up and stood on it. A faint fishy wind blew from the sea. The surrounding scenery was blue and blue, endless as far as the eye could see. Countless water spouts covered the surroundings, and there was a suction force everywhere. It looked very dangerous. Lu Xianyan was stunned. She hadn't figured out where they were before, and now that they were suddenly on the sea, she was really at a loss. After we were swallowed by the vortex, we came here. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around. There was no trace of land, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Where are we? Lu Xianyun asked in surprise. From what Yao Changjun and Pangguang said, this seems to be some solitary, void, sealed world. Yang Kai frowned. Solitary, void, sealed world. Lu Xianyun looked confused. It seemed that she had never heard of it. She had only been in Marsh City for a few years, so she didn't know much about the secrets of this place. Naturally, she had never heard of the solitary, void, sealed world. Yao Changjun and Pangguang are also here. Lu Xianyun was startled again. She said in hindsight, "Don't worry, I don't know where they went." Yang Kai said casually. He didn't tell Lu Xianyun that Yao Changjun was dead. After all, it was too bizarre. However, Pangguang had indeed left. Then what do we do now? Since we're here, let's just take things as they come. Yang Kai sighed. Let's first see if there are others living here. We'll gather some information about this place. Then we'll find a way out. I'll leave it to Big Brother. Lu Xianyun had no idea at all, so she could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai. Immediately, Yang Kai steered the wooden boat and flew in a certain direction. Above the sea, there was no end in sight. Yang Kai couldn't tell north from south, east from west, and could only fly in one direction, hoping to find something. However, the omnipresent waterspouts on the surface of the sea were a great hindrance to him. The waterspouts were filled with extremely strong strangulation and devouring power. If one really fell into them, even a Tao Source Realm Master might not be able to escape safely. In order to get rid of the devouring power of these waterspouts, Yang Kai consumed a lot of his strength. After 3 full days, the two still hadn't found anything, as if this sea had no end at all. Even someone as calm as Yang Kai was slightly uneasy. If they couldn't find a place to land, would the two of them have to fly forever? If they continued like this, they would die sooner or later. Although he had the sealed world bead to avoid danger and recuperate, if they couldn't find a way out, it was equivalent to being trapped here for a lifetime. Junior sister, you control the direction. I'll recover for a while. Yang Kai called out to Lu Xianyun and handed over the control of the wooden boat to her. Okay. Lu Xianyun had long wanted to share Yang Kai's worries and difficulties, so when she heard him say this, she was naturally duty-bound. Be careful of those waterspouts. If you encounter one that's too big, it's better to take a detour than force your way through. They're very dangerous. Yang Kai exhorted before sitting down cross-legged and throwing a few recovery spirit pills into his mouth while silently circulating his secret art. The world energy in this solitary void sealed world was extremely rich. Although it couldn't compare to his sealed world bead, it wasn't any worse than the cultivation, holy land of an ordinary sect. Yang Kai thought that with the help of spirit pills, he would quickly recover. But as time passed, he felt that something was wrong. The world energy he absorbed from this world seemed to be mixed with something else. When this thing entered his body, it was like sharp needles that constantly stimulated his meridians and flesh, causing unbearable pain. The more he cultivated, the more this thing would be absorbed. After half an hour, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely ugly. Brother, what's wrong? Lu Xianyun's face changed drastically. Yang Kai was clearly recovering his source qi. So why did he suddenly spit out blood, as if he had suffered a serious injury? There weren't any enemies nearby. The world energy here is strange. We can't absorb it. The more we absorb, the easier it is for something to happen. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. Chapter 2366. How can this be? Lu Xianyun asked in shock. I don't know. Yang Kai was also confused and shook his head. There's something wrong with this sealed world. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never encountered world energy that he couldn't absorb. The world energy in this solitary void sealed world was mixed with some unknown substance. The more he absorbed, the more damage it would cause to his foundation. In the long run, his meridians would definitely shatter and he would lose his cultivation. Fortunately, Yang Kai only cultivated for half an hour before stopping. Then what should we do? Lu Xianyin was completely flustered. If they couldn't absorb the world energy here, then she and Yang Kai would be exhausted sooner or later. Forget about finding a way out. It was very likely that they wouldn't even be able to leave the sea. In the end, they would only die from exhaustion. This situation was like a table full of delicacies in front of a starving person. Although they looked beautiful, they were highly toxic. If they ate, they would be poisoned to death, but if they didn't, they would starve to death. It's okay, I have a way. Yang Kai didn't panic and directly took out the sealed world bead and handed it to Lu Xianyin. Take this, I'll go in and recover. As he spoke, he had already entered the sealed world bead. Before Lu Xianyin had time to say anything, Yang Kai disappeared. She stared at the sealed world bead in her hand in a daze, then thought of the loft she had lived in before and the tranquil world around her. Lu Xianyin vaguely realized something, and her pretty face couldn't help changing in shock. A moment later, she hurriedly put away the sealed world bead and carefully hid it. Only then did she concentrate on controlling the wooden boat to avoid the waterspouts and move forward. An hour later, Yang Kai reappeared. He wasn't as weak as before. At this moment, his complexion was rosy and he had obviously recovered. Lu Xianyin didn't say anything and just nodded lightly at him before returning the sealed world bead to him. She could cultivate to the third order Origin King realm in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and become an overlord. Obviously, she was a smart person. Naturally, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Yang Kai entrusted the sealed world bead to her for safekeeping. Undoubtedly, he trusted her very much. As for the mysteries of this sealed world bead, she was well aware of them. Days passed by. Every 2 or 3 days, Yang Kai would enter the sealed world bead to recover. After he recovered, he would control of the wooden boat. During this period, Lu Xianyin had also entered the small sealed world twice due to Tsang Yuan's lack of strength, but she was quite obedient. In and out, he never asked anything. A month passed in the blink of an eye, but Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin were still floating above the sea, with no trace of land in sight. This sea seemed to be truly boundless, with no end in sight. On this day, Yang Kai returned from the small sealed world. Lu Xianyin's surprised voice sounded, "Senior brother, we seem to have found something. What's wrong?" Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly asked. Lu Xianyin pointed ahead and said, "Look, the density of the waterspouts has decreased a lot. The further we go, the fewer there are." Yang Kai took a closer look and found that it was indeed as she said. The waterspouts that filled the sea had decreased a lot. This discovery made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although there was still no sign of land, at least the surrounding scenery had finally changed. Before, Kai Yang had been wondering if he had gotten lost, or if he had been walking in circles in a certain place. Now it seemed that he was not lost, nor was he going in circles. The sea was really, really big. This discovery made Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin's eyes light up. They spared no effort in driving the wooden boat forward. With the passage of time, the waterspouts around him became fewer and fewer, until they finally disappeared completely. This made Yang Kai certain that he was flying in the right direction. If he continued to move forward, he might be able to obtain some unexpected gains. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was steering the wooden boat, suddenly had a change in his expression. He focused his vision and looked in a certain direction. In the next moment, his face lit up and he patted Lu Xianyin's shoulder. "Junior sister, there's a boat!" Lu Xianyun was resting with her eyes closed. She did not dare to meditate casually in this damned place, so when Yang Kai spoke, she woke up. She stood up and looked in the direction Yang Kai pointed. Sure enough, she saw a small black dot in the distance. As for that little black dot, it was actually a large ship. Lu Xianyin could not help but get excited. She turned to look at Yang Kai and found that he was also beaming with joy. The two of them had been in this damned place for more than a month and had been wandering the sea. At this moment, they finally saw a boat. The joy they felt was indescribable. If there was a boat, it meant there were people. And if there were people, they could ask where this place was and where to go. Hastily, Kai Yang increased the speed of the wooden boat and went straight to meet the big ship. As the distance closed, the appearance of the big boat gradually became clear. This was a very large ship and a high-grade artifact at that. This made Yang Kai extremely shocked because refining such an artifact would definitely take a lot of energy and financial resources. He did not know how the cultivator, who lived in this damned place, managed to do it. When the wooden boat flew over, the people on the boat who were responsible for keeping watch obviously noticed it. Before Yang Kai could approach, more than a dozen people appeared on the deck. These people stood there in a scattered manner, looking towards Yang Kai. They seemed to be extremely curious about his arrival, constantly pointing and whispering. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived not far in front of the boat. Looking around, he saw more than a dozen people, regardless of whether they were men or women. All of them had strong auras and were staring at him with vigilance. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that most of these people were actually Tao Source Realm cultivators. How did they maintain their cultivation in this damned place? After all, the world energy here could not be absorbed, and living here for a long time would definitely cause one's cultivation to regress. Although these dozen or so people seemed to be lacking in qi, which was obviously because they had not been cultivating properly, they had indeed maintained their cultivation. Among the dozen or so people, the leader was a woman. This woman had a fiery figure, and she was extremely well endowed. However, perhaps because she had been hanging around here for a long time, her skin was slightly dark. However, this did not affect her beauty. Instead, it added a kind of wildness to her. She stood there like a vigorous cheetah, her eyes extremely sharp. Yang Kai did not rush to board the boat, but instead cupped his fist to the people below and said, "Greetings, friends. May I ask where you are going? Can you give this one a ride?" The dozen people were indifferent, but the woman in the lead raised her head slightly and said lightly, "Where are you from?" Yang Kai pointed in a direction and said, "We came from that direction. Our boat was shipwrecked, and only the two of us escaped." Of course, this was nonsense, but as a newcomer, Yang Kai did not want to expose his identity. Shipwrecked. The woman's expression changed slightly, but she didn't ask too much. She just sighed softly, as if it was a common thing to encounter mishaps on the sea. She nodded and said, "The two of you are lucky to have survived. I can let you board the ship, but you know the rules, right?" Rules. Yang Kai's heart jumped. He had been here for more than a month, and this was the first group of people he had met, so how could he know the rules? Just as he was about to ask, the woman frowned and said, 5,000 source crystals per person. So 2 people will be 10,000. Yes, yes. Yang Kai nodded quickly, thinking that the rules were to buy tickets. This rule was acceptable, but to Yang Kai's surprise, the price of the ticket was too cheap. It only cost 5,000 source crystals per person. Saying so, he reached out and wiped his space ring, wanting to take out the source crystals. The woman saw his action and could not help but frown. "You don't want to give me source crystals here, do you?" Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. "What's wrong?" The woman's expression immediately became strange when she heard this, staring at Yang Kai. Not only her, but the other cultivators standing on the deck also had a playful look on their faces. "What's going on?" Yang Kai frowned slightly, puzzled. Was it wrong to say that he wanted to give her source crystals here? What kind of flaw could that reveal? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the woman took out a barrier token and waved it forward. The barrier covering the ship immediately cracked open, and she said lightly, "Come in first." "Many thanks." Yang Kai suppressed the doubts in his heart and controlled the wooden boat to rush in. Stepping on the deck, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun both couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This feeling of being on solid ground was simply wonderful. Come with me. The woman waved her hand and led the way. Yang Kai and Lu Xian Yin looked at each other and hurriedly followed. The cultivator on the deck also automatically moved aside, allowing the two to pass through. After walking for a while, the woman suddenly asked, "How long have you been stranded in the solitary void sea?" So this was the solitary void sea. Yang Kai silently remembered. As for the other party's question, he didn't even think about it and answered, "It happened yesterday. Fortunately, we met you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Many thanks to this young lady for taking us in." His aura was now stable, so he obviously hadn't consumed much source chi. Using the excuse of being stranded yesterday as an excuse was the best. "Is that so?" The corners of the woman's mouth rose slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, wondering if this woman had noticed something. However, he hadn't given himself away. He and Lu Xian Yin looked at each other in confusion. While talking, the woman brought Yang Kai to a room, opened the door, and walked in. Yang Kai looked around and found that although this place wasn't big, the environment wasn't bad. It was quiet, and this room seemed to be supported by some kind of spirit array, but he didn't know what use it had. "Will we live here from now on?" Yang Kai asked. The woman glanced at him and said lightly, "You're thinking too much." Yang Kai's face turned black. He felt that this woman was really strange. If they didn't want to live here, why did she bring them here? Chapter 2367. "If you want to stay here, it's 1,000 source crystals per day," the woman continued. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Didn't we already pay for the ticket?" Although he was not short of source crystals right now, he still couldn't agree with this woman's approach. Charging for a room was really too greedy. The ticket is the ticket, the room fee is the room fee. If there's a free room, why don't you stay? What's the difference? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Why were there fees and free rooms on this ship? The room in front of him didn't look very good, so why was there a fee? The woman explained, "There is a special spirit purifying array in this room that can purify the neutralizing force of the solitary void sealed world. Although its grade is not very high, it can still be used for cultivation." It can be used for cultivation. Yang Kai's heart shook as he finally understood why the cultivator on this ship could maintain his cultivation. It turned out that it was because of this spirit purifying array. He had cultivated in this world once before, so he naturally knew what kind of damage the mysterious force that filled the world would cause to the cultivator when it entered his body. It turned out that this mysterious force was called neutralizing force. The woman's short sentence allowed Yang Kai to understand a lot of things. In that case, it was understandable that this room would charge a fee. The spirit purifying array set up in the room had purified the strange neutralizing power, so the cultivators in this room could absorb the world energy without restraint. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that something was wrong, because the world energy in this room was extremely thin, far from comparable to the world energy outside. It seemed that this spirit purifying array was not omnipotent. While purifying the neutralizing force, it also hindered the flow of world energy. Cultivating in such an environment, although one would not suffer the pain of neutralizing force, it was impossible to maintain one's cultivation. One could only slow down the speed at which one's cultivation retreated, unless there were other methods to restore source chi, such as source crystals. No wonder all the cultivator on this ship had insufficient auras, even though they were Tao Source Realm cultivators. But according to Yang Kai's observation, they couldn't display their full strength at all. "Do you want to stay or not?" the woman asked impatiently when she saw Yang Kai daydreaming. "Yes, of course." Yang Kai hurriedly nodded his head. Even though this spirit purifying array wasn't of a high grade and the room wasn't very good, it was still better than nothing. In any case, he didn't lack source crystals. After killing Yao Changjun, The source crystals he had harvested from his spatial ring numbered in the hundreds of millions. "I'll pay a month's rent first. When the time comes, I'll give you a refund if you overpaid or you underpaid." The woman stretched out her hand toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no objections and directly took out 40,000 source crystals and handed them to the woman. The woman quickly put the source crystals into her space ring and warned, "Don't run around if there's nothing important. We came out on a mission this time. Once we're done, we'll bring you back to Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai nodded. "Got it." Only then did the woman turn and walk out. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Are you curious why I brought you to this room to collect spirit stones?" Yang Kai was startled, not understanding what she meant by asking this. The woman snorted and didn't continue speaking. Instead, she stretched out her hand to Yang Kai and said, "Give me another piece of spirit stone and I'll tell you why." The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged. He felt that this woman was really a money grubber, collecting spirit stones for everything she did. He calmly took out a piece of spirit stone and tossed it to the woman. The woman casually caught it. Then she revealed a sarcastic smile and said, "Watch carefully." Saying so, she threw the spirit stone directly out of the room. With a ding-dong, the spirit stone fell on the corridor. What made Yang Kai's face change was that the source crystal was actually dissolving at an extremely fast speed. In less than 10 breaths, the entire piece of low-rank source crystal had disappeared without a trace, turning into world energy that disappeared without a trace. The woman coldly snorted and said, "You're new here, so what if you're new here? Stop pretending to be experienced." After saying so, she walked out and closed the door behind her. Yang Kai's face turned red, knowing that his lie had been seen through by her. It should be that when he tried to give her the source crystals outside, she already knew that he wasn't a person from this world. Otherwise, how could she not even have such common sense? "Brother." Lu Xianyun's pretty face also changed slightly. "That spirit stone." Yang Kai said in disappointment, "Spirit stones probably can't be exposed outside the spirit purifying array. Otherwise, they will quickly disappear." The woman had asked him for the last spirit stone, obviously to test it out for him. "So they know we're new here?" Yang Kai smiled. "Of course they know, but it doesn't matter. Although that woman's character is a little cold, she's not a bad person. Let's rest first. We'll go back to Clear Sky Island with them and find a way to leave this place." "Oh." Lu Xianyun nodded and found a place to sit cross-legged in the room. On the deck, after the woman walked out, 2 men immediately rushed out from the side and surrounded her on both sides. The man on the left had a huge scar on his forehead that stretched from his cheekbone to the corner of his mouth, giving him a terrifying appearance. The man on the right had a large waist and a fierce aura. "Big sisterling, those two, are they staying?" The man on the left asked softly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. When he asked this question, he couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth, as if there was a delicious meal in front of him. Ling Yinqi nodded lightly, glancing at this man and asking coldly, "Why are you asking about this?" The man on the right chuckled meaningfully. "Big sisterling, why ask when you already know the answer? That man and woman must have just arrived in the solitary void-sealed world, so they must have accidentally fallen here. Newcomers usually have a lot of good things on them." The man on the left also nodded. "That's right, big sisterling, we only have a few dozen source crystals left. If we don't get more source crystals, our cultivation will regress. You know the situation on Clear Sky Island. 2 fat sheep suddenly appeared. Ha ha, our brothers can't help it. Is this your idea or everyone else's?" Ling Yinqi stopped and asked in a deep voice. The man on the left scratched his head and said, "Although they didn't say anything, they definitely have the same idea. As long as Big Sister Ling gives the order, we'll rush over and capture them right now." "Bullshit. Ling Yinchin shouted angrily, spitting saliva all over the scarred man's face. "Put away the greed in your hearts, and don't cause trouble for me." The scarred man wiped his face with an embarrassed expression and cried, "Big sisterling, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't spit at me," Ling Yinchin coldly snorted. "How about I throw you into the sea to calm down?" The scarred man was startled and hurriedly waved his hand. "That's not necessary." Ling Yinchin took a deep breath and said, "That man is not to be trifled with. Since you know that they are newcomers, you should also know that everyone who has just arrived here is not to be trifled with. They are not like us. After living here for a long time, our cultivation has regressed, and we can't use our full strength. That man's cultivation is in the third-order Tao source realm. Who on this ship is his opponent? If we really fight with him, at least a few of us will die. Are you willing to see that happen?" The two men looked at each other and calmed down a lot, slowly shaking their heads. Ling Yinchin said, "The first rule of survival in the solitary void-sealed world is to not engage in meaningless battles. You have to remember this. The source qi you consume is not easy to replenish." Yes, the two men seemed to be very obedient to Ling Yinchin and responded seriously after hearing her words. "What's more, we still have a mission to complete this time. Don't worry, after we complete the mission, everyone will get source crystals and cultivation resources." As Ling Yinchin spoke, she took off the space ring on her hand and handed it to the scarred man. "I just received 40,000 source crystals from that man. Take this and share it with everyone. Everyone should get quite a bit." 40,000. The two men were overjoyed when they heard this, as if 40,000 source crystals was a shocking amount of wealth to them. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable outside. Any Tao source realm cultivator would not put 40,000 low-rank source crystals in their eyes. But in the solitary void-sealed world, source crystals were a rare commodity. Cultivators lived here all year round, so they naturally consumed source crystals, but there were no source crystal mines here, so they could not make ends meet in the long run. Only some cultivator who had fallen into this place would bring source crystals with them. However, there were not many cultivator who fell into this place every year, and the amount of source crystals they brought with them was even more uncertain. How could it be enough for the hundreds of thousands of people in Clear Sky City? 40,000 source crystals was really a huge sum of money for the cultivator on this ship. But Ling Yinchin did not hesitate to take it all out and share it with everyone. This was why she, a woman, could subdue the entire ship and make them listen to her orders. Ling Yinchin never hid anything, and this kind of character was enough to earn the respect of everyone. Tell the brothers not to have any ideas about those two, and don't reveal their origins when we return to Clear Sky City. If you want source crystals, get them from them through proper means. This mission will take a lot of time, so if you use the right method, you may be able to get some source crystals. Ling Yinchin warned them again. Ling Yinchin couldn't help but remind him again. She was well aware of what kind of people her subordinates were. "Understood, big sister Ling." The two men were overjoyed when they heard this and immediately rushed to the cabin after exchanging a glance. Not long after, the scarred man returned the ring to Ling Yinchin, saying, "Big sister Ling, I left you 10,000 source crystals. The rest will be shared equally with everyone." Ha ha! Everyone wants to thank Big Sister Ling for her tip. Ling Yinchin snorted, "I'll thank the heavens if they don't cause trouble for me." No, absolutely not," the scarred man replied with a straight face. Chapter 2368. Yang Kai sat in the room for a while before there was a knock on the door. Lu Xianyin glanced at him, and after getting his signal, she opened the door. The scarred man they had seen on the deck before appeared at the door with a flattering smile, nodding and bowing to Lu Xianyin. "Hello? 2 guests. I hope I didn't disturb your peace?" Lu Xianyin asked. "What's the matter?" The scarred man smiled and said, "Big sister ordered this little one to see if the 2 guests need anything. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. We will try our best to satisfy you. Lu Xianyin was at a loss, not knowing why this guy was so attentive. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. This made her a little vigilant. After all, she and Yang Kai were new here and didn't know much about the specific situation here. So naturally they had to be more careful. The scarred man said again, "This is some food prepared by our brothers for the two of you. There is nothing to serve on the ship, so I hope the two of you don't mind." Only then did Lu Xianyin notice that he was holding a tray in his hand. On the tray were 2 plates of side dishes and a jug of wine. She didn't know what kind of beast meat the side dishes were, but they smelled very fragrant. "Is he going to poison us?" Lu Xianyin's expression suddenly became strange. She wanted to refuse, but since the other party took the initiative to deliver it, it seemed a little inappropriate to refuse. In desperation, she could only look back at Yang Kai and ask for his opinion. "Come in and talk." Yang Kai didn't seem to care. Hearing this, the scarred man suddenly showed a happy expression. He said, "Sorry to disturb you." Only then did Lu Xianyin move away. She let the scarred man enter the room. The latter put the tray on the table and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. The flattering smile on his face never disappeared. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Is this food free or charged?" The scarred man smiled and scratched his head. "This is a little gift prepared by our brothers for the two of you. Naturally, there is no charge, but he friend, you know." Lu Xianyin snorted, displeasure written all over her face. He felt that the people on this ship were all money grubbers. They actually had the nerve to charge for these 2 unknown side dishes and a pot of old wine that looked very inferior. She couldn't be bothered to look at it, even if it was placed outside for her to eat. Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Is it difficult to obtain source crystals here?" The scarred man's face suddenly turned bitter. "Friend, if you live here for a long time, you will know that source crystals are the most precious thing here. If not, how could he be so thick-skinned as to come to Yang Kai to get source crystals? You can't get source crystals here?" Lu Xianyin asked suspiciously. The scarred man said, "You can't get it. This solitary void-sealed world is filled with disruption force everywhere. Once source crystals, which are pure energy, are exposed to disruption force, they will be destroyed. That's why there's no source crystal mine in this damned place. It's also because of this that the world energy in the solitary void-sealed world is so rich." Lu Xianyin had also seen the scene of the source crystal disappearing quickly, so she heard the scarred man's words. After hearing the scarred man's words, she naturally understood a lot. The disgust in her heart towards the cultivator on this ship also subsided a little. She now understood why they were all so greedy. The scarred man sighed. "The source crystals in the solitary void-sealed world are all brought in by the cultivator outside. Don't even think about finding any in this sealed world." Yang Kai nodded. It was just as he had guessed. When he saw the source crystal disappear, Yang Kai had a vague guess. Now, with the scarred man's explanation, he immediately understood that his guess was right. In this damned place, source crystals were really precious things. "What's your name?" Yang Kai asked. The scarred man quickly said, "Jiao Yi. Big sister calls me Old Jiao. You two can call me whatever you want." "Brother Jiao, sit down. I have something to ask you." Yang Kai gestured as he took out a bag of source crystals from his space ring, placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of him. Jiao Yi's eyes immediately lit up, like a hungry ghost seeing food. He dragged the bag in front of him, opened it, and was almost blinded by the brilliance of the source crystals. He quickly put them into his space ring and said cheerfully, "Friend, feel free to ask. This old Jiao can even tell you the color of my underwear." "Bah!" Lu Xianyin spat, her face slightly red. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "To be honest, Junior Sister and I have just arrived here and know nothing about this place, so—" "Jiao," he said, "we already knew this. Who in the solitary void sealed world dares to take out source crystals outside? Just by looking at your actions, friend, we can tell that you're not familiar with the rules here. He was naturally referring to Yang Kai, wanting to trade with Ling Yinchin on the deck earlier. Yang Kai also understood that he must have been exposed, so there was no need to hide. In any case, the other party wanted source crystals, so he might as well use them to open a path and inquire about some information. Jiao Yi sighed and said, "As long as you live here for a year or so, you'll know how precious source crystals are. Old Jiao, let me give you a piece of advice. No matter how many source crystals you have, you must use them sparingly, otherwise you'll run out one day." Back in the day, old Jiao had a few million source crystals on him and was considered a rich man, but now, he had a pained look on his face, as if he regretted squandering too much in the past. How long has brother Jiao been here? This question seemed to have touched Jiao Yi's sore spot. He picked up the inferior wine, poured himself a glass, and drank it in one gulp before wiping his mouth and saying, "I haven't counted carefully, but it should be 60 to 70 years, right? 60 to 70 years? Lu Xianyun's pretty face instantly paled. Jiao Yi glanced at her and said, "That's nothing. Some people have been trapped here for hundreds, or even thousands of years. Is there no way out here?" Lu Xianyun asked. Jiao Yi frowned and said, "I'm not sure. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Old Jiao's strength is low. But even if there is a way out, it won't be so easy. Otherwise, those old monsters in Clear Sky City would have left long ago. Why would they stay here and suffer?" Yang Kai said, "Brother Jiao also came in from the Solitary Void Mountain Range." Solitary Void Mountain Range? Jiao Yi heard this and was at a loss, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, "Oh, you mean the Solitary Void Mountain Range at the border between the Southern and Eastern Territories? I came from a place at the border between the Western and Northern Territories. There are many places that lead to this place." That seems to be the case. There are people living on Heavenspan Island from all 4 of the major domains. Just a dozen or so people on this ship alone means that there are at least 10 people who came from different places. Why are there so many? Lu Xianyun was surprised. Jiao, he spread his hands and said helplessly, "I don't know." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "The entrances to this solitary void sealed world are either moving, or there are many places. Brother Jiao, what's the situation with this Clear Sky Island you mentioned before?" Jiao Yi said, "Clear Sky Island is Clear Sky Island. All the cultivator in the solitary void sealed world live on Clear Sky Island. The forces on the island are very complicated. If you go to Clear Sky Island in the future, old Jiao advises you to quickly find a powerful force to join. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to survive here, especially for newcomers. Many people specifically target newcomers. You know why, right? Source crystals?" Lu Xianyun said in a deep voice. Jiao Yi nodded. "Yes, newcomers who come here will more or less have source crystals on them. People die for wealth and birds die for food. This is an unchanging truth." Yang Kai asked, "Are there masters from the Emperor realm guarding the island?" "Yes, more than one," Jiao Yi replied. "About 3 to 5. The most powerful one is the Clear Sky Island Master, a 3rd Order Emperor Realm Master. I heard that he has been here for thousands of years. Even a 3rd Order Emperor Realm Master is trapped here?" Lu Xianyun's pretty face paled, feeling more and more hopeless. Jiao Yi grinned meaningfully. "What's so strange about that? If you can't find a way out, you naturally can't leave. However, the Island Master has been trapped here for so many years, and I heard that his cultivation has dropped drastically. He's only a 2nd Order Emperor Realm Master now. I don't know if that's true or not." He sighed and continued, "But it's true. As long as one lives here for a long time, whose cultivation doesn't drop. This old Jiao was a 2nd Order Dao Source Realm Master before, but after so many years, I'm only a first-order Tao Source Realm Master now. Yang Kai frowned. You don't have source crystals, so how are you going to cultivate here? Jiao Yi replied, with the help of the Spirit Purifying Array. The Spirit Purifying Array in this room isn't of a high grade, so the cultivation effect isn't ideal. The higher the grade of the Spirit Purifying Array, the better. When you reach Clear Sky City, I suggest you rent a cave mansion with a high-grade Spirit Purifying Array. That way, you can slow down the decline of your cultivation to the greatest extent. Of course, in addition to the Spirit Purifying Array, you can also take spirit pills. But spirit pills are extremely expensive. There aren't many alchemists on the island, and most of them are under the command of the island master. The price of a spirit pill here is more than 10 times more expensive than outside. Then how do you live? Lu Xianyun couldn't help but sympathize with Jiao Yi. It was really not easy to survive in such a harsh environment in this solitary void-sealed world. Jiao Yi smiled bitterly. We go out to hunt sea beasts and look for some other materials. The monster cores of sea beasts can generally be sold for a good price. We came out this time to look for something called gray feather coral. What's its use? Lu Xianyun asked. Jiao Yi explained. This thing is the main material used to refine the base of the Spirit Purifying Array. If you want to live on Clear Sky Island, the Spirit Purifying Array is essential, so gray feather coral is very popular. At this point, Jiao Yi's expression changed. Are you two interested in joining us? If you are, I can talk to Big Sister. I'm sure she won't refuse. As for the split, it'll be the same as us. You get what you put in. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were both newcomers, and their strength was still at its peak, especially Yang Kai, who was the third-order Tao Source Realm. If they could rope him in, they would definitely be able to return with a fruitful trip. Chapter 2369. Jiao Yi tried his best to persuade. We accidentally discovered that patch of gray feather coral 5 years ago, but there was a sea beast guarding it at that time, so we haven't been able to obtain it. But according to Big Sister's observation, that sea beast's lifespan is running out, so it must be dead by now. In other words, that patch of gray feather coral can be mined at will. After this trip, we won't have to go out to sea for at least a year. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, Junior sister, and I won't participate in this matter. He didn't lack source crystals at all, so naturally he didn't want to mine that gray feather coral. No matter what Jiao Yi said, he wouldn't be tempted. Jiao Yi saw this and didn't insist, only thinking that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun should live here for a few more years to understand the value of the gray feather coral. At that time, there would be no need for him to persuade them, as they would take the initiative to join. By the way, how long will it take for you to return from this trip? Yang Kai asked. Jiao Yi said, About 3 days from our destination, and 2 to 3 days to mine. As for the return trip, it will take at least a month before we can return to Clear Sky Island. So long. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Jiao Yi smiled bitterly. The resources around Clear Sky Island are almost all mined, so if we want good things, we can only go farther. The risk is proportional to the benefit. Yang Kai nodded. Then I wish you success. When Jiao Yi heard him say this, he tactfully stood up and said, Then I won't disturb the two of you. If the two of you still need anything, just come and find me. Good. Jiao Yi walked to the door. Suddenly he said, Right, when you two go to Clear Sky City in the future, you must first find a way to apply for an identity token. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the city. However, applying for an identity token will expose your identity as newcomers. Do you want me to talk to Big Sister and ask her to think of a way? Although we aren't attached to any force, Big Sister's connections are quite good. She has a lot of connections, so maybe she can get it done. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. Thank you, Brother Jiao. Jiao Yi smiled. I'll let you know if there's any news. After Jiao Yi left, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. This damned place could trap even a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was obvious that their chances of escaping were slim. Moreover, Jiao Yi's group obviously didn't know how to leave this place. He couldn't get any information from them. The only thing he could do now was to go to Clear Sky Island and make further plans. After sailing for 3 to 5 days, the ship suddenly stopped. Yang Kai released his telepathic thoughts and found that all the cultivator on the ship were standing on the deck, rubbing their palms together. He was full of drive. It seemed that they had arrived at their destination and were preparing to enter the sea to collect the gray feather coral. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, it was Jiao Yi who came over and asked Yang Kai again if he wanted to go with them. After being politely rejected by Yang Kai, Jiao Yi did not pester him further. After a short while, most of the people on the ship jumped off the deck and disappeared into the sea. It seemed that it was just as Jiao Yi had said before. The powerful sea beast guarding the gray feather coral in the depths of the sea had died. Ling Yinchin and the others went very smoothly. There were cultivator constantly drilling in and out of the sea, and everyone looked very excited. For days later, when all the cultivator returned from the sea, no one else went into the sea. Yang Kai didn't pay too much attention to their movements, but occasionally he could hear some of their conversations. From the scattered chatter, Yang Kai learned that they had gained a lot on this trip, even more than Ling Yinchin had expected. There were no casualties among the crew, and they had gained so many benefits effortlessly just by going out to sea. Every crew member had a smile on their face, and even Ling Yinchin, who had always been cold, showed a rare smile. After waiting for half a day, the ship turned around and slowly set sail. It seemed that they were going to return. Yang Kai finally relaxed. He was really afraid that Ling Yinchin and the others would encounter some kind of danger at sea. If that really happened, no one would take him to Clear Sky Island. Now that everything was safe and sound, Yang Kai naturally wanted to see it. The days passed peacefully. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun stayed in their room and didn't go out. Ling Yinchin seemed to be very satisfied with their cooperation and honesty, so she didn't disturb them. Instead, it was Jiao Yi who brought them food and drinks from time to time. 7 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he released his divine sense and poured it into the sealed world bead to connect with his embodiment. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. Just now, the embodiment had sent him a message and seemed to be in a hurry, so he didn't know what had happened. "That girl, Ruoshi, she is about to break through," the embodiment replied immediately. "Ruoshi, she is about to break through?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "That's good news." "Good news my ass," the embodiment shouted. Yang Kai also suddenly realized something, and his expression changed. "Tao, Source Realm?" He remembered that Zhang Ruoshi should be a third-order origin king. If she broke through again, she would be a Tao, Source Realm, cultivator. That's right. I don't know what's going on with this girl, but her strength is increasing so quickly. How long has it been? She's about to break through to the Tao, Source Realm. Yang Kai suddenly understood the seriousness of the problem and quickly flew into the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Zhang Ruoshi was sitting cross-legged. Her aura was fluctuating, and the Saint Qi in her body was flowing like a river. It was obvious that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. If it was outside, there would be no problem for her to break through like this. But this was the sealed world bead. The world principles here were not perfect. Zhang Ruoshi could cultivate here normally, but breaking through to a great realm involved a baptism of world energy. The comprehension of world principles could not be provided by the sealed world bead. In other words, it was impossible for Zhang Ruoshi to break through to the Tao Source Realm in the sealed world bead. If she was left alone, she would only fail. Once she failed, Zhang Ruoshi's martial Tao would come to an end. She might even suffer a backlash and die. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned ugly. There was a vast sea outside, and the environment of the solitary void-sealed world was so strange. He didn't know if Zhang Ruo she could break through if he took her outside. Even if he took her outside, where would she break through? Beside Zhang Ruo she, Hua Qingxi and Lu Yan were standing there with solemn expressions. Noticing his arrival, the two women hurried over. "How long has this been going on?" Yang Kai asked. "It has just begun," Hua Qingxi replied. "But looking at this girl's appearance, I'm afraid she can't be suppressed. If she forcibly suppresses it, it will only damage her foundation." "Master, what should we do now?" Lu Yan was completely at a loss. They both knew about Yang Kai's current situation, so they really couldn't think of a good way to solve Zhang Ruo's current situation. "Keep an eye on her for a while. I'll think of a way," Yang Kai said, and immediately left the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruo, she had just realized the opportunity to break through. So she could probably hold on for a while longer, but she definitely couldn't hold on for too long. He had to find a solution before the time limit was up. Inside the room, Yang Kai appeared again and rushed out. Lu Xianyun was confused. She didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do in such a hurry, so she quickly stood up and followed him out. Inside the cabin, Ling Yinqin was meditating and cultivating. It was really beyond her expectations to have such a big harvest on this trip out to sea. After returning, she wouldn't have to come out for at least 2 to 3 years, so she was in a relatively good mood. Just as she was thinking about which great force to sell the gray feather coral to when she returned, the door was suddenly slammed open with a bang. Ling Yinqin turned pale with fright and jumped up from her spot, yelling, "Who's there?" She was the boss of the ship, so no crew member would dare to rush in without warning her. So Ling Yinqin's first reaction was that she had encountered an enemy. But after seeing the face of the person who came in, Ling Yinqin immediately gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing?" She was furious and secretly rejoiced that she hadn't been comprehending any secret art or secret technique just now. Otherwise, wouldn't all her efforts have been for naught after being interrupted by Yang Kai? This person had been very well behaved since arriving on the ship. Ling Yinqin originally thought that he was a good person, but now she found him to be extremely repulsive. Yang Kai also knew that he was being rude, but this was related to Zhang Ruo's life and future, so he could only cup his fists and say, "Big sisterling, right? I have some urgent matters to attend to, so please forgive me." He had heard Ling Yinqin's name from the crew members' conversations. "What's wrong?" A burst of exclamations came from the corridor. Obviously, the noise of Yang Kai slamming the door had attracted the crew members. When everyone saw Yang Kai standing at the door and Ling Yinqin's angry face, they were all shocked. Jiao Yi stood in the crowd and blinked, saying in amazement, "Brother Yang, why did you slam into our big sister's door?" "Brat, could it be that you covet big sister's beauty and want to use force?" "What? How could such a thing happen? Damn it, damn it. Brat, you're courting death. You're not satisfied with having a junior sister and actually have ideas about big sister? See if I don't cripple you today." The group of people clamored and the scene suddenly became very lively. Yang Kai's face darkened and he hurriedly cupped his fists to Ling Yinqin. "This one really has an urgent matter. Please forgive me, big sisterling." Ling Yinqin gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai, although she was still angry in her heart. Seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, she coldly snorted and said, "What's so urgent that you don't even know how to knock on the door? Didn't your master teach you etiquette?" Yang Kai was reprimanded, but he didn't dare to talk back and could only say, "I just want to ask big sisterling, what should I do if I want to break through outside?" "Break through?" Ling Yinqin heard this, and her expression changed. "Break through to a great realm?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as these words came out, Ling Yinqin's mind buzzed and her face filled with shock. She thought that Yang Kai was about to break through. Yang Kai was in the third order Tao Source realm, so if he broke through, wouldn't that mean he would become an Emperor Realm Master? Chapter 2370. There were only a few emperors on Clear Sky Island. Ling Yinchin never thought that a random person she met on the way would have the potential to break through to the Emperor realm. Once this Yang Kai broke through to the Emperor realm, he would definitely be able to occupy a seat on Clear Sky Island and even shelter them. But only those who had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for a long time would know that this place was simply a cultivator's grave. The cultivator who lived here would be lucky if their cultivation didn't regress with the passage of time. Even if they were lucky enough to find an opportunity to break through, there were very few who succeeded. Ling Yinchin had seen too many people fail to break through in this damned place, losing their cultivation and becoming crippled. So, after the initial shock, Ling Yinchin looked at Yang Kai sympathetically. She could see that Yang Kai wasn't very old. Being able to reach the third-order Tao Source realm was enough to show that his aptitude wasn't bad. In the outside world, he should be a young talent of some sect, a rising star. In time, he might be able to glimpse the mysteries of the Emperor realm. But here, the possibility of failure was very high. Yang Kai looked anxious. He didn't know why Ling Yinchin was looking at him with sympathy. Seeing that she didn't answer for a long time, he asked again, "Big sister Ling, do you have a good plan? Do you really want to break through?" Ling Yinchin couldn't bear it and suggested, "If you aren't confident, I suggest you sever your cultivation and don't break through in the solitary void-sealed world." Yang Kai was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Why?" Jiao Yi said, "Brother Yang, the solitary void-sealed world isn't a suitable place for breaking through. You also know that this world is filled with infinite disruption force. 90% of those who dare to break through here fail. Big sister is thinking for you." Yang Kai was really shocked this time. He had thought that this place wasn't a good place to break through, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Right now, Zhang Ruoxi's aura was unstable and couldn't be suppressed at all. If she severed her cultivation like Ling Yinchin said, then Zhang Ruoxi would never be able to break through to the Tao Source realm. They could only remain in the Origin King realm for the rest of their lives. Because this was the end of one's own martial path, there were no pills that could cure it. The other crew members also looked at Yang Kai sympathetically, as if they felt that he had encountered a great misfortune. As for the matter of him crashing into Ling Yinchin's door, he didn't hold it against him anymore. It was simply too cruel to haggle over such trivial matters with a person whose martial path was about to come to an end. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before his expression hardened. "Big sister Ling, please give me some pointers." Seeing how insistent he was, Ling Yinchin knew that it was useless to dissuade him, so she could only say, "I have a high-grade spirit purifying array here. Perhaps I can lend you a hand." There were a total of 4 grades of spirit purifying array: low, intermediate, high, and peak. While chatting with Jiao Yi over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that the spirit purifying array set up in these rooms on the ship was of a low level. This was because the higher the grade of a spirit purifying array, the more expensive it was. The price of a higher grade was almost 10 times more expensive. Ling Yinchin and her group were considered the lowest level of cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world, so they didn't have the financial resources to hire someone to set up a more powerful spirit purifying array. Yang Kai also didn't expect her to have a high-grade spirit purifying array. The higher the grade of the spirit purifying array, the better the effect it would have on the cultivator. This spirit purifying array was like a net. While it filtered out the neutralizing force between heaven and earth, it also blocked the flow of world spirit chi. Therefore, no matter how dense the world spirit chi was, wherever the spirit purifying array was set up, the world spirit chi would be relatively thin. The higher the grade of the spirit purifying array, the less it hindered the flow of world energy. The denser the world energy, the better the effect of a cultivator's cultivation would be. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Many thanks, big sister Ling," hearing that Ling Yinchin was going to take out the high-grade spirit purifying array. The crew members couldn't help but change their expressions. Jiao He even whispered, "Big sister, that spirit purifying array." Ling Yinchin interrupted him and took out a set of array flags and foundations from her space ring, handing them to Yang Kai. "If you really can't do it, don't force yourself." She also stuffed a jade slip into Yang Kai's hands and continued, "This is the method to set up the array. It's very simple. You'll understand once you take a closer look." "I'll remember it." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Although he didn't know the origins of this high-grade spirit purifying array, he could tell from the crew's expressions that this thing was extremely precious to Ling Yinchin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have never used it before. But as far as Yang Kai knew, Ling Yinchin's room only had a low-grade spirit purifying array. He didn't know the story behind this high-grade spirit purifying array, but he secretly decided to compensate Ling Yinchin after this matter was settled. "I'll have to trouble Big Sister Ling again. Are there any islands nearby?" Yang Kai asked. Ling Yinchin raised her head and said to a cultivator with a full beard, "Give me the sea map." The cultivator immediately took out a piece of animal skin from his space ring and spread it out in front of Ling Yinchin. Yang Kai also leaned over to take a look, but he couldn't quite understand it. Ling Yinchin's gaze swept over the sea map for a while before she reached out and pointed at a location, saying in a deep voice, 500 kilometers to the southeast, there is a small island." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he disappeared. Everyone was startled, and even Ling Yinchin's beautiful face paled. No one understood how Yang Kai left. Although she knew that Yang Kai was a third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, she didn't expect him to be so strong. Just based on the superb method of disappearing just now, Ling Yinchin couldn't spy on Yang Kai at all. If such a person wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be able to defend herself at all. For a moment, Ling Yinchin secretly rejoiced that she didn't let the crew provoke Yang Kai. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. "Brother, he is breaking through to the Emperor Realm?" Suddenly, someone murmured from the side. Ling Yinchin looked up and saw Lu Xianyun standing in place with a worried expression. She had followed Yang Kai out of the room and had heard the conversation just now clearly, so she couldn't help but be a little shocked. Unlike Ling Yinchin, who didn't know Yang Kai very well, Lu Xianyun had been meditating with Yang Kai these days and hadn't noticed any signs of him breaking through. So why was he suddenly breaking through to the Emperor Realm? But after the shock, she was deeply worried because Ling Yinchin had made it very clear that breaking through in the solitary void-sealed world wasn't a good thing. "Big sister Ling, my brother." Lu Xianyun looked at Ling Yinchin. The latter sighed and said, "Truthfully, the chances are very small. It's basically impossible for him to succeed." "Oh." Lu Xianyun's face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand still. Kai Yang was such a talented person, yet he was going to be defeated in this damned place. And the root of all this was her. If they hadn't met by chance in Marsh City, Yang Kai wouldn't have stood up for her, and he wouldn't have attracted an old monster like Yao Changjun. He wouldn't have been chased to the solitary void mountain range and swallowed up by the solitary void sealed world. The more Lu Xianyun thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Yang Kai. She felt that if he really failed to break through and became a cripple or died, it would be all her fault. "Big sister, that spirit purifying array was left to you by Big Brother Zhou. How could you?" Jiao Yi looked at Ling Yinchin sadly. Ling Yinchin said, "He needs it urgently, so it's not a big deal to lend it to him." Jiao Yi said, "But what if he destroys it? If you want to break through, I will lend it to you." The group of crew members knew that Ling Yinchin wasn't lying. Her personality was like this, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Yang Kai was just a hitchhiker who had nothing to do with her, but she still lent the precious spirit purifying array to Yang Kai. However, the value of that spirit purifying array didn't lie in its value, but in its significance to Ling Yinchin. So, even though everyone knew that Ling Yinchin had a high-grade spirit purifying array, They never asked her to take it out for them to use. Everyone just stayed inside the low-grade spirit purifying array and cultivated slowly, slowing down the speed of their cultivation regression. Passed down the order to wait here for a few days. You can all go back. Ling Yinchin waved her hand and ordered them to leave. The dozen or so crew members looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything more, so they left one after another. Brother Jiao, the big brother Zhou you mentioned just now, who is he? Lu Xian Yun followed Jiao Yi to the room and asked. Jiao Yi said, he's Big Sister's partner. Back then, Big Sister and Big Brother Zhou fell into this place together and brought us along. Later, when they went out to sea, Big Brother Zhou was killed by a sea beast while protecting everyone. Before he died, the only thing he left behind was that spirit purifying array, which he bought by selling his own artifact. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a suitable artifact, Big Brother Zhou wouldn't have died. Speaking of the past, Jiao Yi's mood became slightly agitated and he clenched his fists. Obviously, he had received a lot of care from Big Brother Zhou and had long regarded him as family. Big Brother Zhou was really good to Big Sisterling, Lu Xianyin said in a slight daze. For the sake of his partner, he was willing to sell his own artifact to buy a spirit purifying array. This approach seemed stupid, but who could criticize it? Now you should know how precious that spirit purifying array is to Big Sister, right? Jiao Yi gritted his teeth. If your brother destroys that spirit purifying array, this old Jiao will be the first to not let him off. Although Jiao Yi and Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin had been chatting happily these days and had even obtained a lot of source crystals from Yang Kai, when it came to the high-grade spirit purifying array, he still firmly stood on Ling Yinchin's side. After venting his anger, Jiao Yi said with some annoyance, I'm sorry, this old Jiao has a bad temper. I shouldn't have said this to you, but I don't know if your brother will be able to return safely. It's fine. I understand Brother Jiao's feelings. Lu Xian Yun waved her hand. She couldn't help fantasizing that if Yang Kai left something for her, no matter how valuable it was, she would definitely treasure it. Chapter 2371. While Yang Kai was flying towards the island, his mind was immersed in the jade slip given to him by Ling Yinchin, looking for the method to arrange the spirit purifying array. Although he hadn't come into contact with the Tao of spirit arrays, the records in this jade slip were extremely detailed and easy to understand. What's more, with the array base and array flags, it shouldn't be difficult to arrange it. Yang Kai arrived at the short 500-kilometer journey in a dozen breaths, and this was when he deliberately slowed down to study the jade slip. Otherwise, with his divine technique of space, he could have arrived in 3 breaths of time. Looking ahead, there was indeed a veritable island in front of him. It was only about 1,000 meters in radius, and not a single blade of grass grew on it. It looked like it was formed by reefs. The sky was clear and cloudless, and the sea was also quiet. Yang Kai hurriedly landed and began to arrange the spirit array according to the records in the jade slip. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, he finally finished setting it up. A faint layer of light suddenly enveloped the entire island, purifying the world energy, but the world energy also weakened by several levels. It seemed that even a high-grade spirit purifying array couldn't allow all the world energy to rush in. Based on this, even a top-grade spirit purifying array wouldn't be very effective. Time was of the essence, so he only checked the spirit array a little. After confirming that it was fine, he waved his hand and released Zhang Ruoshi from the small sealed world. Sir, I've caused you trouble again. Zhang Ruoshi's expression was difficult, and her aura was restless like boiling water. As soon as she appeared, she apologized to Yang Kai with a face full of guilt. She obviously knew about Yang Kai's current situation. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Don't think too much. Calm your mind. Breaking through is more important. I'll protect you from the side and eliminate all distracting thoughts." Zhang Ruoshi gently nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and formed a seal with her hands, silently comprehending. After a while, the aura floating around her body became more and more fierce, and the saint chi in her body also became more and more violent. The world energy around her, it was as if it had been given life, and it rushed into her body. However, due to the hindrance of the spirit purifying array, the surrounding world energy was obviously insufficient to meet the requirements for her breakthrough, leaving Zhang Ruoxi in a dilemma. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not hesitate to take out a large number of source crystals from his space ring. With a shake of his chi, the source crystals were reduced to dust and turned into rich world energy that filled the small island. With the help of these source crystals, the bitter expression on Zhang Ruoxi's face finally eased a lot. Yang Kai continuously took out source crystals and shattered them. In just a short while, the world energy on the island was so dense that it turned into a mist, obscuring the entire island. Even though Yang Kai was 10 meters away from Zhang Ruoxi, he couldn't see her figure clearly. When Yang Kai felt that it was about time, he stopped. As for Zhang Ruoxi, ever since her bloodline power awakened, she had become much stronger. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Her aptitude was indescribably good, and every time she cultivated, it was as if she was swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor's world energy. It was for this reason that her cultivation could improve so quickly. Back then, the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Gaoxian, obtained a Dao source fruit from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but he was seriously injured by someone. Before he died, he asked Yang Kai to go to the Zhang family in exchange for the Dao source fruit, and made Yang Kai promise to leave a Dao source pill for the descendants of the Zhang family. Yang Kai went, but at that time, Zhang Ruoxi was only a saint king. In just a few years, she had broken through to the Dao source realm. That Dao source pill was prepared for Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai still kept it, but it seemed that he didn't need it at all. Over the past few years, the young and inexperienced little girl had grown into a slender and elegant young woman. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel emotional. The whistling sound kept coming, and Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing the world energy on the island. After a while, the rich world energy became thin again. Yang Kai had to take out more source crystals and shatter them. After 3 times, Yang Kai estimated that he had consumed at least 10 million source crystals. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly snorted softly, and then an indescribable aura suddenly rippled out. She's about to break through. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to stay in place anymore. He rushed out of the island at a moderate distance and paid close attention to Zhang Ruoxi's movements. This position ensured that he wouldn't interfere with Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, and also ensured that he could rescue her in time if something happened to her. At this stage, Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough was going smoothly because of the 10 million source crystals he had, but Yang Kai knew that the real difficulty had yet to come. For Zhang Ruoxi, the most difficult hurdle right now was the world energy baptism. The world energy here was full of infinite disruption power. If she absorbed it into her body, who knew what would happen? But if she didn't absorb it, she wouldn't be able to break through. This was a dilemma. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a buzzing sound came from the sky, and the originally cloudless sky suddenly changed. The entire sky was pitch black, and above the small island, a huge inky cloud suddenly formed. It slowly rotated and converged into a vortex. Within the inky cloud, lightning flashed and thunder roared, revealing the might of the heavenly Tao. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel nervous and looked up at the sky. At the same time, on the deck of a ship 500 kilometers away, a group of cultivators stood there and pointed in the direction of the island. In their opinion, this heavenly manifestation was obviously caused by Yang Kai, but they didn't know who it was. In Ling Yinchin's room, she leaned against the window and looked into the distance. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes as she muttered to herself, "He actually caused a heavenly manifestation? causing a heavenly manifestation meant that he would be baptized by world energy, and there really was a glimmer of hope for a successful breakthrough. Ling Yinchin suddenly felt that she seemed to have underestimated Yang Kai a little. Previously, she had said that Yang Kai's chances of breaking through were very low, but now it seemed that he really did have some confidence. However, what puzzled Ling Yinchin was that the power of this heavenly manifestation was a little off, because it obviously felt a little smaller. Although Ling Yinchin had never seen a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm, it obviously shouldn't be this small. In another room, Lu Xianyin was also looking out the window with a worried and nervous expression, but she didn't dare to rush over to take a look. She could only put her hands together and kneel on the ground, praying devoutly to the heavens. At the same time, 10,000 kilometers away, on the sea, there was also a ship sailing slowly. Although it was 10,000 kilometers away, the people on the ship still noticed the heavenly manifestation. A moment later, the ship suddenly changed its direction and sailed in the direction of the small island. It was obvious that it was here to investigate. Above the island, dark clouds were as thick as mountains, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Suddenly, a heavenly manifestation blasted towards the island from the sky. Looking at its trajectory, it seemed to be about to fall on Zhang Ruoxi's head. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he resisted the urge to help. Honglong. There was a loud noise as the heavenly manifestation blasted directly into the island. The spirit purifying array that Yang Kai had set up on the island suddenly collapsed, and the array flags hidden around it were damaged. At the same time, the light that shrouded the island disappeared. This high-grade spirit purifying array was destroyed just like that, before the heavenly manifestation could fall on Zhang Ruoxi's head. Her delicate body shook, and a huge phantom suddenly appeared behind her. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at it. It wasn't the first time he had seen this phantom. Back in the Four Seasons realm, it had appeared when Zhang Ruoxi broke through to a great realm. But Yang Kai never knew what this phantom was. He only guessed that it had a lot to do with Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline power. Now, looking at it again, the phantom was even more solid than the last time. What made Yang Kai feel strange was that he couldn't see it clearly. He only knew that this phantom was a huge woman, 20 to 30 meters tall, even bigger than Xiao Xiao after his transformation. She held a giant sword in both hands. Her head reached the sky, and her feet touched the ground, giving off a strong visual impact. Although she was huge, this woman was definitely not ugly. She was like a stunning beauty that had been magnified countless times. No matter which part of her body it was, she was perfect and flawless. She was like Zhang Ruoxi's guardian, suddenly appearing behind Zhang Ruoxi. She was valiant and heroic, as if even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses, she would still be able to stop them. When the heavenly manifestation blasted down and fell into her body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. In the next moment, the phantom raised her head, stared at the sky, opened her mouth, and gently inhaled. The power gathered in the sky was directly sucked into her mouth, and in just 3 breaths, the dark sky became clear again, and the sea returned to its calm state. Even though he had seen it once, Yang Kai was still shocked and speechless for a long time. When a cultivator broke through to a great realm, it was common sense to be baptized by heavenly manifestation. No one could avoid it. If one could withstand it, they could peek into the mysteries of the next realm. If not, they would either die or be crippled. Yang Kai had been like this for so many years. But compared to Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, Yang Kai felt that his breakthrough was simply too weak. It was on a completely different level. Just as his thoughts were running wild, the huge phantom flashed into Zhang Ruoxi's body. In the next moment, the aura of the Tao Source realm spread out from Zhang Ruoxi's body. Her bones creaked as the power in her body surged fiercely. Yang Kai was secretly anxious. He didn't know if there was a problem with the phantom swallowing the heavenly manifestation. After all, the world energy in this world was full of infinite disruption force. When the phantom swallowed the power of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it must have also swallowed the disruption force. He carefully observed Zhang Ruoxi's reaction and secretly decided to bring her into the sealed world bead if there was anything wrong. But no matter how he looked, Zhang Ruoxi didn't show any expression of discomfort. Instead, she had a happy expression, as if she was happy about her breakthrough. She was still sitting there, forming seals with her hands. This made Yang Kai confused. He couldn't understand the situation. Chapter 2372. 500 kilometers away, Ling Yinqin sighed inwardly. Did he really fail? The heavenly manifestation suddenly disappeared, which was obviously a sign of a failed breakthrough. She didn't know whether Yang Kai was alive or dead. She secretly felt sorry for Yang Kai. Although she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai, seeing a cultivator's path to Tao seeking come to an end made her feel sad. Inside the room, Lu Xianyin, who was kneeling on the ground and praying devoutly, suddenly collapsed to the ground, her pretty face pale and bloodless. After a long while, she gritted her teeth, stood up, and rushed outside. Whether Yang Kai was alive or dead, she had to find him. If he was alive, she wanted to see him, and if he was dead, she wanted to see his corpse. She felt that if it weren't for her, Yang Kai wouldn't have suffered such misfortune. With his aptitude, he would definitely be able to laugh proudly in the star boundary in the future and become an overlord. Lu Xianyin had just rushed to the deck when she suddenly saw a huge ship approaching. This ship was much larger and grander than the ship Ling Yinqin and the others were on, and it braved a wind and waves without the slightest sign of life. Lu Xianyin didn't know when it had approached, but by the time she noticed it, the two ships were already very close to each other. She looked up and saw that the deck of the opposite ship was filled with cultivators under the leadership of a purple-robed man. They were all glaring at the ship below, clearly harboring malicious intentions. Only then did Ling Yinqin and the others realize what was happening. They ran out of their cabins one after another, and when they saw the sail symbol on the opposite ship, their faces sank. Lu Xianyin was worried about Yang Kai's life and death, so she didn't have the leisure to pay attention to these things. She leaped up and was about to fly out, but the face of the purple-robed man on the opposite ship sank. He waved his hand, and without moving, a palm print swept over. On the island, Yang Kai waited until Zhang Ruoxi opened her eyes before slowly flying over and landing in front of her. He hurriedly asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Discomfort? Zhang Ruoxi wore a blank look and shook her head. No. Then her face lit up with joy, and she said innocently, "Sir, I broke through to the Tao Source realm." A few years ago, she had never thought that she would one day be able to break through to the Tao Source realm and stand at such a high level. After all, the strongest member of the Zhang family back then was only a third-order origin king. Her family had not produced a Tao Source realm cultivator for many years, but since Yang Kai took her away from the Zhang family, her cultivation had risen steadily. He had grown at an inconceivable speed. In just a few years, he had achieved a feat that the ancestors of the Zhang family had never been able to achieve. Such a level of cultivation was enough to establish a firm foothold in Maplewood City. Zhang Ruoxi was extremely grateful to Yang Kai. She knew that if Yang Kai had not provided her with such a good and stable cultivation environment, she would not have been able to do such a thing. She also knew that if Yang Kai had not unearthed her cultivation talent, she would not have been able to do such a thing. Even if she cultivated for the rest of her life, she could forget about prying into the mysteries of the Tao Source realm. But now, she was only 17 years old, but she was already a Tao Source realm master. She still had a lot of good years ahead of her. She might even have the opportunity to reach the Emperor realm and pry into the secrets of the great emperors. Zhang Ruoxi's heart throbbed. "Give me your hand." Yang Kai came to her side. Although he did not notice anything unusual about Zhang Ruoxi, he was still a little worried and wanted to examine her carefully. Zhang Ruo, she blushed slightly and stretched out her white, lotus-like hand. Yang Kai put his finger on it. He pushed a trace of source qi into her body and examined her carefully. After a short while, Yang Kai's body shook as he looked at Zhang Ruoxi in surprise and whispered, How is this possible? What's wrong, sir? Is there something wrong with Ruoxi? Zhang Ruoxi was startled when she saw his ugly expression and suddenly became anxious. No. Yang Kai hurriedly shook his head, fearing that he would frighten her, but his brow furrowed more and more. His face was full of surprise, as if he had seen something extremely incomprehensible. Zhang Ruoxi did not move at all. She could only feel Yang Kai's source qi flowing around her body. Although Yang Kai did not touch any of her private parts, this feeling still made Zhang Ruoxi blush, and she quickly lowered her head to her chest. But she also knew that Yang Kai was checking the situation in her body and did not have any bad intentions. After a short while, Yang Kai withdrew his finger and looked at Zhang Ruoxi strangely. Sir, what's wrong with me? Zhang Ruoxi asked in a low voice. You're very good, Yang Kai replied. So good that it's hard to believe. Yang Kai thought that Zhang Ruoxi would definitely be affected by the disruption force here after breaking through to the Tao source realm in this damn place. He was prepared to take this girl to the small sealed world to heal, but now, after checking, Yang Kai found that there was no trace of disruption force in her body. The infinite disruption force that filled this world seemed to have completely evaporated after entering her body. That was not all. Although it was hard to believe, it was not enough to make Yang Kai lose his composure. The most important thing was that Yang Kai found that the power in Zhang Ruoxi's body was actually rich source qi, not saint qi. After a cultivator broke through to the Tao source realm, their power would begin to gradually transform from saint qi into source qi. It took Yang Kai nearly a year to complete the transformation, and this was under the premise of taking a large number of source condensing pills. For example, although Qiyu, Gui Zhu, Gu Tsangyan, and the others were now in the first order Tao source realm, the power in their bodies had not been completely transformed, and this was also the case for Lu Xianyin. Transforming source qi was an extremely long process. Any cultivator who had just broken through to the Tao source realm would need at least 3 to 5 years to complete this transformation, and this was for a cultivator with good aptitude. For those with slightly worse aptitude, it was possible to take 8 to 10 years. Only by transforming all the power in one's body into source qi would one's foundation in the Tao source realm be completely stabilized, and there would be hope for one to break through to the second order Tao source realm. Yang Kai watched Zhang Ruoxi break through on this island with his own eyes, but in such a short time, Zhang Ruoxi had already completed what would take an ordinary person several years to complete. There was no trace of saint qi in her body. What filled her tender body was pure and vigorous source qi. In other words, Zhang Ruoxi had completed the complete transformation of her source qi the moment she broke through. Yang Kai really couldn't figure out how such a strange thing could happen. Fortunately, this wasn't the only strange thing that had happened to Zhang Ruoxi. After thinking about it, Yang Kai could only attribute it to her bloodline. After all, Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was really extraordinary and seemed to be hiding a great secret. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to take it lightly. He let Zhang Ruoxi continue to carefully examine her body's condition on this island. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he took her back into the sealed world bead and instructed Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi to explain the mysteries of the Tao source realm to her and assist her in her future cultivation. The island was still the same, but the high-grade spirit purifying array arranged on this island was damaged. After Yang Kai collected the set of array base and array flags, a bitter look appeared on his face. He still didn't know how to explain it to Ling Yinqin when he returned. This high-grade spirit purifying array seemed to be an extremely precious thing to her. Yang Kai didn't know if Ling Yinchin would be angry at him for ruining it. Yang Kai checked the array base and array flags and found that they were seriously damaged. His expression became even more bitter. With a sigh, he put away these things and turned around to return. After a while, a strange look appeared on his face as he stared at the two ships anchored in the sea, his brow furrowing slightly. Of these two ships, one of them was naturally Ling Yinchin's, while the other was even larger than the other one he had never seen before. It was obvious that it had come here when he was helping Zhang Ruoshi break through. In the vast sea, the chances of these two ships running into each other were extremely low. The reason this large ship came here was probably because of the heavenly manifestation brought about by Zhang Ruoshi's breakthrough. That was because the bow of the ship was pointing in the direction of the small island that he had come from. The large ship was 2 to 3 times larger than Ling Yinchin's ship. So when the two ships were placed side by side, they looked like a grandfather and grandson. Before Yang Kai could get close, he heard a commotion coming from the other side, causing his expression to sink. His figure flickered, and he landed directly on the deck. Looking up, he saw Ling Yinchin and a dozen or so other crew members standing on the deck, facing off against another group of people under her leadership. Ling Yinchin and the others looked angry, but the other side looked relaxed and indifferent, as if they didn't put Ling Yinchin and the others in their eyes at all. Meanwhile, Lu Xianyan was being guarded by the crew members behind her. Yang Kai saw that there was a red handprint on Lu Xianyan's pretty face, as if she had been slapped hard. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth that hadn't dried up yet. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy. He didn't know what happened on this ship, nor did he know who the other group of people were. But it was obvious that Lu Xianyan was beaten up by these people who had just arrived. His sudden appearance obviously alarmed the two groups of people who were confronting each other. Lu Xianyan was the first to turn her head, and when she saw Yang Kai, she immediately forgot about her situation and shouted in a trembling voice, "Brother!" Her beautiful eyes constantly swept over Yang Kai, fearing that she would discover something that would worry her. After confirming that Yang Kai was safe and sound, without missing an arm or a leg, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. "You're actually fine." Ling Yinchin also had a surprised expression on her face. Just now, Yang Kai must have caused a heavenly manifestation. Even though she was 500 kilometers away, she could still see it clearly. However, that heavenly manifestation only lasted for 5 breaths before it suddenly disappeared, which meant that Yang Kai's breakthrough had failed. How could a person from the third order, Tao, source realm fail to break through to the Emperor realm without suffering a backlash? Once he suffered a backlash from the heavenly manifestation. If he was lucky, his cultivation would be crippled, and if he was unlucky, he would die. However, Yang Kai really came back unscathed. Ling Yinchin examined Yang Kai several times before confirming that what she saw was real. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something. Chapter 2373. This young man named Yang Kai must have severed his cultivation at a critical moment, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to be safe and sound. Severing one's cultivation was tantamount to severing one's own path of martial Tao. Thinking of this, Ling Yinchin couldn't help but sigh. Looking at his complexion, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, otherwise he wouldn't have looked so bad. This person was really unlucky. He had only been in the solitary void-sealed world for a few days before encountering such a disaster. If he had been 2 months later, he might have been able to break through to the Emperor realm in the outside world. "Brother Yang, did you fail to break through?" "Jiao," he asked bluntly with his mouth wide open. He didn't think too much about it. He only asked because he saw that Yang Kai had returned so quickly without any signs of improvement in his cultivation. But as soon as he spoke, Ling Yinchin quietly kicked him. Jiao immediately knew that he had said something wrong and quickly shut his mouth. If there was no one else here, it would be understandable for him to ask out of concern for Yang Kai, but there were others here, so his question would undoubtedly let them know that Yang Kai's current state was very bad. And I failed. Yang Kai replied calmly, without the slightest hint of annoyance. Breakthrough. The purple-robed man opposite him raised his brow when he heard this, as if he had realized something. He looked at Yang Kai and asked, "So the commotion just now was caused by your breakthrough?" "Who are you?" Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Ling Yinchin hurriedly sent a message. "He's the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, Yan Yaosher. Profound Cloud Pavilion's influence on Clear Sky Island is not small, and the Pavilion Master's cultivation is in the Emperor Realm. Don't speak. I'll take care of this matter." From her tone, it seemed that she was very afraid of this Profound Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai had chatted with Jiao a lot before and knew that there were many forces on Clear Sky Island. If one wanted to survive in this damned place, the cultivator had to stick together, so after a long time, various forces of various sizes would naturally emerge. Ling Yinchin and the others were actually part of this group, but they weren't famous. In the entire Clear Sky Island, there were as many as 3 to 5 in the Emperor Realm. These were the strongest forces under the control of the Emperor Realm, and no one dared to casually provoke them. The Profound Cloud Pavilion was one of them. Yang Kai also did not expect that above this vast sea, he would actually still be able to run into the Profound Cloud Pavilion ship. Ling Yinchin had sent him a message, undoubtedly because she was afraid that Yang Kai was a newcomer. It was out of goodwill that he had offended the other party. At the same time, a man beside Yang Yaoshui suddenly leaned over and whispered something to Yang Yaoshui. Yang Yaosher's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked at Yang Kai with a meaningful expression and said with a smile, "Kid, you're just like that woman. Are they all new here? Why does he look so unfamiliar?" When Ling Yinchin heard this, her heart couldn't help sinking. The dozen or so crew members on this ship were all fixed, so the man beside Yang Yaoshui obviously recognized them, so when he saw Yang Kai's unfamiliar face, he realized that these two should be newcomers. A new cultivator would generally carry a certain amount of source crystals, so this was tantamount to 2 fat sheep for a cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world. Even someone like Jiao Yi had been tempted, let alone someone from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Ling Yinchin quickly said, "Brother Yang, these 2 are my crew members. They're not newcomers." "Brother Yang, you must be mistaken, right?" Yang Yaoshui's face sank and he snorted. "Cheap servant, is Brother Yang someone you can call me?" Although his cultivation was only in the 3rd order Dao source realm, not much different from Ling Yinchin. He was the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion and had a master from the Emperor Realm behind him. His status was not something a wild fox Zen like Ling Yinchin could compare to. Hearing Ling Yinchin call him that, Yang Yaoshui immediately became annoyed. Ling Yinchin's face turned ugly, but the situation was beyond her, so she had no choice but to lower her head and apologize. "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, this mistress misspoke. Please don't take offense." She had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for several decades and knew what kind of people she couldn't provoke. So even if she was angry, she could only swallow her anger and ask for a moment of peace. Jiao Yi and the other crew members secretly clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. "Humph." Yang Yaoshui glanced sideways at Ling Yinchin and said, "This is the only time. If you do it again, I won't let you off." "Many thanks, Vice Pavilion Master Yang," Ling Yinchin said through gritted teeth. "As for these 2, Yang Yaoshui pointed at Lu Xianyun and Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Do you think this king can't tell if they're newcomers or not? People who live in this damned place all year round will more or less have some sea qi on them. But they don't, so it's obvious that they've only been here for a short time. Ling Yinchin, how dare you deceive this king?" Ling Yinchin's pretty face changed slightly, knowing that she couldn't deny it now. She glanced at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun worriedly, thinking about how to get them out of this situation. But she also knew that there wasn't much hope, so her heart was filled with guilt. She originally thought that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan would be panicking and fearful after being targeted by Yang Yaoshui, but when she looked around, the two of them were standing together with indifferent expressions and were whispering something to each other. It seemed like Yang Kai was asking Lu Xianyan who had left the mark on her face, but Lu Xianyan kept shaking her head and refused to say anything, making Yang Kai feel extremely helpless. "Hand over these two people and give me half of your harvest from this trip, and this king will make an exception and let you go." Yang Yaoshui pointed at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan and said arrogantly, "Half of our harvest?" Jiao Yi had a fiery temper, so when he heard this, he immediately exploded and stomped his foot. "Why don't you just rob us?" Yang Yaoshui's face sank and he glanced at Jiao Yi and snorted. "Ling Yinqin, are these people taught by you? Do you know the consequences of offending this king?" Ling Yinqin immediately glared at Jiao Yi and shouted, "Don't cause trouble." Since his big sister had spoken, even if Jiao Yi was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything more, but his expression was extremely ugly. His suppressed anger almost ignited him, and the others also had similar expressions. They had painstakingly set out to sea, risking their lives, and finally returned with a full load, but they didn't expect to be blocked by Yang Yaoshui here and be robbed of half of their harvest. Half of their harvest was not small, and it was equivalent to the result of their previous 1-2 battle. Who would be willing to hand it over? Ling Yinqin cupped her fists and said, "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, since those two are on my ship, they're my crew, so this mistress will definitely ensure their safety. How about this? Our harvest this time is not small, so I can give it all to you. But the premise is that you don't make trouble for them. Are you bargaining with me?" Yang Yaoshui narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them as his whole body exuded an icy chill. Ling Yinqin raised her head and said, "We harvested 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral this time, as well as the corpse of an ice-fire profound armored dolphin. Vice Pavilion Master Yang can consider whether it is worth it or not." "What?" Yang Yaoshui was shocked and cried out, "100,000 pieces of gray feather coral and the corpse of an ice-fire profound armored dolphin." Even if he was the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, he had never seen such a large amount of wealth in one go. Just the 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral alone was incredible, not to mention the corpse of a 12th order monster beast. A 12th order monster beast was equivalent to the Emperor realm, and its monster core was priceless. In the solitary void-sealed world, many spirit pills were refined from the monster cores of sea beasts, and this 12th order monster beast monster core was enough to refine an emperor-grade spirit pill. Its usefulness to Yang Yaoshui was simply immeasurable. He was immediately moved. However, Yang Yaoshui still said in a deep voice, "Ling Yinqin, you dared to tease this king? The ice-fire profound armor dolphin was a 12th order monster beast. How could you have killed it with your strength?" Ling Yinqin said, "It's already dead, and that piece of gray feather coral was originally guarded by it. We just went there to mine and collect it." Yang Yaoshui immediately believed her, because in this solitary void sea, there are often some cultivator who encountered opportunities and fortuitous encounters that allowed them to obtain many good things without any effort. He laughed. "You're quite lucky. Not bad, not bad. With so many things, it's enough to buy your lives." Ling Yinqin quickly said, "So Vice Pavilion Master Yang agrees?" Yang Yaoshui nodded. "Naturally, why wouldn't I agree to such a good thing? This king won't take them away, but in addition to the conditions you just stated, these two must also hand over their space rings." He wanted to take Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan away mainly for the source crystals in their space rings. As long as he could get the space rings, why would he care whether Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan lived or died? Ling Yinqin frowned. "This mistress is unable to decide for them." Saying so, she turned to look at Yang Kai with a helpless expression. This was the limit of what she could do, so the rest was up to Yang Kai to see if he was tactful or not. Yang Kai snorted. Shameless to such an extent, you can be considered unconventional. Previously, when Ling Yinqin and Yang Yaoshui were negotiating, Jiao Yi and the others did not interrupt even though they were angry. Even when Ling Yinqin said that she was willing to hand over all their gains in exchange for his and Lu Xianyun's safety, none of the crew objected. This made Yang Kai understand how high Ling Yinqin's prestige was among this group of people, because he and Lu Xianyun had nothing to do with them. They had only paid for the tickets and rooms to be with them temporarily. With such a relationship, who would be willing to pay such a high price to protect them? Ling Yinqin did so because Yang Kai was on her ship, so he was one of the people on her ship. She had to protect the people on her ship. This was a woman of great principle. Her subordinates also trusted her, so no matter what decision she made, they would only obey. He naturally saw the meaning in Ling Yinqin's eyes, and although she did not say it clearly, she was undoubtedly trying to persuade him to pay up to avoid disaster. Ling Yinqin thought that Yang Kai had failed to break through and cut off his cultivation, so his momentum was weak, but how could she have known that he did not put these people in his eyes at all? So, when she heard him speak so arrogantly, Ling Yinqin's expression changed drastically and she hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, bear with it for a while and you'll find peace. But take a step back and you'll see the world." Yang Kai snorted. "Big sisterling, the path of a cultivator is to forge ahead and face it head-on. Blindly retreating and enduring is not a good habit. Some people, if you take a step back, they will shit and piss on your head." Chapter 2374. Ling Yinqin was dumbfounded because many years ago there was a man who told her the same thing. Even after so many years, that man's smile and demeanor were still engraved in her heart. At this moment, that figure gradually overlapped with the one in front of her, named Yang Kai, causing her to fall into a daze. "Well said, but it's meaningless." Yang Yaoshui sneered. "This king wants to see how you're going to advance in front of me and face me head-on." "You were the one who hit my junior sister?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "That's right." Yang Yaoshui looked at Yang Kai contemptuously, daring to be presumptuous in front of this king. "A slap is already a light punishment if you—" He was still threatening, but halfway through a sentence, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, his vision blurred as Yang Kai suddenly appeared half a meter in front of him, raised his hand, and sent a slap flying towards him. Yang Yaoshui shuddered and instinctively leaned to the side, trying to avoid this blow. But Yang Kai's speed was simply beyond his imagination, and by the time he moved, the slap had already landed on his face. *Pa*. Yang Yaoshui was sent flying, his body tumbling in midair as he spat out a few teeth and a mouthful of blood before landing heavily on the ground. Silence. The entire deck was dead silent. Jiao Yi and the others were all dumbfounded as they watched this unbelievable scene, the soles of their feet almost cramping. Ling Yinqin was also shocked, her heart palpitating. Although she hadn't had much contact with Yang Kai, from her impression, Yang Kai wasn't a hot-tempered person. On the contrary, he was quite polite. But what she didn't expect was that Yang Kai would directly attack Yang Yaoshui, and this move was a slap to his face. What should she do now? She had hoped that she could spend money to avoid this disaster, but now it seemed that this was just wishful thinking on her part. That's not right. Yang Kai failed to break through and severed his own cultivation. His aura should be very weak and his strength should have dropped significantly. Yang Yaoshui was a cultivator of the third order Tao source realm. Even if he was ambushed, how could he not dodge his attack? But when Yang Kai attacked just now, there was no sign of his aura weakening or his strength dropping. The source energy fluctuations from that palm were clearly the power of the third order Tao source realm. What was wrong with him? Ling Yinqin was a little confused. The group of people from Profound Cloud Pavilion was also stunned. In this solitary void sea, and even on Clear Sky Island they had always been the ones to show off and act arrogantly. Who would have thought that one day they would be slapped in the face? Furthermore, the person who was beaten up was actually their own vice pavilion master. These people's minds buzzed for a moment, and they almost went silly. You actually dare to hit me? Yang Yaoshe crawled up from the ground, his entire face completely distorted. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai and shouted, "Do you know who this king is? How dare you hit me?" Yang Kai snorted. "You dare to be presumptuous in front of this young master? A slap is already a light punishment. If you dare to keep talking, I'll take your dog life." Yang Yaoshe was stunned. Then he laughed in anger. He shouted hysterically, "Kill them! Kill them! I want all the men on this ship to die. I want all the women on this ship to suffer a fate worse than death." He was really provoked by Yang Kai and went completely berserk, his face full of resentment. Ling Yinchin's face changed drastically when she heard this and hurriedly shouted, "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, please show mercy." There were only a dozen or so crew members on her ship, and only half of them were Tao, Source, Realm, cultivators. The remaining half were Origin Kings, but there were at least 30 people from Profound, Cloud Pavilion. There were more than 20 Tao, Source, Realm, cultivators. No matter how one looked at it, such a huge force was not something they could win against. If they really fought, they would definitely die without a grave. As the big sister, she naturally had to think for the crew. Yang Yaoshe said fiercely, "It's too late to say anything now. Ling Yinchin, this king will personally deal with you, strip you naked, and hang you on Clear Sky City's gates." His anger towards Yang Kai made him hate Ling Yinchin as well. As a female cultivator, being stripped naked and hung on the city gates for everyone to watch was definitely a great insult. Ling Yinchin's heart sank to the bottom when she heard this. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk many of the cultivators from Profound Cloud Pavilion had already rushed over, each with a ferocious look on their faces. Obviously, they had no intention of letting Ling Yinchin and the others live. Seeing this, Ling Yinchin also knew that there was no turning back, so she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Fight!" Jiao Yi and the others' faces turned cold as they pushed their source chi and summoned their artifacts. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he suddenly returned to Jiao Yi and the others, facing the incoming storm head-on. "Brother, be careful!" Lu Xianyin also took out her artifact and called out in a low voice, "Take care of yourself." As Kai Yang spoke, he flicked his wrist, and a large long sword appeared in his hand, which he gripped tightly. "Chop off his limbs and cripple his cultivation. I want him to know the consequences of offending this king." Yang Yaoshui's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yang Kai and shouted at his subordinates. He was truly furious. No one had ever dared to disobey his orders, let alone slap his face in front of so many people. Yang Kai was the first to do so, so his hatred for Yang Kai was so deep that even the water of the solitary void sea couldn't wash it away. If he didn't torture him, how could he dispel this resentment in his heart? Yang Kai was indifferent, facing the dozens of cultivators pouncing on him like wolves and tigers. He simply swung his sword slightly. In an instant, sword light flashed and sword chi filled the sky. Million sword chi, chasing moon swallows the wolf. Myriad sword swept out, and sword chi shot forward like a waterfall, breaking through the sky with an imposing momentum. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk before the Profound Cloud Pavilion cultivator at the front could figure out what was going on. He was shocked to find that his defensive artifacts and protective source chi had been easily destroyed. Then he felt a sharp pain in his body and lost consciousness. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk on the deck. The smell of blood filled the air. The 7 or 8 cultivators at the front fell like cut straws, blood and internal organs flowing all over the floor. The cultivators at the back also suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground. howling miserably. When the other profound cloud pavilion cultivators saw this turn of events, all of them stopped in their tracks in shock and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, their eyes overflowing with fear. Emperor Aura, Emperor Artifact? Yang Yaoshi, who was covering half of his face with his hand and waiting for a good show to begin, suddenly cried out in alarm. His eyes were like locusts biting onto Yang Kai's myriad sword, an extremely greedy look flashing across his face. As soon as Yang Kai attacked, he felt the aura of Myriad's sword. This was an Emperor artifact, a genuine Emperor artifact. If he could obtain it, he might be able to use the power of an Emperor artifact to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor realm. Where did this little brat come from? How does he have an Emperor artifact? Ling Yiqin and the others were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that they would not be able to escape this time and were prepared to drag a few people down with them before they died. They were mentally prepared to fight to the death, but before the enemy could reach them, more than a dozen of them had already fallen. And all this was caused by a single attack from Yang Kai. What's going on? Ling Yiqin was also confused by the sea breeze. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Yang Kai's back, thinking, didn't he fail to break through and sever his own cultivation? How can he still display such powerful strength? Was that attack just now the power of an Emperor artifact? Yes, it was definitely the power of an Emperor artifact. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current situation, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a feat. She had long heard that Emperor artifacts were extremely powerful, and now it seems that it was true. However, Yang Kai must have put a lot of burden on his body to use an Emperor artifact, so it was very likely that he would not be able to make a second attack. What are you waiting for? He just failed to break through and doesn't have much strength left. After one attack, he'll be an arrow at the end of its flight. What are you waiting for? Yang Yaoshi was obviously thinking the same thing as Ling Yiqin. Seeing that his cultivator subordinates were scared out of their wits, he immediately shouted in disappointment, urging them to hurry up and make a move. Hearing him say this, the profound cloud pavilion cultivator who had stopped in their tracks seemed to wake up from a dream. Their previous timidity and fear were swept away and replaced with ruthless looks. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and flicked his hands, sending out two huge moon blades. Like two pitch-black wheels, they directly crashed into the crowd on the other side. In the next moment, screams and cries of alarm resounded through the sky. Wherever the moon blades passed, they destroyed everything in their path. No cultivator could resist them at all. With the slightest touch, they were cut in half and died on the spot. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. Today no one can leave. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his hands, sending out one moon blade after another. On the deck, the profound cloud pavilion cultivator instantly cried for their parents. A group of trash with only First Order Tao Source Realm and Origin King Realm cultivation. With Yang Kai's current means, he really didn't need to put them in his eyes. In just 3 breaths of time, only 5 or 6 cultivators from Profound Cloud Pavilion were left alive. The rest were all lying on the deck, lifeless. Run! No one knew who shouted, but that person leaped up and flew towards the sea. They were completely frightened by Yang Kai's bloody methods. So how could they dare to continue fighting here? When the others saw this, they naturally lost the will to continue fighting and fled one after another. Ling Yiqin's face changed, and she shouted in a low voice, "Group 221, chase after them! Don't let them escape!" This battle happened too quickly, so fast that she didn't even have time to react before it was over. But seeing the remaining people flee, how could she just sit back and watch? Once these people escaped, and news of this reached Clear Sky Island, the pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion would definitely not let this matter rest. He was a master from the Emperor realm. Once he wanted to find trouble with them, no one could stop him. Jiao Yi and the others received the order and naturally hurriedly chased after them. On the deck, the sea breeze whistled and the stench of blood filled the air. It was nauseating, and the scene on the deck was like a ghost town. It was a ghastly sight. Yang Yaoshi's entire body was trembling, and his face was deathly pale as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. In his heart, he couldn't understand how this little brat could still have such powerful combat strength after failing to break through. More than 30 of his subordinates couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of him before almost all of them died. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. Chapter 2375. Looking at the cold and resolute face of Yang Kai, Yang Yaoshi felt a chill run down his spine, vaguely feeling that he had provoked an extremely powerful person and was filled with regret. Even if he managed to escape this time, he wouldn't be able to explain this huge loss to the Pavilion Master and would have to bear the Pavilion Master's wrath. "Do you think I should stab you to death or stab you to death?" A wicked smile bloomed on Yang Kai's face. Yang Yaoshi trembled all over as he said in horror, "You can't kill me. I'm the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion. I'm Lord Mi Tianqing's subordinate. If you kill me, he absolutely won't let you off." "Mi Tianqing?" Yang Kai said coldly. "That First Order Emperor Realm guy?" "Yes, Pavilion Master is very good to me," Yang Yaoshi quickly said, thinking that Yang Kai knew Mi Tianqing's name. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai showed a disdainful expression and curled his lips. "A First Order Emperor Realm Master is nothing. It's not like this young master hasn't killed one before." When Yang Yaoshi heard this, his first reaction was that this guy was bragging. How could a First Order Emperor Realm Master be so easy to kill? Moreover, these words came from the mouth of a Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. No matter how one looked at it, it sounded ridiculous. But he didn't dare to refute and could only say, "Let me go and I can give you a lot of benefits. If you kill me, you won't be able to move an inch on Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "You still dare to threaten me when you're about to die?" "I'm just telling the truth. What's more, it won't be easy for you to kill me with your current ability. Why fight until both sides are injured? Wouldn't it be better for us to sit down and talk?" Yang Kai sneered. "Talk should be based on the basis that both sides are equal. I can take your life with a snap of my fingers. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Don't underestimate this king. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. You think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai snorted, and the myriad sword in his hand slashed down at him. Yang Yaoshi went pale with fright. He'd never imagined that even after he'd tried so hard to persuade them, the other party would still attack him. For a moment, he was both angry and anxious in his heart, and he didn't hesitate any longer to directly withdraw a secret treasure to block in front of him. Whoosh! A crisp sound rang out. Yang Yaoshi was horrified to find that his artifact had actually shattered into pieces, unable to provide any form of protection at all. It disintegrated the moment his opponent's sword slashed down. The power of the Emperor artifact directly cut into his body and split him in half. Was he even human? Even until his death, Yang Yaoshi could not believe that he, a Third Order Dao Source Realm, had been destroyed so easily. If he had known that the difference in strength between them was so great, how could he have continued to stay here? Perhaps he would have tried to escape. At the very least, there was still hope for survival. The deck soon became empty. Other than the corpses all over the ground, only Yang Kai was left. Even Lu Xianyan had followed Jiao Yi and the others to chase after the enemy. Yang Kai reached out and sucked the dead cultivator's space rings over. After inspecting them a little, he threw them on the ground in disgust. These cultivators should have lived in the solitary, void-sealed world for a long time. There were a lot of things in their rings, but there was not a single one of them that had any real value. With Yang Kai's current wealth, he really didn't care about them. Yang Yaoshi's artifact was originally quite good, but after it was split apart by the myriad sword, it had lost its value. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to these people's space rings, and instead cast his gaze on the huge ship. This ship was driven by Yang Yaoshi and the others. In the solitary, void, sealed world, this kind of large artifact, used to go out to sea, seemed to be very common. Yang Kai thought that he might need to go out to sea in the future, so he leapt up and flew to the opposite ship. He walked into the cabin, found the control center, and began refining it. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ling Yinchin and the others returned from different directions. None of the dozen or so crew members were missing, and except for a few who were injured, everyone else was basically unharmed. Once everyone gathered and reported the situation to each other, Ling Yinchin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. None of the profound cloud pavilion cultivator escaped. They were all hunted down and killed, so there was no need to worry about news of this place spreading to Clear Sky Island. Danger had happened on the solitary void sea, so it was normal for Yang Yaoshi and the others to go missing. Profound Cloud Pavilion might not suspect Ling Yinchin and the others, and even if they did, there would be no proof, so she didn't have to worry about anything. After calming down, Ling Yinchin felt like she had just walked through the gates of hell. She ordered the crew to clean up the deck and push the corpses into the sea. Releasing her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai was refining the Profound Cloud Pavilion ship, but she didn't disturb him. Instead, she pulled Lu Xianyan aside and asked in a low voice, "What happened to that brother of yours?" If not for Yang Kai, they probably wouldn't have encountered such a thing. But at the same time, if not for Yang Kai, they definitely wouldn't have been able to harvest anything, and all their gains would have been stolen by Yang Yaoshi. Therefore, Ling Yinchin was very grateful to Yang Kai, but what puzzled her was how Yang Kai could display such terrifying combat strength. More than 30 people on the Profound Cloud Pavilion ship were almost wiped out by him alone. Only an Emperor Realm Master can do such an incredible thing, right? If such a powerful force was unfavorable to them, who on this ship could resist? Ling Yinchin felt even more fortunate that she had stopped the greedy actions of Jiao Yi and the others that day. Otherwise, she and the others wouldn't even know how they died. Although she didn't understand what she was asking, Lu Xianyan knew what she meant. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Brother is not an ordinary person. A few days ago, we were chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but we still managed to escape. It was all thanks to Brother's efforts." "You survived being chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master?" Ling Yinchin was shocked. She had never experienced how strong a third-order Emperor Realm Master was, but she knew that it was absolutely impossible for a third-order Dao Source Realm Master to survive being chased. However, Yang Kai did it, which meant that he wasn't an ordinary third-order Dao Source Realm Master. Brother is very powerful. He even injured that third-order Emperor Realm Master. Lu Xianyan didn't seem to notice Ling Yinchin's shock and added, "Injured?" Ling Yinchin was completely confused. She felt like her brain wasn't enough to process all of this. Everything she heard was completely beyond her comprehension. It was a sneak attack, and that third-order Emperor Realm Master seemed to have been injured before. Despite Lu Xianyan's explanation, Ling Yinchin's mind was still buzzing. She didn't listen at all and just stared in the direction of the ship in a daze for a long time. "Big sister, they have a lot of good things. That Yang Yaoshi actually has more than 200,000 source crystals on him. We've struck it rich this time." Jiao Yi walked over with a happy face and handed the space ring in his hand to Ling Yinchin. Only then did Ling Yinchin come back to her senses and say, "Divide the things among yourselves, but throw away all the artifacts and unique things. You're not allowed to bring them back to Clear Sky Island. If they brought back artifacts and unique things, they might be exposed, and the people of Profound Cloud Pavilion would be able to track them down, so Ling Yinchin wouldn't allow such a thing to happen." Although Jiao Yi felt that it was a pity, he also knew that Big Sister was right. He immediately nodded and left, preparing to share the spoils with his brothers. The deck had been cleaned up, and all the corpses had been thrown into the sea. The blood had also been washed away. However, Yang Kai hadn't come out yet, so Ling Yinchin could only continue to wait. About a day later, the ship on the other side suddenly buzzed and the entire hull began to tremble. In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of light, the huge ship suddenly disappeared, replaced by Yang Kai, who appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this moment, he seemed to have consumed a lot of his strength, and his face was a little pale. However, he was holding an exquisite ship that had been shrunk countless times in the palm of his hand. It was obviously the one from Profound Cloud Pavilion. So fast! Even though Ling Yinchin already had some understanding of Yang Kai's strength, she still couldn't help but be surprised. It only took Yang Kai a day to refine the ship's barrier. If someone else told her this, she wouldn't believe it at all, but the truth was right in front of her. How strong is this person? Ling Yinchin had already overestimated Yang Kai as much as possible, but she found that she still underestimated him. Even if someone from the Emperor realm came here, it was impossible for him to refine the ship in just a day, right? She thought that she and the others would have to wait here for a month or two. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai had already put the ship into his space ring and his figure flickered, arriving on the deck. The dozen or so crew members looked at him in awe. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. With the strength Yang Kai showed yesterday, he no longer had the confidence to call Yang Kai a brother. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone," Yang Kai said apologetically. He knew that the reason why the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion came here and found Ling Yinchin and the others was most likely because of the commotion caused by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough. Otherwise, how could they coincidentally run into each other in this vast sea? So, the cause of this matter was still him. Hearing what he said, the crew waved their hands and shook their heads. What a joke! The people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were slaughtered by Yang Kai in the blink of an eye, which showed how terrifying Yang Kai's strength was. They naturally didn't dare to take his polite words seriously. Observing their expressions, Yang Kai knew that these people were very afraid of him. "Brother Yang, we should be the ones thanking you. You saved us from a disaster," Ling Yinchin said. Yang Kai had a very good impression of this woman. Previously, she was willing to hand over all her gains on this trip in exchange for his and Lu Xianyun's safety. Yang Kai saw it all, but it was a pity that Yang Yaoshi was too greedy and didn't know what to do. He just had to throw his life away. "Big Sister Ling is too serious. It's still my fault," Yang Kai said embarrassedly. He didn't know how to explain what happened before to Ling Yinchin, and it wasn't easy to explain, so he could only vaguely say it. "How are you doing now?" Ling Yinchin asked with a frown. Yang Kai had failed to break through earlier, severed his cultivation, fought a big battle, and even spent his energy refining the ship. In her opinion, he was simply courting death. "You should rest." Chapter 2376. Big Sisterling, I have to apologize to you. Yang Kai scratched his head and awkwardly took out the high-grade Spirit Purifying Array base. "I broke this thing." Ling Yinchin took a look and found that her Spirit Purifying Array was seriously damaged and could no longer be used. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of sadness, reminiscence, and regret. "If it's broken, then it's broken." Ling Yinchin forced a smile and comforted. "It's just a high-grade Spirit Purifying Array. Don't worry about it." Yang Kai asked, "How many source crystals is this thing worth?" "I'll give it to you." Ling Yinchin waved her hand. "No need. It's a pity that it wasn't able to help you." Saying so, she took out 2 wooden tokens and handed them to Yang Kai. "What are these?" Yang Kai asked doubtfully. "These are Clear Sky Island's identity tokens. You'll need them to enter Clear Sky City." Yang Kai reached out and took them. He immediately reacted and raised his eyebrows, Did you take these from those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion? Will there be any problems with using these to enter the city? There won't be any problems. These two are just low-grade identity tokens and don't have any information recorded on them. If it's a high-grade identity token, it'll be different. Others won't be able to impersonate them, Ling Yinchin explained. Thank you very much. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was originally worried about how he and Lu Xianyan would be able to sneak into Clear Sky City safely, but he didn't expect these people from Profound Cloud Pavilion to take the initiative to give them identity tokens. This was truly timely help. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back and rest first. Brother Yang, help yourselves, Ling Yinchin said. Then she turned and walked into the cabin. Lu Xianyan came over. She whispered to Yang Kai, Brother, that high-grade spirit purifying array was left behind by Big Sister Ling's partner. It's very important to her. She had heard this information from Jiao Yi, but when she saw the change in Ling Yinchin's expression just now, she knew that Jiao Yi was telling the truth. This high-grade spirit purifying array was indeed very important to Ling Yinchin, as it contained her longing for someone. Only then did Yang Kai realize how much he had damaged. He hurriedly said in a loud voice, Miss Ling, I will definitely find someone to repair your spirit purifying array. The spirit purifying array was only damaged and not destroyed. Yang Kai originally wanted to compensate Ling Yinchin with some source crystals, or by a set of similar spirit purifying arrays when they reached Clear Sky Island. But now that he knew the significance of this spirit purifying array to Ling Yinchin, it didn't seem appropriate to compensate her or by a set of similar spirit purifying arrays. The best way was to find someone to repair the array flag and array base. When Ling Yinchin heard this, her footsteps paused slightly. However, he didn't turn around. He just waved his hand lightly. His back seemed extremely bleak as he walked further and further away. Brother Yang, do you two want to take a rest as well? Jiao Yi walked over with a flattering smile, his attitude no longer as casual as before. Instead, he was a little more careful. We're about to set sail. It'll take us less than a month to reach Heavenspan Island. Old Jiao will call you when we arrive. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Brother Jiao. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the room with Lu Xianyan. After a while, the ship set sail again. Inside the room, Lu Xianyan wanted to ask about Yang Kai's current situation several times, but she swallowed the words back down every time. Yang Kai's failure to break through to the Emperor realm should have been a big blow to him, so Lu Xianyan felt that if she asked again, he would definitely be saddened even more. She didn't know how to comfort Yang Kai and sighed in her heart. She felt that the heavens were really unfair to allow Yang Kai to find an opportunity to break through in this damned place. The speed of the ship wasn't slow. Occasionally, they would encounter attacks from sea beasts, but the cultivator on board was able to deal with them properly. It could be seen that Ling Yinchin's subordinates, no matter how high their cultivation was, were all extremely experienced cultivators and had great experience in dealing with sea beasts. The entire journey was more daunting than dangerous. About 20 days later, Yang Kai suddenly heard commotion on the deck. He listened carefully and learned from the joyous conversations of the crew that they were about to reach Clear Sky Island. Because the cultivator on Clear Sky Island had to search for cultivation resources at sea, every trip out to sea was accompanied by great risks. Often, 10 to 20 people would go out, but less than half would return. But this time, Ling Yinchin's ship was very different. No matter how many people went out, they would all return. Not only that, but they also had a great harvest, so the crew was naturally overjoyed. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the ship slowed down and soon came to a complete stop. Hearing a burst of noise, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that the ship had arrived at the edge of a huge island and was docked at a place similar to a pier. Before Ling Yinchin and the others arrived, there were already several ships waiting to dock, and from time to time, a cultivator would fly out of those ships and land on the ground. As soon as these cultivators landed, many people would gather around them, as if every cultivator that returned from the sea was in high demand. Yang Kai saw a cultivator that returned from the sea exchange a few words with another person before quickly leaving with that person. "Brother Yang, we've arrived at Clear Sky Island." Ling Yinchin's voice came from outside the door. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin looked at each other and quickly stood up. When they arrived on the deck, Jiao Yi and the others were already waiting impatiently. When they saw Yang Kai, they all nodded at him in awe. "These people are selling their harvest from the sea?" Yang Kai walked to Jiao Yi's side and pointed at the cultivator that was talking. Jiao Yi nodded and said yes. "Basically, there will be some harvest from a trip to the sea. There are people waiting at the docks, and when they see those that return from the sea, they will take the initiative to buy it. If the price is agreed upon, it's very cost-effective to sell it, saving us the trouble of going to the city to find a buyer. Many shops in the city have people waiting here, and every time someone returns, they will surround them like madmen. The competition is fierce." After listening to Jiao Yi's explanation, Yang Kai knew that his guess was right. He had thought so when he saw the scene before. "Let's go," Jiao Yi called out, and the crew used their movement skills to fly to the shore. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin followed closely behind, but Ling Yinchin stayed behind. She formed a seal with her hands and prepared to put away the ship. As soon as the crew came ashore, many merchants immediately came up to them and surrounded them, offering good prices to buy their harvest from this trip. Jiao Yi and the others were undoubtedly very familiar with this, so they all pretended to be profound and put on airs as they whispered to the merchants. It didn't take long for someone to agree on a price and go to the side to prepare for the transaction. Jiao Yi and the others had gained a lot from this trip to the sea, not to mention the more than 100,000 gray feather corals and the corpse of a 12th order monster beast. The spoils that Yang Kai collected after killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were many times more than what they usually got. The harvest was too big to be sold all at once, so the dozen or so crew members split up and prepared to convert a part of the harvest into useful cultivation materials for themselves, such as source crystals and spirit pills. They would find an opportunity to sell the rest later. Otherwise, if they took out so many good things at once, they would definitely be inviting trouble. Source crystals were hard currency, whether it was in the outside world or in the solitary void-sealed world. There was another kind of thing popular here, and that was spirit pills. Any spirit pill that was slightly useful could be converted into source crystals and used as a bargaining chip. While Yang Kai was looking around curiously, a middle-aged beauty suddenly appeared in front of him. This middle-aged beauty wore a long green dress, and her figure was enchanting and voluptuous. Her breasts were bulging, and her clothes were almost torn apart. She was extremely eye-catching, and her cultivation was not low, at least in the second-order Tao Source realm. However, although she looked enchanting, her demeanor was extremely dignified and beautiful. It was unknown whether she had been too slow just now or disdained to compete with others, but she hadn't been able to connect with the crew members who had just returned from the sea. Seeing Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin standing there with no one paying any attention, she took the initiative to approach them. Pursing her lips, she cupped her fists and said, "Little brother, this way, please." "Madam, do you need something?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "This mistress is Deacon Fan Xian of Ice Heart Pavilion." Ice Heart Pavilion? Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help but take a closer look at this beautiful woman named Fan Xian. Fan Xian asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Little brother doesn't know about Ice Heart Pavilion?" She found it very strange. Although Ice Heart Pavilion wasn't big on Clear Sky Island, it was definitely famous. As long as one lived on Clear Sky Island, it was impossible not to know about Ice Heart Pavilion. However, Yang Kai's reaction just now seemed to be very surprised, as if this was the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion. Yang Kai said calmly, "Of course I have heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but I didn't expect that Ice Heart Pavilion would buy things here." Of course, this was nonsense. It was indeed the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion. But Yang Kai also knew that his performance just now had aroused the beautiful woman's suspicion, so his words would undoubtedly dispel her doubts. Sure enough, the beautiful woman smiled bitterly and said, "Business is not easy and there is competition everywhere. This mistress was forced to do this." She changed the topic and went straight to the point. "I wonder if little brother has any harvest from this trip to see? If so, can you take it out and let me have a look? This mistress will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Hey, their goods are with me. If there's anything you need to discuss, come find me." Ling Yinchin walked over step by step from a distance and finally helped Yang Kai out of his predicament. He didn't have any goods on hand. If he had known that the situation at the docks was like this, he would have definitely left something in his space ring after killing those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Fan Xan heard this and looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not knowing why he put the goods in Ling Yinchin's hands. After all, the dozen or so people who came off the ship just now all brought something with them. Yang Kai spread his hands and smiled. "I tend to get carried away when I see a beautiful woman. Big Sister was afraid that I would suffer a loss, so she gave me full authority. Now it seems that it was a wise decision." Fan Xan covered her mouth and laughed. "Little brother is really interesting." Chapter 2377. Fan Xan of Ice Heart Pavilion soon got together with Ling Yinchin and secretly communicated with each other through divine sense. After a while, Ling Yinchin looked up at Yang Kai and said, "Junior sister Fan's price is very reasonable, so I'm going to sell it. What do you think?" She was obviously just putting on a show for Fan Xan to see. Moreover, her cultivation was a minor realm higher than Fan Xan's, so it didn't matter if she called her junior sister. Fan Xan immediately looked at Yang Kai expectantly. She had been here for most of the day, but hadn't gained anything. Now, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. As long as Yang Kai nodded, she would receive a lot of things, so she was naturally looking forward to it. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then let's sell it." Fan Xan immediately smiled. "Many thanks to senior sister and little brother. Don't worry. Our Ice Heart Pavilion has always been fair and honest when it comes to business. We definitely won't lower the price." Ling Yinchin said lightly, "I've heard of Ice Heart Pavilion's name a long time ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold it to you." As they spoke, the two quickly exchanged the goods. Yang Kai quietly took a look and found that in addition to some source crystals, Fan Xan also gave Ling Yinchin some spirit pills. After receiving the goods, Fan Xan was very happy and her attitude became more enthusiastic. "Little brother, if you have anything else to sell in the future, don't forget this mistress. The price is negotiable." Yang Kai nodded. "No problem. Let's go." Ling Yinchin called out and led Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun forward. After walking out of the noisy dock, the three of them stopped. They stood in place and waited for the others to arrive. About an incense stick worth of time later, the dozen or so crew members had all returned, and all of them were beaming with joy. Obviously, their harvest was not small. What they had just sold was only a small part of the harvest from this trip. There was still a lot more that they hadn't taken out yet. The 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral were too large and would have to be sold in batches, so it was obviously not suitable for them to be traded at the dock. Ling Yinchin planned to wait until they returned to Clear Sky City before making a decision. Just the harvest from this trip alone was enough for them to not have to worry about food and water for the next 3 years, and they could even move to a better place to live. After walking for a short while, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city gate was also huge, like the open mouth of a beast, waiting to devour its prey. The top of the city gate was engraved with 3 large words, "Heaven Connects City." At the city gate, with the cultivator's protection, passers-by had to pay a low-grade origin crystal or something of equivalent value before they could enter. Seeing this, Kai Yang frowned. Source crystals were extremely precious in this solitary void-sealed world. He thought that as long as he had an identity token, he would be able to enter and exit this place at will. But he didn't expect that he still had to pay source crystals. This low-rank source crystal was nothing to him. However, for those poor cultivator who had lived here for a long time, it was tantamount to a considerable fortune. There weren't many people in front of the city gate, other than the cultivator who had just returned from the dock and was lining up to enter the city. No one had left the city. It was obvious that the cultivator in Clear Sky City was unwilling to spend a single source crystal to enter and exit the city at will. They would only do so when they needed to go out to sea or when they had to leave the city. Ling Yinchin's group of a dozen or so people easily entered the city after paying a dozen or so source crystals and verifying everyone's identity tokens. Yang Kai was originally a little worried that his identity as a newcomer would be exposed, but seeing how simple things were, he knew that he was overthinking things. After entering the city, it was a lively scene. There were many cultivator shops in the city, and there were many shops on both sides of the street. There was an endless stream of cultivator shops. However, he soon noticed something different. Many cultivator were sitting cross-legged on both sides of the street, staring blankly ahead with blank expressions. There were many of these cultivator, and regardless of their cultivation, their auras were extremely weak, as if they hadn't cultivated for a long time. They just sat there, motionless. Not only that, there were also many people dressed as beggars on the street, constantly begging and bowing, but with little to show for it. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't expect that the seemingly bustling Clear Sky City would be so bleak on the inside. These are all pitiful people. Ling Yinchin sighed. Without cultivation resources, their cultivation is declining day by day, and they don't have the ability to go out to sea to find things. Other than begging, they can only wait for death. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai understood why the streets were like this. Just entering the city and seeing this, who knew how many people were waiting for death in Clear Sky City? Is there really no way to leave this place? Yang Kai asked. Ling Yinchin shook her head. I've never heard of anyone successfully leaving this place. While the two were talking, an angry shout suddenly came from not far away. Little thief! How dare you steal from me? The shout was followed by a commotion in the crowd not far away, with occasional sounds of fighting. Yang Kai released his divine sense and immediately found out what was happening. It seemed that a cultivator had been robbed, and the cultivator who was robbed had a first-order Tao source realm cultivation, while the person who robbed him was only a second-order origin king. Not only was his cultivation much weaker than the other party, but his aura was so weak that he might not even be able to display the power of a first-order origin king. This kind of suicidal behavior was absolutely impossible outside, but it seemed to be normal in Clear Sky City. With 2 bangs, the robber was killed on the spot, and his space ring was taken back. The cultivator from the first-order Tao Source realm was about to say something, but suddenly countless people with blank expressions swarmed over from both sides of the street. These people's originally empty eyes were now red as they stared at the cultivator's space ring and fought over it. Even if the owner of the space ring was from the first-order Tao Source realm, 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Although he killed several people, no one retreated and was soon overwhelmed by the crowd. Asterisk schwa schwa. Asterisk. Just as these people were fighting fiercely, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. These 2 people were full of imposing auras. They were dressed in black robes, and their faces were full of ridicule as they watched the fight in front of them. However, they had no intention of stopping it. They are from Clear Sky City's law enforcement team. Jiao, he explained softly to Yang Kai. They don't care. Yang Kai asked in surprise. Since they were from the law enforcement team, they naturally had to maintain the peace of the city. So why were they doing nothing when a fight was happening right in front of them? Jiao, he sneered. You'll know when you see. Asterisk pung pung asterisk. 2 more robbers were sent flying by the owner of the ring. But this person seemed to be a little exhausted. Although his situation was better than those who were waiting for death or begging, his cultivation had dropped drastically after coming to Clear Sky Island. He couldn't exert the strength of a Tao Source Realm cultivator at all. At this moment, he was covered in wounds and exhausted. When he raised his head, he happened to see the two law enforcers in black robes. He hurriedly shouted, "Your Excellencies, help me! These people are lawless. They actually robbed in broad daylight. Please uphold justice." The two law enforcers didn't move after hearing this and just watched coldly. The owner of the ring shouted again, "Master, please help. This one is willing to give you half of the things in the space ring as a reward." One of the law enforcers heard this and sneered, "Only half?" The owner of the ring gritted his teeth and said with a bitter face, "I'll give it all to you, master." He knew that if he didn't get help soon, he would really be killed by these lawless people. Compared to his own life, what else was worth? The two law enforcers walked forward lazily, and the one who spoke earlier snorted, "Since you're so sensible, we'll help you." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them attacked together. They were extremely ruthless, and as their energy surged, they directly blasted the robbers away. There were countless casualties in the air, and the air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. As soon as the two of them attacked, the surrounding cultivator instantly fell silent. The robbers who were lucky enough to survive immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay any longer. Only the cultivator who had been robbed was left on the ground, lying there with blood all over his body. He looked extremely miserable. The law enforcers walked over, stretched out their hands, and sucked the space ring into their palms. After checking it with their divine sense, they frowned and said in disdain, "Poor bastard! That's all you have." After saying that, they even spat at the cultivator in disdain and swaggered away. "This person can only wait for death in the future," Jiaoyi sighed. The cultivator who had been robbed probably didn't have much to begin with, and now that he had lost his space ring, unless he could find a fleet to follow them out to sea as soon as possible, he would definitely end up like the robbers, sitting here and waiting for death. "It's so chaotic here," Yang Kai's face darkened. Ling Yinchin said, "When you're at the end of your rope, you can do anything." These people were also forced into a corner. Yang Kai was silent, knowing that Ling Yinchin had a point. Those robbers were already waiting for death. So what else in this world could they be afraid of? However, what made Yang Kai feel a little incredulous was that the law enforcers of Clear Sky City were also so dirty. To put it nicely, what happened just now was hitting someone while they were down, forcing them to repay their kindness. But to put it bluntly, it was robbery. From the looks of it, Clear Sky City was a place without law, and it was hard for Ling Yinchin and the others to live here for so long. This is the outer city district, so it's relatively chaotic. The inner city district is safer, so this kind of thing won't happen, Ling Yinchin explained. "Then are you living in the outer city or the inner city?" Yang Kai asked. Jiao Yi replied, "The outer city, but we can move to the inner city in a few days." Their harvest this time was not small, enough to rent a good cave house in the inner city. Although the inner city's expenses were generally more expensive, it was safer, so some of the costs were still worth it. Ling Yinchin said, "Brother Yang, you've just arrived, so it's best to rent a cave house to live in first and slowly familiarize yourself with this place." "I was planning to do the same." Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know how long he would have to stay on Clear Sky Island, so he had to find a place to stay. Chapter 2378. This should be the place to rent a secluded home, right? Yang Kai stood in front of a large hall at the junction of the outer city and inner city, looking up before calling out to Lu Xianyun and walking in. The reason he was able to find this place so quickly was naturally thanks to Ling Yinchin and the others' guidance. Originally, Jiao Yi wanted to accompany him personally, but Yang Kai politely declined. Jiao Yi and the others had been out at sea for so long, so they definitely had their own matters to attend to. Moreover, it was just renting a secluded home, so it wasn't anything troublesome. Yang Kai believed that he could handle it himself. Before parting, Jiao Yi gave Yang Kai a communication bead and told him to call if he needed help. There were not many cultivators coming and going in this hall, but there were also quite a few of them. When Yang Kai arrived, there were already a few people waiting in front of him. They all seemed to be here to rent secluded homes. He stood to the side and watched silently for a while, quickly understanding the procedures. Half an hour later, when it was his turn, he walked up directly, threw a bag of source crystals on the table, and said to the cultivator in charge, "I want to rent a medium-sized secluded home for a year. Outer city or inner city?" The cultivator glanced up at Yang Kai and asked lightly. Yang Kai coldly snorted. "If it was an outer city secluded home, would I give you so many source crystals? Do you think I'm an idiot?" The person in charge was not angry and just grinned. He picked up the bag of source crystals and weighed it in his hand before putting it away. He pointed to the sand table beside him and said, "Choose for yourself." This sand table looked like a model of the entire Clear Sky City, except that it was countless times smaller. But every building was lifelike. There were 2 large areas of territory that were secluded homes. One of them was in the outer city and was relatively cheap, while the other was in the inner city and was relatively more expensive to rent. Most of the secluded homes had small flags outside, indicating that the secluded home had been rented out. Only a few secluded homes were still empty. Yang Kai was just looking for a place to stay, so he did not have many requirements for the quality of the spirit purifying array or the amount of world energy in the secluded home. So he just glanced at the sand table and pointed to a secluded home, this one. The person in charge glanced over and tossed a token towards Yang Kai, not even bothering to raise his head as he said, "This is a restriction token. Keep it for yourself. You are not allowed to sublet it or replace the spirit purifying array at will. If you are found to have done so, you will be killed without mercy." Oh, Yang Kai caught the token. After a brief inspection, he put it away and left with Lu Xianyin. Oh, another half an hour later, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyin arrived in front of the secluded home. The secluded home in the inner city was located in a mountain range on the island. Many secluded homes of various sizes were built on this mountain range, and the overall environment was quite good. The world energy of the solitary, void, sealed world. The world energy here was extremely rich. However, this world energy was mixed with infinite disruption force, so a cultivator could not absorb it at will. They could only absorb it after arranging a spirit purifying array. Depending on the quality of the spirit purifying array, the efficiency of a cultivator's cultivation varied greatly. But generally speaking, even with the highest grade spirit purifying array, a cultivator could only barely keep their cultivation from weakening while cultivating in this damned place. They could not improve at all. The medium-sized secluded home Yang Kai rented was naturally equipped with an intermediate grade spirit purifying array. He and Lu Xianyin entered the secluded home to investigate. They found that the secluded home was fairly large, with 3 rooms, 1 for alchemy, 1 for artifact refining, and even a living room. Compared to the secluded home Yang Kai rented in Maplewood City, this was undoubtedly much better, but the price was about the same. Source crystals were extremely precious in the solitary void sealed world, so the same price represented a different value. Source crystals of the same level were naturally more valuable in the solitary void sealed world. "Junior sister, find a room for yourself," Yang Kai said to Lu Xianyin. "What about you?" Lu Xianyin asked. "I'm going to familiarize myself with the environment and find that artifact refining grandmaster to repair Ling Yinchin's spirit purifying array." Lu Xianyin said, "Brother, you must be careful." "I know. If you have nothing else to do, you can strengthen the various barriers in the secluded home. We may have to stay here for quite a while. And come back early," Lu Xianyin said softly. Lu Xianyin whispered softly, blushing after saying this because she suddenly felt that she and Yang Kai were like a married couple living together. Before the husband left home, the wife would be worried about him, and wouldn't she be in the role of the wife? Thinking of this, her cheeks immediately became hot, but when she raised her head again, Kaiyang had already disappeared. After making several turns on the streets of Clear Sky City and asking for directions several times, Yong-kai finally arrived in front of a small alley. He turned his head and looked around with a strange expression on his face, muttering to himself, he didn't walk, did he? Would that artifact, refining Grandmaster, live here? When he separated from Jiao Yi and the others earlier, Jiao Yi gave him a communication bead and secretly sent him a message, telling Yong-kai that if he really wanted to repair Ling Yin-chin's high-grade spirit purifying array, he should go to the inner city to find Grandmaster Sangda. On the entire Clear Sky Island, Grandmaster Sangda was the best artifact refiner. It was said that he had already faintly touched upon the mysteries of being an Emperor artifact refiner. At least 80% of the high-grade spirit purifying arrays on Clear Sky Island were refined by Grandmaster Sangda. Since this person could refine a high-grade spirit purifying array, it shouldn't be a problem for him to repair it. Jiao Yi also knew the importance of the high-grade spirit purifying array to Ling Yin-chin, so he secretly gave Yong-kai some pointers. He also hoped that the spirit purifying array could be repaired. Yong-kai wasn't familiar with Clear Sky City, but Grandmaster Sangda's reputation was great, so he just asked a few people on the way here before coming here. It was just that he couldn't believe that a guy who was about to become an Emperor artifact refiner would actually live in a corner like this. But then he remembered that some masters had strange temperaments and always acted unexpectedly, so he wasn't surprised. He walked straight to the end of the alley and came to a large door. The door was open, and Yong-kai glanced inside and found a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was empty and spotless. There was a guy dressed like a boy sweeping the floor outside with a broom. Yong-kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Little brother, please." The boy seemed to be deaf and didn't pay any attention to Yong-kai at all. He only cared about sweeping the floor as if there was a stunning beauty lying there. Yong-kai coughed dryly and asked, "Excuse me, is this the place where Grandmaster Sangda cultivates?" Only then did the boy raise his head and say impatiently, "Since you've already found this place, what's the point of asking?" Hearing this, Yong-kai immediately knew that he had found the right place and hurriedly said, "Is Grandmaster free right now? I have something I need Grandmaster's help to repair. I don't know." "Who are you? Don't you know the rules?" "Rules? What rules?" Yong-kai looked confused. The boy looked Yong-kai up and down and sneered. "You didn't even inquire about the rules before coming here. You're really interesting. You want to see Grandmaster like this? Maybe in your next life." Yong-kai humbly asked for guidance. "Please give me a few pointers, little brother." The boy raised his head and looked at the sky, holding the broom in his hand as he stood there, twirling it between his fingers. This boy wanted something good. As soon as Yong-kai saw this boy's posture, he knew that he had done this kind of thing many times before. No wonder people said that the king of hell was easy to meet, but the little demons were difficult to deal with. This boy was an out-and-out little demon. Yong-kai suppressed the displeasure in his heart, took out a cloth bag from his space ring, and handed it to the other party, asking, "Can you speak now?" The boy weighed the cloth bag in his hand before smiling with satisfaction and pointing condescendingly at Yong-kai. "Grandmaster's time is precious. How could he have so much free time to bother with you people? However, Grandmaster is a kind and benevolent man. Seeing that you are trapped on Clear Sky Island and that life is not easy, he deliberately squeezed out some time to help you refine artifacts." Yong-kai curled his lips fiercely when he heard this. This boy spoke as if he wasn't trapped on Clear Sky Island. How shameless. "You'll remember." The boy's face was solemn as he quickly said, "Every month, Grandmaster will only open his door 3 times, and he will have 3 chances to help you refine artifacts. If you want to ask Grandmaster for help, it will depend on your own luck. Of course, in addition to these 3 times, Grandmaster will occasionally make an exception and open his door when he is in a good mood. Every time he opens his door, He will only refine artifacts for the first 10 people. If you are late, you won't get a chance. 3 chances and 10 people each time? Yang Kai frowned, thinking that this Grandmaster Sangda was quite arrogant, setting so many strange rules. However, Yang Kai understood why there was no one here today. Obviously, it was not time to open the door yet, or perhaps it had already been opened. You're worth teaching, that's how it is. The boy smiled and nodded. How old are you, little boy? How dare you talk to master like this? Yang Kai's face darkened as he reached out and knocked the boy. The boy's head shrank back, but he did not dodge. His cultivation was not high, only at the origin returning realm. So how could he avoid Yang Kai's blow? You dare hit me? The boy took a few steps back, covering his head with his hands as he screamed. His eyes were red, and he looked very angry. Hitting you is already going easy on you. If you dare to be so disrespectful again, I'll really beat you up. The boy seemed to be frightened. He worked for Grandmaster Sangda, and everyone who came here was polite to him, not daring to offend him in the slightest. This was the first time he had met someone who dared to teach him a lesson. Frightened, he turned his head and glanced at the courtyard, as if expecting Grandmaster Sangda to stand up for him. But there was no movement from inside. What are you looking at? At such a young age, you already know how to intimidate others. What will you do when you grow up? I'm asking you a question. Answer honestly. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The boy looked unhappy, but he did not say anything. How many times has Grandmaster opened the door this month? Yang Kai asked. Twice. The boy snorted. When will the next time be? How would I know? Grandmaster opens the door at random. He will refine artifacts for you whenever he is in a good mood. Just you wait. Chapter 2379. You want to find a Grandmaster to refine an artifact, but you won't have the chance today. The boy snorted. But you're lucky to have met this boy. If you don't mind, you might as well take out the materials, and I'll refine it for you. You're also an artifact refiner? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. The boy raised his head and puffed out his chest, flicking his hair in a carefree and unrestrained manner as he said proudly, What's so difficult about artifact refining? This boy is talented and has been under the Grandmaster's tutelage for so long, so it's definitely not a problem for me to help you. But as for the reward, Kai Yang's mouth twitched, and without looking back he left. This boy was just an origin returning realm cultivator, so even if he was an artifact refiner, how good could he be? He was looking for Grandmaster Sangda to repair the high-grade spirit purifying array, and repairing it was even more difficult than refining it. He was sure this boy didn't have the ability to do so. Don't go. Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, this boy is a saint-grade artifact refiner. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another one. Don't regret it. The boy stomped his feet behind him, as if he was deeply humiliated by Yang Kai. For the next few days, Yang Kai went to Grandmaster Sangda's place every day. According to the boy, Grandmaster Sangda had already opened the door twice this month, so there was only one last chance left. However, he didn't know the exact time, so Yang Kai could only try his luck. Unfortunately, after a few days, Yang Kai still had no results. However, after walking around the streets these days, Yang Kai had gained a better understanding of the situation in Clear Sky City and the local customs here. There were only a few days left this month, so Yang Kai was afraid that he would miss the opening time of the Grandmaster if he was late, or if he wasn't able to squeeze into the top 10 spots. So, instead of running around, he went directly to the Grandmaster's residence and squatted down. He thought that he had arrived early enough and would definitely occupy a good spot, but when he really arrived, Yang Kai realized that he was wrong. In front of Grandmaster Sangda's residence, there were already many cultivators waiting in line. Kai Yang stared blankly. However, after thinking about it carefully, he knew that these people must have the same thoughts as him. He felt that there was not much time left in this month, but the master still had one last chance to open the door, so he came here in advance to wait. He counted carefully and found that there were 9 people in total. In other words, including himself, there were 10 people in total. At that moment, he didn't say anything and silently went to stand at the end of the line. That boy seemed to be a little crazy in front of people. After seeing so many people, he tried his best to promote himself, bragging about his abilities, hoping that the cultivator would give him the materials and let him refine the equipment. However, the cultivator who lived here obviously knew the ability of this boy. When a bucket of water was not full, half a bucket of water would sway. Everyone remained silent in the face of the boy's endless chatter. No matter what he said, she didn't pay any attention to him. The boy seemed a little annoyed. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "If you have time to blabber here, why don't you go look for materials and practice? You look like you've been with the master for a long time. Didn't the master teach you to take things one step at a time and to avoid biting off more than you can chew?" The boy muttered, "You don't have to talk so much. Stand there obediently." However, after being lectured by Yang Kai, he was too embarrassed to continue pestering the cultivator. He turned around and went into the house, closing the door. Out of sight, out of mind. The cultivator who came here had to wait for Grandmaster Sang to open the door. Those who requested to refine equipment were not familiar with each other, so no one chatted. Those who were bored waiting directly sat down cross-legged and meditated. No one dared to be presumptuous in front of the master's door, so naturally they were not afraid of being found trouble with others. As time passed, more and more people came here. However, when these cultivator who came later saw that there were already 10 people waiting here, most of them shook their heads in disappointment and turned to leave. They knew Grandmaster Sangda's rules and naturally understood that it was useless to stay and wait, so they could only wait for the next opportunity. However, some people were already prepared. They took out source crystals and wanted to buy spots from the 10 people, including Yang Kai, but very few succeeded. Only 2 people readily made deals. These people who wanted to buy spots with source crystals naturally came to him. But how could Yang Kai lack source crystals? Naturally, he shook his head and refused. After waiting for 2 days, the door in front suddenly opened and the boy walked out with his head held high. He pretended to cough dryly and said in a clear voice, "The 3rd refining of this month will now begin. Friends in the top 10, please follow me in." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and stood up one after another. After waiting for so long, the master finally opened the door for the 3rd time. These people felt that it was worth it because Grandmaster Sang rarely failed when refining equipment. Although the fee was a little expensive, he was indeed very skilled. As long as he made a request, the master would be able to satisfy it. Ha ha ha! It's better to come at the right time than early. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out, followed by a figure shooting out from behind, rushing into the crowd in an extremely overbearing manner, squeezing into a spot. The powerful aura stirred up a gust of wind, causing everyone to frown slightly, showing displeasure on their faces. However, after checking the cultivation of the person who had come, this displeasure turned into fear, because this person was a master from the 3rd Order Tao Source realm. Among the 10 people waiting here, except for Yang Kai, who was a 3rd Order Tao Source realm cultivator, there was only one woman who was a 3rd Order Tao Source realm cultivator. The others were all 1st or 2nd Order Tao Source realm cultivators, so they naturally did not dare to offend him. This person was dressed in a purple robe and was extremely conspicuous. He had an imposing appearance, but there was a strong sense of superiority in his eyes, as if no one in this world could enter his eyes. After he arrogantly landed and occupied a spot, Yang Kai, who was originally at the end of the line, inexplicably became the 11th person. Grandmaster Sang to only open the door for 10 people at a time. Now that he was standing at the 11th place, didn't that mean that he was not even qualified to enter and had waited for several days in vain? Yang Kai was unhappy and looked at the boy. "Little boy, are you not going to do anything about this?" "What? I didn't see anything." The boy raised his head, his eyes rolling to the top of his head. A few days ago, Yang Kai knocked him on the head, so he obviously still held a grudge. Seeing Yang Kai's last spot being squeezed out, he was secretly happy, so how could he help Yang Kai? Yang Kai's face darkened. Are you blind? Didn't you see this person cutting the line? The boy angrily retorted, My eyes are fine. You're the one who's blind. Yang Kai sneered. How can you be so overbearing in front of the Grandmaster's door? Is there any reason to speak of? Reason. The cultivator who had occupied the spot sneered. This king is the reason here. You want a reason with me? Then I'll reason with you. You said that I cut the line, but who saw it? Whoever saw it can stand up and tell me loudly. I, Yu Luping, will immediately give up this spot. While speaking, he turned his head and looked around. The other 9 people were silent, not saying a word. They seemed to be extremely afraid of this guy, called Yu Luping. I saw it. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yu Luping coldly snorted. Don't deliberately look for trouble since you came late. If you dare to slander this king like this again, do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyes? You can try. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. This guy called Yu Luping was simply too shameless. He had clearly come late and cut the line, but now he was a thief crying thief. Yang Kai had never seen such a thick-skinned person. Brat, you're courting death. Yu Luping obviously had a fiery temper. He didn't think that Yang Kai would dare to chatter with him about this matter. In his anger, he took a step and directly turned his hand into a claw, grabbing at Yang Kai. Before the attack arrived, a strong gust of wind blew against Yang Kai's face. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he really wanted to gouge out Yang Kai's eyes. He didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. A few of the weaker cultivators were pushed by his aura. Their expressions changed greatly, and they fell back one after another. Yang Kai stood in place and didn't move. Instead, he coldly looked at the boy and said, You don't care about fighting in front of the Grandmaster's door. The boy snorted, You solve your own problems. Good to hear you say that. Yang Kai coldly snorted and raised his eyes to look at Yu Luping. Yu Luping, who was originally aggressive, suddenly had a very bad feeling when he was stared at by Yang Kai like this. His whole body emitted a cold aura, but then he remembered that he was from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. On Clear Sky Island, besides a few Master Realm cultivators who could make him feel fear, who else could be his opponent? So, after a slight hesitation, his moves became even more ruthless. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw a punch forward. Majestic Source Chi suddenly erupted like a dormant volcano. The power was so strong that everyone was shocked. **Yu Luping's big hand grabbed Yang Kai's fist, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to crush Yang Kai's hand, he was shocked to find that a tsunami-like force was rushing towards him. This force was so strong that even with his 3rd Order Dao Source Realm cultivation, he was unable to resist it. The Source Chi protecting his body was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, quickly melting away, and he was forced to retreat. The force followed his palm and rushed all the way to his arm. Wherever it passed, his clothes exploded, his flesh and blood splattered, and his muscles and bones were separated. **, the aggressive Yu Luping seemed to have been hit by a mountain. He was sent flying like lightning, directly crashing into the corner of the wall. **, a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Yu Luping's arrogant aura suddenly withered, and his face turned pale. My hand! In the next moment, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Looking over, the arm he had used to hit Yang Kai had been broken inch by inch, and blood was dripping from it. White bones protruded from his flesh and blood, making for a shocking sight. The boy was instantly stunned, and the other 9 people were also shocked. They all looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of horror. Before Yang Kai made a move, he looked harmless, and even wanted the boy to uphold justice for him. But now that he had made a move, he was actually so cruel and ruthless. With just a single punch, he had crippled the Third Order Dao Source Realm's Yu Luping's arm. This guy, could he be a master from the Emperor realm who had hidden his cultivation and was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and the boy was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 2380. You actually dared to cripple my arm. Even now, Yu Luping still couldn't accept the fact that his arm was crippled. He glared at Yang Kai with resentment and shouted with all his might. His face was almost completely distorted by the pain. Get lost! Yang Kai shouted sternly. A mere Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to be so arrogant in front of him. It was simply ridiculous. He had been in a bad mood these past few days because he had landed in Clear Sky Island. Now that someone had hit the muzzle of his gun, he naturally took the opportunity to vent. Yu Luping seemed to finally realize that Yang Kai wasn't a pushover. He glared at him viciously, covered his injured arm, and ran away dejectedly. In front of the master's door, there was still silence. The other 10 people were emitting cold air, and their faces were pale. Hasn't the master already opened the door? How long do we have to wait? Yang Kai saw the boy standing there like a fool and immediately urged him. Come with me, come with me. The boy shrank his neck. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly led the way. Judging from Yang Kai's hot temper and ruthlessness just now, the boy estimated that if he wasn't Master Sangda's disciple, this guy would probably have attacked him. After all, when this person was being squeezed out of a seat, he didn't say a word for him. Not long after, a group of people entered the inner hall under the guidance of the boy. The boy pointed to a side door and said, Go in one by one. The master is inside. You all know the rules, so make yourself at home. After he finished speaking, he quickly ran away, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. After he left, the first cultivator in line looked at Yang Kai cautiously. He found that Yang Kai had already found a seat and sat down. Only then did he know that the other party had no intention of snatching his first seat. He couldn't help but feel relieved and quickly walked through the side door to find the master. The other 8 people who came to find Master Sang also found a place to sit down, but they were more or less afraid of Yang Kai, so they were relatively far away from his seat. It seemed that Yang Kai dominated the area while the others crowded together. Yang Kai didn't care at all. He closed his eyes and rested. That Yu Luping's background is somewhat unusual. Brother, you have to be careful. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. It sounded like a reminder. Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced around. Then he fixed his gaze on the young woman, who was dressed elegantly. Among the 10 people who came here to seek artifact refining from the Grandmaster, only 2 were from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Other than Yang Kai and this young woman, the others were all First or Second Order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although this young woman was dressed ordinarily, it was difficult to conceal her heavenly fragrance. Previously, Yang Kai had also glanced at her, but he did not pay much attention to her. He did not expect her to send him a sound transmission at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the young woman just nodded slightly and then shifted her gaze away. In this inner hall, Yang Kai and her cultivation were the highest. His divine will was also the strongest. So, she didn't have to worry about being discovered by others. However, she was acting so sneakily because she didn't want to cause trouble for him. Many thanks for this junior sister's reminder. I will remember it, Yang Kai replied. Seeing that his expression seemed to be a little disapproving, the young woman said again, Brother, you must not be careless. That Yu Luping is from the city, Lord's mansion. Relying on the protection of the city Lord's master, he has always been domineering and arrogant in Clear Sky City. He never puts others in his eyes. You made him suffer such a big loss this time. He will definitely not let it go. If he wants to die, I don't mind helping him. Hearing Yang Kai's understatement, the young woman suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, "You must not. If you really kill him, there will be no place for you on Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai grinned and said, "The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. What can I do?" Hearing this, the young woman sighed slightly, knowing that Yang Kai was right. Today, even if Yang Kai showed mercy and let Yu Lu Ping off, with Yu Lu Ping's usual style, he definitely wouldn't swallow his anger. When the time came, Yang Kai would either be captured without a fight or resist. Looking at him, Yu Lu Ping was the kind of person who would swallow his anger. "Many thanks, junior sister." Yang Kai thanked her lightly. Although this young woman didn't help him much, she still secretly reminded him. It could be considered her kindness. The young woman no longer spoke, but when she occasionally glanced at Yang Kai, her eyes were full of pity and sympathy, as if she could foresee Yang Kai's tragic future. The inner hall was still quiet, and no one had any intention of talking to each other. The people who came here were all waiting for Grandmaster Sangda to refine artifacts, so at this moment they were all burning with impatience. So how could they be in the mood to chat? About half an hour later, the first cultivator to walk through the side door suddenly came out. Everyone looked towards him and saw that this person's face was filled with joy, as if he had encountered something good. After coming out, he didn't say a word and directly left. The second cultivator quickly stood up and walked towards the side door. Just like that, it was evening before the other 9 left one after another. When each of them came out, they all had different expressions. Some were happy, some were serious, but none of them looked sad. Yang Kai observed them carefully and knew that Grandmaster Sangda's reputation really did have some real skills. The artifact refinement he helped the other 9 people was probably a success, without a single failure. It was rumored that Grandmaster Sangda had vaguely glimpsed the mysteries of Emperor artifact refinement, so it was likely not false. When the 9th person came out of the side door, Yang Kai stood up and walked in. As soon as he entered the side door, it was dark inside without any light. But in front of him, there was a light coming from the exit. Following the light, Kai Yang walked forward, and not long after, he arrived in a warm environment. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that this was a secret room with flames constantly jumping around. A huge artifact refining furnace was placed in the middle of this secret room, and next to this artifact refining furnace, a figure was sitting cross-legged. As the flames jumped around, this figure flickered and flickered, making for a very strange sight. Although the light was not good, Yang Kai could still see Grandmaster Sangda's face at a glance. To his surprise, this Grandmaster looked like an ordinary old man. There was nothing unusual about him, but Yang Kai could still vaguely feel that this old man was not to be trifled with. Sitting there, he was like a dormant volcano, hiding a huge amount of energy in his body. In addition to being a good artifact refiner, this old man's strength was definitely not low. "Greetings, Grandmaster." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him. "Sit." Sangda raised his eyes and pointed to a futon in front of him. Kai Yang took the opportunity to sit down. "What do you want to refine?" "Take out the materials and tell me what you want," Sangda said. Yang Kai hurriedly took out the high-grade spirit purifying array and handed it to Sangda. "I would like to ask Grandmaster to repair this array base and flag." Sangda took it and carefully examined it for a while before nodding. This array was made by this old master, so it won't be difficult to repair. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He had guessed that this advanced spirit purifying array was made by Sangda, and now it seemed that he was right. Since Sangda could refine it, there should be no problem in repairing it. Yang Kai said, "I don't know what materials are needed, so I didn't prepare anything. If Grandmaster has suitable materials, I can buy them. Source crystals won't be a problem." Sangda reached out and patted the artifact refining furnace, causing the lid to fly up immediately. He directly threw the array base and the array flag inside before looking at Yang Kai indifferently. Do I look like someone who lacks source crystals? Yang Kai didn't know what he meant by this question and didn't know how to respond for a while. I don't want source crystals. Sangda continued. Then what does Grandmaster want? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself. You didn't even ask before throwing my high-grade spirit purifying array into the artifact refining furnace, then telling me that you don't want source crystals. Isn't this just asking for too much? What if I can't afford the reward you want? Do you still want this advanced spirit purifying array? If this spirit purifying array was his own, it wouldn't matter, but it was Ling Yinchin's and had great symbolic significance to her. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone through so much trouble and could have just bought a new set at a high price and returned it to her. It was precisely because this spirit purifying array represented Ling Yinchin's longing for her partner that Yang Kai went to great lengths to find Sangda to repair it. That depends on what you can give me, Sangda said indifferently. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If you want my life, do you think I'll give it to you? Sure enough, if the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. That boy's behavior was unacceptable, and this Sangda was the same. It seemed that the name wasn't wrong. Sangda. Yang Kai suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and said in a deep voice, What does Grandmaster want? If I can do it, I'll do my best. In other words, if he couldn't do it, then he wouldn't do it. Sangda smiled slightly, but his smile was a little strange. Just as Yang Kai was concentrating and preparing to listen, a pure and surging spiritual energy suddenly came from Sangda's side, converging into the shape of a spear and stabbing straight towards his knowledge sea. Although Yang Kai was ambushed, his reaction wasn't slow, and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to meet the attack head-on. Asterisk with a silent collision. Both Yang Kai and Sangda shook slightly. Sangda's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. His originally indifferent eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light as he stared at Yang Kai with a murderous gaze, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure. Yang Kai, on the other hand, suddenly stood up. He had been ambushed in a hurry just now and hadn't used his full spiritual energy. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but he was afraid of hurting Sangda. If Sangda's soul was seriously damaged, then there would be no one to repair the spirit purifying array for him. However, Sangda had attacked him without saying a word, which made Yang Kai extremely angry. He secretly decided that if this old man didn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he would put a knife to his neck and force him to repair the spirit purifying array. Chapter 2381. What are you doing? Yang Kai looked at Sangda coldly and asked in a cold voice, Don't be nervous, little brother. Sangda, however, did not have the slightest awareness of being a sneak attacker. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, This old master was just doing a little test on you. I mean you no harm. Are you kidding me? What kind of test requires a sneak attack and a soul attack at that? Yang Kai was annoyed. If it were someone else whose soul power was not as good as his, they would be lying on the ground crying for their parents by now. If one's soul was injured, it would not be a small injury. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad impression of Sangda, because what this old master does requires the use of soul power. If it weren't for the fact that I saw little brother easily deal with a cultivator of the same level outside the door, this old master would not have bothered to test you. Yang Kai coldly snorted, So it's my honor. And from the meaning of his words, he seemed to know about the fight between him and you looping outside. Little brother, calm down and listen to this old master slowly. Sangda reached out and comforted him. Yang Kai stared at him fiercely for a while, feeling a little helpless, now that he was the one asking for help. Even if he was dissatisfied with Sangda's approach, he had to wait until he repaired the spirit-purifying array first. Seeing Yang Kai sit down, Sangda put on a smile and said, This old master wants to ask little brother, how long have you been trapped in this damn place? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this old man wouldn't have noticed something, right? Did he know that he was new here? But he just said that he did not lack source crystals, so there was no reason for him to attack him. Distracting thoughts flashed through his mind. He said calmly, "Why are you asking this?" Sangda smiled. "It's fine if little brother doesn't want to say it, but this old master has been trapped here for 900 years. Yang Kai sneered in his heart, thinking that it would be better if you were trapped until you died. Sangda sighed. 900 years ago, this old master was in the third order Tao source realm, and 900 years later, this old master is still in the third order Tao source realm. It's my artifact refining skills that have improved. But so what if he knew how to refine artifacts? He still couldn't leave. If we can't leave this place, we won't be able to break out of the Emperor realm. We'll die here sooner or later." Yang Kai frowned slightly. He didn't know why he was saying all this, but he didn't say a word. He restrained himself and listened attentively. "No matter how long you've been trapped, little brother, this old man only has one question." Sangda's expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes bursting with light. "Do you want to leave this place?" Yang Kai was shocked. He stared at Sangda and asked, "You have a way to leave?" Sangda smiled slightly. Instead of answering, he asked, "Do you have any?" This answer made Yang Kai very angry. He couldn't wait to capture Sangda now and use the soul-searching technique to see what was in his head. He had originally planned to stay here for a while before slowly looking for a way to leave this place. But today he heard some clues from Sangda. How could Yang Kai not be tempted? He pondered for a while and said, "Great Master, let's not beat around the bush. You said you have a way to leave, but I don't believe you. Several people from the Emperor realm on this island are trapped. If there's a way to leave, can't they leave? They are them, and this old man is this old man. Don't confuse them." Sangda curled his lips. He said proudly, "What's more, this old man has a way to leave. Even if the people from the Emperor realm know about it, they won't be able to leave." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Since even people from the Emperor realm can't leave, how can you do it?" "That's my problem." Sangda snorted and said impatiently, "This old man came to find you. Consider it your opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your own ability." This Sangda seemed to be a little temperamental. Yang Kai was sure that if he refused, he would definitely kill him to silence him. Although this old man was an artifact refiner, according to him, he had been in the third order Tao source realm for 900 years. This artifact refiner's level was raised on Clear Sky Island, so he was definitely not weak. Now that he had revealed this information to him, he only had two choices left: either cooperate or be enemies. "If this is really an opportunity, I naturally won't miss it. But how do I know if what you're saying is true?" Yang Kai said with a look of disbelief. "At the very least, you have to tell me where to leave." Sangda smiled and said, "Little brother is also a cautious person. This old man likes to cooperate with cautious people." He paused for a moment and said, "The place to leave is on the solitary void sea." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this, thinking that this was as good as not saying anything. He had experienced how big the solitary void sea was. Sangda only said that the exit was on the solitary void sea. Who could find it? How could he verify it? Sangda said, "This old man will tell you the truth. This old man is not the only one who knows the location of the exit. There are two other people who know it too." "Who?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "The Clear Sky City Lord and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master," Sangda coldly snorted. "These two are the two most powerful people on Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that Sangda was the only one who knew such secret information. But now it seemed that this was not the case. The Clear Sky City Lord and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master both knew about it. He had heard from Jiao Yi that the Clear Sky City Lord was originally a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but because he cultivated and survived on Clear Sky Island, he was unable to display his peak strength. Although Yang Kai was not clear about the Ice Heart Pavilion Master, He could imagine that her situation was similar to the Clear Sky City Lords. In other words, both of them were powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but they were unable to display their full strength. Since they know, why didn't they leave? With their strength, they should be able to go anywhere, right? Yang Kai was puzzled. You can go anywhere? Sangda sneered when he heard this. That's not necessarily the case. If they were outside, such powerful cultivators would be able to run amok. But in this solitary void sea, if the two of them dared to stay outside for too long, they would be courting death. Their strength can't be replenished. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Exactly, Sangda nodded. Do you know how vast the solitary void sea is? Even if those two master exhausted their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to fly to the exit by themselves. Once their strength is exhausted, they won't be able to replenish it in this solitary, void-sealed world. No matter how powerful they are, only death awaits them. The solitary, void-sealed world was filled with infinite disruption force, making it impossible for any cultivator to absorb world energy to their heart's content. If the sea was calm, it would be fine. At worst, they could just stop and find a place to arrange a spirit-purifying array and use source crystals and pills to slowly recover. Once they had fully recovered, they could move on. However, Yang Kai had traveled all the way from the solitary void sea and knew that there were countless waterspouts in the depths of the sea. The suction force of these waterspouts was extremely strong, making it impossible to find a place to recover in peace. Moreover, the deeper one went, the more waterspouts there would be, and the more terrifying the suction force would be. A Third-Order Emperor Realm Master might seem powerful, but if they really flew there, they might not be able to resist once they ran out of strength. Hearing this, Yang Kai was already 70 to 80% convinced. Sangda's words made sense, so he had no choice but to believe them. Then where is the exit? Can I see it? Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and asked casually. What a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master couldn't do didn't necessarily mean that he couldn't. He had the Sealed World Bead, so if he ran out of strength, he could hide inside the Sealed World Bead and continue moving forward after he recovered. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the waterspouts were too powerful. If they were too powerful, he wouldn't be able to get out. However, it was definitely the right choice to show him the location of the exit first. I can't show you this. Sangda refused. Yang Kai quickly said, Grandmaster, that's not very kind of you, is it? You want to cooperate with me, so we have to share information. If you don't show me anything, how can I believe you? Sangda smiled slightly. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't, then it's not true. He looked like he was going to eat Yang Kai, making Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, I don't understand. What does getting out have to do with Grandmaster looking for me to cooperate? Sangda said, if you want to get out, not only do you need the location of the exit, you also need the tools, right? Don't tell me you want to fly all the way out? Yang Kai frowned slightly. You don't even have the tools to get out? Sangda said, I do, but I need to go get it. It's not with this old master. Moreover, to get that thing, several people need to work together, which is why this old master came to you. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, getting that thing, does it have to do with the strength of one's spiritual energy? Sangda smiled and nodded. That's right. You were able to receive 70% of this old master's spiritual energy in such a hurry, which is commendable. It shows that even if your spiritual energy cultivation is not as good as this old master's, it's not far off. Otherwise, do you think this old master would tell you this? He had a proud look on his face, as if he felt that it was an honor for Yang Kai to receive 70% of his spiritual energy. What he didn't know was that Yang Kai had only used 20% of his spiritual energy just now. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of hurting this old man, Yang Kai would have definitely shown him what true spiritual energy was, lest he become a frog at the bottom of a well and become arrogant. Yang Kai was puzzled. Since that thing is a tool to get out, how can it not be with you? Sangda snorted. That was refined by my master. With this old master's ability, he can't refine that thing for the time being. Yang Kai was shocked. Sangda was said to have peeked into the mysteries of Emperor artifact refinement, but even he couldn't refine it. Didn't this mean that his master was a genuine Emperor artifact refinement master? There was actually an Emperor artifact refinement master in this solitary void sealed world, and it seemed that no one knew about it. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. Sangda seemed to see Yang Kai's doubts and said, "My master doesn't live in Clear Sky City and has never shown his artifact refinement skills in front of outsiders, so no one knows about it. Since it belongs to your master, won't he have any objections to you taking it?" Yang Kai asked with a sneer. This Sangda was really not a good person, even coveting his master's things. Yang Kai didn't know which blind master had accepted such a traitorous disciple. If it had been him, he would have cleaned up the sect long ago instead of allowing Sangda to live until now. Chapter 2382. Sangda grinned meaningfully. Master died 5 years ago. What objections could he have? At this point, his face suddenly twisted. Even if that old thing died, he wouldn't hand over that tool to me, so I can only go and get it myself. Yang Kai was stunned. Judging from Sangda's expression, it seemed that he didn't get along well with his master, who knew what kind of disputes and grievances had happened between the two. This old master has been preparing for this for 5 years and has been looking for a candidate like you. Today, I have finally found you. As long as little brother nods and trusts this old master promises to take you out of this solitary, void, sealed world. Sangda looked at Yang Kai excitedly. I don't have the right to choose, do I? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Sangda said indifferently, although this old master doesn't leave his home, he has been refining artifacts on Clear Sky Island for 900 years. He has made many friends and made many people owe him favors. Little brother, you should consider carefully. Although these words sounded vague, Yang Kai wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the threat in the other party's words? He said that he had made many friends and made many people owe him favors. In other words, he could make many people work for him. Once Yang Kai refused, it would be difficult for him to move around Clear Sky City in the future. Many people would definitely make things difficult for him and even want his life. Help me repair the spirit purifying array first. I need to think about it for a while. Yang Kai pointed to the artifact refining furnace. Of course, of course. Sangda smiled slightly and didn't say anything this time. Instead, his expression turned serious, and he made a series of hand seals. He ignited the furnace fire. He began to repair the spirit purifying array. Yang Kai sat there cross-legged, his brow furrowed. He seemed to be considering the feasibility of Sangda's proposal, but in fact he had been paying close attention to the old man's artifact, refining to prevent him from doing anything to the spirit purifying array. Sangda was worthy of being an artifact refining grandmaster. He threw various materials into the artifact refining furnace while constantly changing hand seals. As he engraved a spirit array into the furnace, the huge furnace hummed from time to time. Yang Kai himself was an alchemist. Although he had never come into contact with the way of artifact refining, there were many similarities between the two, such as the input of materials, the control of fire, the carving of spirit arrays, and so on. Therefore, although he did not understand much, he knew that Sangda was not being perfunctory. Instead, he was really helping him repair the spirit purifying array. After a full hour, Sangda suddenly withdrew his hand seals, and the flames of the artifact refining furnace gradually began to weaken. After a certain degree, Sangda abruptly sent a few spirit seals towards the artifact refining furnace before suddenly stopping. He reached out and lifted it. The lid of the crafting furnace flew out. Array flags and array bases shot out from the artifact refining furnace and were caught in his hand. Yang Kai looked around and found that this spirit-purifying array had indeed been restored to its original state. Moreover, it seemed to be more spiritually active than when Ling Yinqin first lent it to him. In other words, this spirit-purifying array was definitely better than the previous one. Sangda smiled slightly and said, "The spirit-purifying array that little brother brought to me should be something that this old master refined 50 years ago. In the past 50 years, this old master has comprehended a lot more. Since I have made some progress in the way of artifact refining, I decided to slightly modify this spirit-purifying array. But you can rest assured that this is definitely better than the previous one." While speaking, he did not hold back and directly handed the spirit-purifying array's array flags and array bases to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took them and was not worried that Sangda would tamper with the spirit-purifying array. After a brief inspection, he threw them into his space ring and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Grandmaster." Sangda asked, "What is little brother's decision?" "I've thought it through." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Count me in on this matter." Sangda laughed. "Little brother really is a reasonable person. This old master was not wrong about you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "I just want to leave this place. Even if it wasn't Grandmaster, I would have cooperated with anyone else." It's fine. In that case, let's meet in front of the city gate in 3 days." Sangda smiled slightly. This old master needs to prepare some things and gather the others. When the time comes, little brother, please be on time. "I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai got up and cupped his fists lightly to Sangda. "By the way, how should I address little brother?" Sangda suddenly asked. "Yang Kai." There was no need to hide his name in this place, so Yang Kai directly used his real name. After leaving Sangda's residence, Yang Kai took out the communication bead that Jiao had given him before and contacted him. He found out that they had indeed moved to a secluded home in the inner city district, and it was not far from the secluded home he and Lu Xianyan were living in. Yang Kai agreed to go to their place later and return the repaired spirit-purifying array to Ling Yinqin. After walking a few streets, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked up at a building not far away. The building looked like a loft with 6 floors. It was neither too big nor too small, but to be able to occupy such a place in this bustling area, the owner behind this loft was definitely not simple. In fact, the owner of this loft was not a simple person to begin with, because this was Ice Heart Pavilion. Yang Kai knew that the pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion was an extremely powerful master from the Emperor Realm. She was even on the same level as the Clear Sky Island Master, but this Ice Heart Pavilion Master was different from the Clear Sky Island Master. The former seemed to only control a single loft, while the latter controlled the entire Clear Sky Island. When he first came to Clear Sky Island, Ling Yinqin sold her goods to a beautiful woman named Fan Xan, who was from Ice Heart Pavilion. The name Ice Heart Pavilion reminded Yang Kai of many past events. Sangda also mentioned that besides him, the Ice Heart Pavilion Master and the Clear Sky Island Master also knew the location of the exit. Naturally, it was unrealistic to ask these two for information about the exit. They were third-order Emperor Realm Masters, and Yang Kai might not even be able to meet them. Even if he did meet them, it was impossible for him to ask directly. This matter had to be planned slowly. He always felt that Sangda was a little unreliable and might be planning some shady business. As the saying goes, one cannot put all their eggs in one basket. Yang Kai thought that if he were to leave the solitary void-sealed world in the future, he would have to deal with the Ice Heart Pavilion Master sooner or later, so he might as well get started now. Outside Ice Heart Pavilion, there was a wooden sign with 2 lines of words engraved on it. Yang Kai took a closer look and realized that it was a sign that Ice Heart Pavilion was hiring an alchemist. Hiring a high-grade spirit alchemist. Generous remuneration. There were only 2 lines of words on the sign, but Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw them. Moreover, the handwriting was elegant and deep, and there was an indescribable charm hidden in them. It seemed to have been written by an extremely powerful master. Just as Yang Kai stopped in front of the wooden sign and looked at it, a beautiful woman suddenly walked out of Ice Heart Pavilion and asked with a smile, "Little brother, are you an alchemist?" He stood motionless in front of the wooden sign, so it was easy for people to associate him with this situation. Yang Kai raised his head when he heard this, and when their eyes met, the beautiful woman said in surprise, "It's you." "So it's senior sister Fan." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. This beautiful woman was none other than Fan Xan, who had purchased Ling Yinchin's goods at the docks. "Why are you calling me senior sister?" Fan Xan glared at Yang Kai and said unhappily, "You're making me sound older. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so you can just call me junior sister." "Junior sister Fan." Yang Kai immediately corrected himself. "How should I address you, brother?" Fan Xan asked. Yang Kai quickly reported his name. Fan Xan pursed her lips and smiled. "So it's brother Yang. Why, are you also an alchemist?" "And I know a little," Yang Kai said modestly. Fan Xan's beautiful eyes lit up and she eagerly asked, "What grade of alchemist is brother Yang?" "Tao source grade." Yang Kai understated his own abilities. After all, emperor-grade alchemists were rare existences. Sangda was just a Tao source-grade high-rank artifact refiner, but he was already highly respected on Clear Sky Island. If he really became an emperor-grade artifact refiner, even the Lord of Clear Sky Island would have to treat him with respect. "What's the highest grade of pill you can refine?" When Fan Xan heard that Yang Kai was a Tao source-grade alchemist, she seemed to be even more enthusiastic. She leaned her whole body against Yang Kai, and a fragrant wind blew over, causing ripples in his heart. "Tao source grade mid-rank. I can occasionally refine a high-rank pill, but the chances are not high. Brother Yang, are you willing to come in and test yourself? If you can really refine a Tao source grade mid-rank pill, my Ice Heart Pavilion will definitely hire you." "Okay." Yang Kai smiled slightly. He came here to find a backer. After all, he was new here and might encounter some trouble in the future. Having a backer would be easier for him to live in Clear Sky City. Secondly, he wanted to meet the master of Ice Heart Pavilion and get acquainted with her. Seeing Yang Kai agree so readily, Fan Xan was overjoyed and quickly led Yang Kai into the pavilion. Yang Kai looked around and found that Ice Heart Pavilion seemed to be a place that sold materials. The goods on the shelves were all kinds of alchemy, artifact refining, and cultivation materials. There were no finished pills or artifacts. And to Yang Kai's surprise, the business of Ice Heart Pavilion didn't seem to be very good. There were only 3 or 5 customers inside, all of them looking around. There were a few women who were dressed very similarly, accompanying the customers and introducing them to the goods. "Does Ice Heart Pavilion only accept women?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Fan Xan pursed her lips and smiled. "Yes, this is the rule set by the pavilion master." "Then I'm breaking the rule?" Yang Kai raised his brow, thinking that this mysterious Ice Heart Pavilion master was either a pervert or a woman. That was why she set such a rule. Fan Xan said, "It's not the same. We are all master's disciples. If Brother Yang can join Ice Heart Pavilion, it will only be an employment relationship." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't really care. Ice Heart Pavilion only accepted female disciples, so it was naturally impossible for him to be accepted. What's more, Yang Kai wouldn't be willing. Chapter 2383. However, Yang Kai couldn't understand. Ice Heart Pavilion was just a place that sold materials, so why would they want to hire an alchemist? Moreover, judging from the material and marks on the wooden token, it was obvious that it had been there for a long time. In other words, Ice Heart Pavilion had been recruiting alchemists since a long time ago. Seeing Fan Xan walk in with Yang Kai, the female disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion were also very surprised. They all looked at them with their beautiful eyes. These women were all young girls, and each of them looked pure and flawless. It seemed that they all cultivated the same secret art, but their cultivations were different. Fan Xian was only a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, and these girls weren't even Tao Source Realm cultivators. The most powerful one was only a first-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator, while the others were all Saint King Realm or Saint Realm cultivators. Yang Kai didn't know how the Ice Heart Pavilion Master recruited disciples. Junior Sister Fan, how many alchemists does your Ice Heart Pavilion have now? Yang Kai didn't care about the gazes of these girls and asked casually. There was one, but he was fired a few days ago, Fan Xian replied. Fired? Yang Kai was stunned. Was that person not diligent in alchemy? Since they had recruited him, why would they fire him? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Fan Xian smiled slightly, but this time she didn't answer. Yang Kai didn't know if there was another secret, or if it wasn't convenient for her to answer. As the two talked, they had already reached the 3rd floor. Along the way, Yang Kai found that Ice Heart Pavilion was full of materials. The higher they went, the higher the grade of the materials. At the corner of the 3rd floor, there was a secret room. After Fan Xian led Yang Kai into it, she said, Brother Yang, you can test it here. There's no source of earth fire on Clear Sky Island, so the conditions here are a little crude. I hope you can forgive us. It's nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand and found that the room was not small. There were more than a dozen large and small pill furnaces inside. Each of these pill furnaces was Tao Source grade, and 3 of them were even Tao Source grade high rank. Ice Heart Pavilion didn't have any alchemists. However, there were so many pill furnaces. It was obvious that they had deliberately collected them. Yang Kai was puzzled. Logically speaking, if Ice Heart Pavilion wanted to sell materials, then they should just sell materials. Why did they have to hire a senior alchemist? Furthermore, he had prepared so many pill furnaces. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master was a 3rd order Emperor Realm master, so she definitely didn't lack cultivation resources. After thinking about it, Yang Kai could only think of one possibility. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master was probably refining some kind of spirit pill. That was why he had deliberately sought out some high-level alchemists. You can use these cauldrons as you wish, as long as they aren't damaged, Fan Xian said, pointing at the cauldrons. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, I know, but what kind of spirit pill does Junior Sister Fan want me to refine? As long as it's a Tao Source grade, mid-rank spirit pill, it's fine. Big brother, give me the pill recipe, and I'll go get the materials for you. Yang Kai nodded and pondered for a while. Then, let's refine the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill. The 7-star Dragon Tiger pill was a Tao Source grade, mid-rank spirit pill. Its effect was to allow a cultivator to erupt with greater combat power after taking it, but it had some side effects. Once the pill's effects wore off, the cultivator would feel weak and unable to use their strength for 2 months. Not only that, it would also cause some damage to the cultivator's meridians and foundation. An inferior grade 7-star Dragon Tiger pill could increase a cultivator's strength by 10%, medium grade by 20%, and high grade by 30% if it had pill veins. A direct increase of more than 50%. The 7-star Dragon Tiger pill's medicinal properties were very strong, and only a Tao Source realm cultivator could take it. Forcefully taking it would only result in death. However, which Tao Source realm cultivator would be willing to take this kind of pill to forcefully increase their strength? Once their meridians and foundation were damaged, it was very likely that they would be unable to advance any further. Therefore, this kind of spirit pill was completely of little value, and there wasn't much of a market for it. Only a few desperados would keep 1 or 2 for self-defense. Yang Kai listed the materials for the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill. Fan Xian memorized them carefully and immediately went to prepare them. The reason why he chose the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill was because the materials for this spirit pill weren't difficult to find. Even Clear Sky Island should have them. As expected, Fan Xin returned not long after, and this time she brought back 10 sets of materials. She handed the materials to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, as long as you can refine 2 furnaces of pills, you'll pass. This mistress will wait outside. Call me when you're done." 10 sets of materials and 2 furnaces of pills. For a true Dao source grade mid-rank alchemist. This wasn't too difficult of a test. As long as they put in a little effort, they could succeed. For Yang Kai, this was naturally not a problem. He could even refine Emperor-grade spirit pills now, let alone Dao source-grade mid-rank spirit pills. Fan Xin obviously knew that an alchemist shouldn't be disturbed when they were refining pills, so she took the initiative to say that she would wait outside. After she left, Yang Kai took out his black jade furnace and placed it in front of him. He urged his conflagrated knowledge, to start refining. Although it was his first time refining the 7-star Dragon Tiger pill, he wasn't shaky at all. His movements were extremely skillful, and his control of the flame and the timing of the materials was perfect. Soon, Yang Kai was immersed in alchemy. Just as he was concentrating, the soul-splitting saber in his knowledge, suddenly shook slightly, waking him up from his state of emptiness. His expression didn't change, and his hands didn't stop moving, but he began to examine himself very carefully. It was impossible for the soul-splitting saber to have such an abnormality for no reason. The only explanation was that something had happened to him. He examined himself, but still couldn't find any clues. After a long while, he suddenly realized that someone was spying on him. The soul-splitting saber had reacted strangely because it sensed a divine sense that didn't belong to it nearby. Even with his ability, he couldn't detect this spying, which meant that this person's cultivation was far higher than his. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master. Yang Kai immediately understood who was secretly spying on him. In Ice Heart Pavilion, aside from the elusive Ice Heart Pavilion master, who else could have such a heaven-defying ability? It seemed that he was wrong. He thought that a master like the Ice Heart Pavilion master would definitely live in the best cave mansion in the inner city, but he didn't expect that she was actually in Ice Heart Pavilion. The entire Ice Heart Pavilion had 6 floors. He was on the 3rd floor. It was very likely that the Ice Heart Pavilion master was on the 6th floor. Why was such a master secretly paying attention to his alchemy? What's more, he was refining a Dao source grade mid-rank spirit pill. What was the use of this spirit pill to him? Or was this master paying attention to his alchemy skills? Yang Kai's thoughts flashed like lightning, but his hands didn't stop moving. He had planned to refine 2 furnaces of spirit pills directly, then wait for the time to pass before reporting to Fan Xin. But now that he knew that the Ice Heart Pavilion master was spying on him, how could he dare to do so? He quietly modified a spirit array in the pill furnace. After a while, a muffled sound suddenly erupted from the pill furnace, followed by a burnt smell. Yang Kai showed a dazed expression, and after a while he sighed heavily, as if he was regretting that he had failed to refine this batch of spirit pills. Pouring out the dregs from the pill furnace, Yang Kai rested for a moment before starting to refine again. When Yang Kai came out from Sangda's place, it was already late at night, so he continued to refine until the next morning. When Yang Kai opened the door to his room, Fan Xin, who was waiting outside, immediately greeted him. "Fortunately, I did not fail. 3 furnaces of pills. Please check them, Junior Sister Fan." Yang Kai handed over 3 jade bottles, each containing 4 or 5 7-star Dragon Tiger pills of different qualities. This was the standard of a Dao source grade mid-rank alchemist. Fan Xin took the jade bottles without even looking at them, as if she had already expected the result. Fan Xin smiled gently. "Brother Yang, you have passed the test. As long as Brother Yang is willing, you can become an alchemist of Ice Heart Pavilion." "Of course I am willing." Yang Kai braced himself and replied. When he entered Ice Heart Pavilion, he had hoped to take the opportunity to meet the pavilion master and get acquainted with her, But now that he realized that the situation in Ice Heart Pavilion was treacherous, he didn't know if it was the right decision to apply for the position of alchemist. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only bite the bullet and agree. Great! Fan Xian was overjoyed. Brother Yang, you don't know how difficult it is to find a Dao Source grade alchemist on Clear Sky Island. There are only a few alchemists of this level on Clear Sky Island, and none of them meet our requirements. Fortunately, we met you. Yang Kai wanted to ask why they didn't meet their requirements, but he swallowed the words back down. He felt that Fan Xian would definitely not answer this question. Brother Yang, it's like this. If you perform alchemy in my Ice Heart Pavilion, you can get half of the profits from all the pills sold. Half? Yang Kai asked with a surprised expression. It wasn't that he thought it was too little, but that it was too much. He didn't need to prepare any materials and could just perform alchemy here, but he could get half of the profits. This was simply too good. 60% is fine too. When Fan Xian saw this, she thought he wasn't satisfied with the pay and quickly changed her mind. Brother Yang, as you can see, our Ice Heart Pavilion has a lot of materials. As long as you can perform alchemy here, you will be able to improve your alchemy skills sooner or later. Becoming an Emperor Realm alchemist is not a dream. This was the truth. Ice Heart Pavilion had a lot of materials, and if an alchemist wanted to improve their level and ability, they would need a lot of materials to practice. If it were any other alchemist who entered Ice Heart Pavilion, they would be overjoyed. No need. Half is fine. Yang Kai waved his hand. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Brother Yang is so kind. When can Brother Yang come over to perform alchemy? I'm afraid I can't right now. In 3 days, and 2 days, I have an appointment with someone to deal with, so I'll come over after I'm done, Yang Kai said. Although Fan Xian was a little disappointed, she didn't dare to force him and could only say, Naturally, Brother Yang's matter is the priority. Please come back to Ice Heart Pavilion as soon as you're done.